Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League Week 3. I am Bootleg Hassan from Wish, otherwise known as 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Lethal. Lethal, it's been a minute. How are you?
It's been way too long, isn't it? Way too long, but very excited. Week 3 underway very shortly, and we had some very interesting results last week as well, didn't we?
Sure. Technically, last week was Challenger. Shouts to Garpy for taking it over. Yup. He's the first one to qualify and try and fight his way back into the Pro League. But 2 weeks ago, yeah, we had quite a set of games, and we could run through those with a recap, because that's what we do here.
We certainly do indeed, as Maxter really shown us authority in this series, but the first one was just absolutely ridiculous. KRON is very good on Toxjq, but the fact that Maxter dismantled him 25-10 was just, you know, incredible in itself. But yeah, the other two maps were pretty close. It's just the first one was a little bit one-sided. We know how good Maxter has been in the past, and Toxjq has kept a good track record so far on that map.
Yeah, Maxter looking very, very strong. Rough start for KRON to the season, 0-2. He did punch his way back into the league recently, so maybe just a little bit of an adjustment, getting used to the level of play back in the Pro League. Then we had Kilson versus Avek. Kilson taking that set 3-0. Looking in championship form, Lethal, may I say.
He certainly did indeed. I wasn't really too sure how some of these players were going to return during the off-season. We know that some, took a bit of a break, and of course leading up to the Pro League, using that month to scrim and duel and just trying to get everything together. Not everyone is, 100% as of yet, but we're seeing clear or key indicators, so to speak. But I think getting there at the moment, he had a close game on Toxjq, but the other two were, again, in Kilson's favour, winning that 3-0 outright. And yeah, as you rightly mentioned, Kilson already in very strong form and just in dominating fashion indeed.
Reigning champ, looking for another one, building up the Empire, potentially to take another one, but we're a long ways away. And then we move on to Sirius versus Nospa, a little bit closer on this one, 2-1, but Sirius looking good.
He certainly is. I kind of feel like with Sirius, he's got one of the best aim skill, not on the planet almost, but to a certain degree. He probably has one of the best aim skill in the entire Quake Pro League. Sometimes his adaptation does let him down just a little bit, but this time around it absolutely did not. As Sirius did manage to win this outright 2-1, and it's nice to see Sirius play so well. And look at that. That was a clear example of how ridiculous Sirius can go.
Yeah, Sirius is an absolute mechanical beast, but will he shore up the timings a little bit? As now we move on to Sjagib versus Venger, and this one was pretty good. I mean, Venger looking 3-0 on this one, looking like he wants to take a championship. Still hasn't crowned himself yet, but maybe this season, Lethal. Who knows?
Good, and I hope so for his sake as well. We know that he's had a bit of a slower start this time round, but it seems like in terms of how Wenger's been playing, he's getting better and better as the right. And as you can see with Kane, finally for him, he is now going to be only 0-2 and 0-6 on map. We haven't really picked the map as of yet, but still again very early days as of yet. We know that with Kane over the last season, he's been more grinding and drilling his play style and trying to get to the best of his ability during the last 6 to 8 weeks, normally leads into Quake console. That's why I'm saying it's very early days at the moment, as Chain's still trying to get into the swing of things. But for Raisy though, he's been looking pretty damn good.
And moving on to Zenaku versus Sib. 2-1 in favor of Zenaku, but Sib taking that last map with Clutch. Not bad. Not bad at all, as again, he is one of the players that came back into the Quake Pro League during the offseason after the finals.
He sure did indeed. Of course, he took down KRON 2-1 in the first week this time around. Even though he did lose to Zenaku, at least he took up that map, as you rightly mentioned, which is extremely important considering the circumstances of this Pro League. And as you can see, that's all the scorelines there. And you can see ending with Rapha taking down Tox 3-0. So not too shabby, boy. Not too shabby.
I mean, some players have to lose. Unfortunately, that's the way the league works. But yes, there's your breakdown from week 2 of the Quake Pro League. Some players in perfect position, exactly where you'd expect them. Some faltering a little bit, but they have plenty of time to bounce back. But in terms of today, week 3, for the first set, we will have KRON versus Tox and Lethal. These two went at it on Blood Covenant previously, and they had a 10-minute, 40-second overtime game. And I feel like, not that I know exactly what's going to happen, we might see Blood Covenant again between these two, and we might hit another overtime. That would be fantastic.
It would be. I haven't forgotten that as well. It was on the B stream. It was the final match of that evening on that particular day. I think it was day 1 or day 2. I can't remember from the top of my head. But yeah, it was 0-0. in total, what, 20 minutes and 40 seconds, as you rightly mentioned. It was just ridiculous. It was a very hard-fought game of chess. It really was. And back then, the picks were a little bit different. It was the Visor versus the Galena. But with the champion picks next time around, is it going to be the same? How different is it going to be? If we see anything in terms of the meta coming up now, like with the Athena or the Slash, etc., then hopefully we won't get that 0-0 for over 20 minutes like last time.
Well, the anticipation is killing me, so maybe we could slowly get into KRON versus Tox, maybe even see some map picks eventually. But yes, kicking off the day, it is going to be KRON Tox. We are going to see the battle between them, and hopefully, I mean, it's a good set. Again, both these players 0-2 for now. Rough start for both of them, but here we go. Map picks and Blood Covenant is in the pool. We got Awoken, Blood Covenant, Molten Falls for the decider. Lethal, why don't you break down the champs for me?
Go on in. Well, with Nyx being banned straight away on Awoken, I'm not really too surprised in the slightest. It's pretty standard with the Anarchy versus a Strog pick. But, you know, we talked about Blood Covenant before. I was mentioning that it depends if an Athena or a Slash gets played out by one of these two. It seems like the Athena has been banned, so Tox, of course, Tox is going to go for the Slash. It's, you know, not just his style of play, but it's one of his go-tos. It's his niche, isn't it, boys? It's niche. But this time around, it was the Visor for Tox and Galena for KRON. But now it's a little bit opposite. KRON is actually rocking the Visor this time around, and Tox has actually managed to pick out the Slash, but not really too sure what the ban phase. Last time around they played Blood Covenant, but maybe those two were banned straight outright. Not really too sure. And then Molten Falls, we're going to be seeing the Scale versus the Eisen. And Eisen has been, you know, pretty popular over the last few weeks.
I mean, you get that Timmy turret, you can make traps with it, you get double the damage. Why not? Why not? I'm taking a quick look at the predictions. And a lot of people think Tox are going to take this first map, 77%. That's right, chat. Lock in your predictions. They're live right now. Tell us how you feel. But in terms of this breakdown, Lethal, who do you think is going to take this one? What do you like? What don't you like when you see everything on the board right here?
Oh, it's difficult because with these two, it was so close. I think obviously KRON did. Oh no, it was KRON. Sorry, yeah, he did win that 2-1 back at QuakeCon, but this was in August, you know, we're talking like 6 months ago, so of course things have completely changed since then. But if I went by more champion picks this time around, you'd probably say Tox at this point, considering he's got the Slash for Blood Covenant, he's got the Strog on Awoken as well. The Eisen can be a decent counter to a certain degree against the Scale as well, especially with the turret blocking time and time again, of course protecting for any of the items which appear, and with that early preparation as well. So I do feel like as a champion, he should have the edge, but you know, it's one of those things.
I mean, I love Tox as much as the next player and person in the community, but still, I feel like it's going to be KRON 2-1 just because Tox just, I don't know what it is. The last, like, 2 minutes, it's just a different player, and it all goes wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But we'll see.
I hope you're wrong as well.
I'm going to go 2-1 KRON, but it doesn't even matter what I think. Let's let me take a look at chat one more time. 66% in favor of Tox now, so it's slowly giving respect to KRON on at least map number 1. And we'll see. I mean, it is Awoken again, as you said, Anarchy versus the Strog. I like that Strog pick a lot for Tox. I think Strog does everything Slash does a little bit better. Yeah, you lose some of the speed, but you get a lot of the health. The Peeker can be absolutely huge, Lethal. I've seen you use your Peeker quite well. So we'll see how Tox utilizes it. And yeah, I think as the key is to most sets, you got to start strong. If you take this first map, you get all the momentum. You can maybe even get in your opponent's head, but we'll see. I heard us loading in. We're going to have our first map of the day here shortly, Lethal, and I'm excited. It's great to be back on the cast with you.
Always is. And going back to what you're saying about the KRON, I want to say KRON as well, but the champion picks does favour Tox, and because how close it was last time, pretty difficult to comprehend how this is going to turn out here. A lot of points could be gained, a lot of channel points could be lost. We'll find out shortly as we are going to be kicking off from KRON's POV to see exactly what shenanigans he's going to be up to. Picking up the Mega straight away, and we'll be picking up the Light very shortly. But first, just getting the info he desires in order to find out exactly what Tox is up to.
Ooh, nice rail there, too. KRON down 85 HP, does have the inject if he wants it. He's going to hold on to it and use the bubbles instead, and then the rail. Now he has to use it, and he's still railable. There's the cutoff, and Tox gets the first frag 30 seconds in.
And he barely took any damage either during that whole process. Misses the first rail, but he hits the second, but it's back. It's on the smallest margin there. Only 40 seconds in, both items are up. Tox is going to delay the heavy just a tiny bit, so even if he does have time to get both, he should be able to at least contest the heavy to a certain degree. As he could be chasing down
Well, at the moment, good rail to boot straight after this comes in, but to Pika, will he be able to clean him up though? Yes, he does. Beautiful stuff coming out from Tox, and that's going to be a nice early 2-0 here for you.
Yeah, beautiful utilization of the peeker. Also nice traps, and also the rails from Tox. All right, love it. Love to see it shooting 63%, and unfortunately for KRON, he's 0-4 for rails, so he's got to start pumping those numbers up and trying to fight back with these rail wars here. As Toxic now waiting on his heavy will casually pick that up for free, and as you said, not taking a ton of damage in these fights.
It's not, no. It's been a real issue for KRON. He can't trade, he can't really continue contesting some of his items. Only one of the few problems that Tox normally has in his game plan is, of course, that consistency towards the end of the map. He sometimes plays extremely well for the majority of it, but sometimes it's the last few minutes, it's that consistency, as I mentioned, which can sometimes cost him. We'll see if it happens this time round. He's already been to a very early lead, looking to really stamp authority here for you, and he has done already. Picks up the armor once again. KRON, that's exactly where he is. Maker's going to be up the next 15 seconds. Items segregated perfectly. Tox at this stage. It's in so far, but going to be using that pick to see exactly where he is. He's going to have the info he needs. But of course, Tox does not want to risk going inside that choke point.
Not at all. KRON has only been able to secure 4 megas and 7 lights. No heavies, and now he's going to get caught on the jump pad. Electrifying LG there from Tox. Is a little bit weak. Does grab the heavy. Could cut off here and almost gets a float there on KRON. Very dangerous.
Certainly was indeed. 10 seconds until that mega response before our very eyes. Going to try and clean up the LG, but Tox is also equally as weak. Ooh. Oh, he just barely missed that rail. But KRON now, this is going to be his time to shine here. Will pick up the mega and is going to try and contest this heavy. It depends on which route he wants to take, as Tox is in a very good position right now. But the problem is, KRON does have the tri-bar, but he's going to stick for the rail anyway and just give up this heavy. Hits it, but shoots him straight through the TP. Tox was railable at the same time, but it's going to be Tox who comes out on top in that little scuffle. But maybe let's get another one. Will he be able to get a second chance here? KRON just doing his usual bits in pieces. Oh, I was going to say, if he managed to push for that choke point, he would have been absolutely done for. But Mega has spawns, and Tox looking very good once again, back in charge.
Staying alive for now. Some fancy footwork to dodge some of these rails here, but KRON just really needs to try and get in on this heavy. The first one of the game here. Tox trying to set up a rail. He's going to be a merciful god and let him have his first heavy of the game. And now KRON is in a position where maybe he could start running some items, doing some damage. Big LG from around the corner. Tox punishing immediately. LG on LG. KRON's going to post up and take that fight and actually push Tox off. He needs to be very careful. There's the peeker play. Good rail, take care of that, and maybe he could trap here. Now an opportunity, but down to 62 HP. Both players extremely weak. KRON opting to go for the T-Con armor. Try and cycle this heavy as well. I like the play, good damage. Ooh, and a really nice rail there. That puts KRON in a great position to get his second frag.
I like that from Tox as well. The fact that, oh, I was going to say, I did like it. I did like it until KRON actually pushed in earlier. But what I meant was Tox had positional advantage for that heavy 20 seconds ago, but felt a little bit uncomfortable pursuing it, which was understandable considering. Nice little fake out there coming out from KRON to try and throw off Tox in his positioning, but Tox has got a much bigger stack and a huge advantage with DLG battle. Takes out the heavy, so he picks up the heavy, and now we're just at the halfway stage here. So Tox, right at the very beginning of this map, was putting KRON in the blender. It seems like hasn't been a role reversal as of yet, but KRON has just managed to stabilize things. The problem is this stack from Tox is not really getting dented that much.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to force that play at the heavy there. Tox had better positioning, was able to take the frag easy, and now even after the inject, 34 HP for KRON, he has to run, try and get some bubbles and armor just to stay alive, and Toxic on the hunt right now. Ooh, nice rail on the way out again. Tox hitting these clutch rails. Making sure KRON is low, 91 HP. He could tank one more. Is he going to try and jump onto the mega? He's so early, and there it is. There's the rail, 1 HP. He has to run again, and Tox says you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, the heavy was up for quite a long time. Tox deciding to prioritize the kill instead, and not gonna lie to you, for if KRON managed to get around that one corner, he would have picked up the heavy and maybe potentially got away as well, but Tox was just happily just to go on his tail. Both items are almost in sync, only by a couple of seconds so far. Bringing out the LG to the party, and it looks like he's going to be cleaning him up.
Yeah.
And KRON just knew there was no way out there. Absolutely no way out at all in the slightest. Mega up in the next couple of seconds. KRON may just be sitting in position, getting the rockets, and then going back to the heavy would surprise me. But Tox now just looking to see if he's going to be contested in any way. But at least he finds him. He knows that it's going to be put straight on forward. But KRON's been very aggressive here. Could have got away with picking up the Mega as well as he sees fit. It looks like Tox is going to clean him up anyway. Into 2 now for you.
Yep, nice push there from Tox, knowing that KRON really didn't have a choice. And KRON, unfortunately, due to the times, has to start making kind of crazier plays, more aggressive plays to try and get back into this. Nice little LG to rail combo there. Out comes the peeker. Can KRON find an angle? And no, he's going to try and set up for a rail. Tox is hurt. This is the big opportunity KRON needs. Posting up, very patient. There's the rocket jump over the heavy to get out of there. So KRON maybe can get this frag after this item too. Oh, but the Mega, nice play from Tox there. Splitting the items, knowing at least one of them's going to be up. Just making sure that he doesn't give away anything too crazy. It's only 3 minutes until he can close this first map out, Lethal.
This is it. And Tox knew full well that the timings of both items were similar, so he had absolutely no issue. Oh, good direct as well. And KRON now just having absolutely no entry to any of these opportunities which he's trying to create. 10 to 2, 2.5 minutes, and these 8 frags. Well, it's probably not going to happen, but you can at least try and keep the score respectable going into the second map here. But it looks like we'll have to give up the Mega. You know, a lot of damage done with this Peeker, considering. And no, we're looking to do a little bit more damage, but at this point, the damage has already been done by Tox from that last Peeker, my word.
Yeah, nice little rocket around the corner, but KRON didn't think it would actually knock him off the balcony. Taking a little bit of extra damage, but he still had the inject in his pocket as well as the Mega in front of him, so willing to take that risk. But again, time is ticking. 2:10 left. He's down by 8. Tox looking very strong on map number 1, and it doesn't look like he's going to give this one away in the final moments. Lethal, this is it. New Tox, new life, new world.
Yeah, actually, do you know what? I was expecting to be a little bit more fluid and with his agility and speed, but he's been very chill. He's been a lot more methodical. He's been adapting a lot more to maybe, I don't know if it's because of how KRON plays, or maybe he's just trying out this style just due to the amount of practice he's put in over the last week. Not really 100%, but I'm liking it. Boy.
Definitely a big fan. Lots of tri-bolt here. Good rocket from KRON. Maybe could get this one. Just missing out on the angle. Now he's railable. Has to be a little bit careful as the jump pad is taken by Tox. Over to the tri-bolt. There's the rocket jump after the heavy. Nice fadeaway rail from Tox. KRON very weak. And yeah, I mean, just tank some damage, trade some rails. This one firmly in the grasp of Tox with an 8 frag lead, potentially more. But a nice showing there from Tox on map number 1.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if he brings out a very similar style of play onto Covenant, considering he is playing as the Slash, but of course, movement, speed, everything to keep those items in check is going to be a lot more key in comparison to Woken. So I don't think it's going to be, as you know, it could be as methodical. We'll see how things occur. And I did like that from KRON, trying to pick up that Mega and a little bit of style points at the same time, but it sadly did not work in his favour. 20 seconds left remaining. 8 frags between the two. Make that 9. Tox having a field day.
Yep, just warming up the aim, keeping it nice. 55% rail throughout the game, 36% for KRON. And going into Blood Covenant here shortly, Visor for KRON, Slash for Tox. So we're going to see that high speed from Tox, but he needs to be careful. Not as tanky. And that might come back to haunt him, but we'll see. I mean, KRON just really needs to reset here. Different map, different life, but a fantastic showing from Tox here. As, let's see, how many empires have crumbled based on the predictions? Not a ton, not a ton. A lot of people thought that that's pretty much how it's going to go, Lethal.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be a close affair one way or another, didn't we? And the damage dealt was a lot different than what we expected. It was the 2100 more damage coming out from Tox in comparison to what KRON did the entire time. 55% rail from the top of my head. I think it was something like 38% for KRON as well. We'll check that in a minute. We'll check the stats and jargon there. But yeah, Tox looking extremely good. It's quite rare you see him play this kind of calculated style, so to speak. He does try to force the agility a little bit here and there, depending on the circumstances. But I'm not saying I prefer it either. I just think it suits the likes of against someone like KRON, where you have to be a lot more cautious and you got to try and open up a lot of his opportunities, but also not really take too much over aggression, but at the same time, too many high risk, high reward kind of plays against someone like KRON.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of map number 2, what do you think KRON has to do to try and reset and get back into this? Tie us up, send us to map number 3 as the decider. What wreck do you have for KRON right now as he's trailing by a map?
Well, he's going to be using the visor, isn't he? So he needs to be at least try and catch Tox off guard on a number of occasions, but at the same time, he needs to be very wary of when he goes for that Mega as well. Just even though he'll have to pierce in sight, fair enough, it's all going to be about those hourglasses at the same time. So there's a lot of little things here and there he needs to try and abuse before entering this matchup, and I'm sure he's going to have a lot on his plate, depending on the circumstances. But he knows that if he manages to get that first frag against the Slash, then not only can he try and keep her on the spawn, but at the same time, of course, without the armor, he can try and dilly-dally how he likes. But of course, if he's on the opposite end of it and he's going to give out the first couple of frags, it could be a serious issue, because we know how annoying and how frustrating it is to deal with a Slash, especially having a couple of frags up, and every opportunity or every risk you try and take to at least do a bit of damage, somehow Tox, in terms of his pattern, his trend, what he likes to do, he'll somehow counter that one way or another. So it is going to be extremely difficult. And if KRON was dealing with a Tox with, with how the momentum and the mind games that normally Tox plays, if it was like during the first couple of weeks, it could have been a different story. But this time around, I think it's going to be even more difficult. And from what we've seen compared to that first map, I don't really know.
Yes, 83% for Tox on map number 2.
Can you blame him?
83%. I just feel like KRON deserves a little more respect on his name, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, Toxic played fantastic on map number 1, but this is a different ball game. And again, this is the map where they went into a 10-minute overtime in the finals last season. So maybe we'll get 2 duels for the price of 1 yet again. We'll see. Probably not. I'm sure both players were absolutely just destroyed after that, because a duel can just... so much stress, Lethal, all right? I'm Bark 1. I don't even know if that's a rank, but it's, Wood Grain 3, and I still stress out when I duel. So I can't imagine at this level going for 20 minutes just trying to get that first frag to win it. But yes, Visor versus Slash. We will be going into map number 2 shortly, Blood Covenant. And again, Tox, can he keep up the momentum? Can he secure his first series win of this season? We will see. KRON also 0-2 so far this season, so he's battling for his first victory as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Last time, with that last game they played on Blood Covenant, we're pretty sure that it's probably the longest running duel they've ever had since Quake Champions has been released. Not an evil Rapha kind of matchup, but, they could beat that this time around. We'll have to see if it goes like the 20-minute mark or whatever it was in the past, as we are going to switch over to KRON to see exactly what he's going to be up to. Currently down 1-0 in the series. We'll have to see if we can make a change to that. But going back to the last time they played on Blood Covenant, it was 0-0 for the entire 20 minutes and 40 seconds. If it's going to be 0-0 again, entirely different story. But there's a Slash in play. It's not a Visor-Galena matchup. It's a Visor versus Slash matchup. So we're bound to see a few fags earlier on.
It's all different, and I can't help but feel like every time someone mentions Rapha versus Evil, Rapha's blood pressure spikes to insane degrees. He's just like, why am I feeling this way? Nice little rocket there at the tip of the bridge, followed by a nice rail. Tox in a bad way right now with this Slash. He does have the snail trail to try and get out. Nice fake rocket jump from KRON, just super patient. Oh no! I think just around the corner, but he may have moved. I don't even think he spotted him, but KRON playing this very patiently. Drops down, finally says, you know what, I'm going to go get the Mega. But I really like that play from KRON, just waiting, kind of goading Tox to just peek around the corner. And Tox, to his credit, didn't really give him any options.
This is the problem. He's playing at a calculated level. He's not falling for any fake outs. KRON's just trying to figure out ways in order to create these opportunities, but it's just struggling quite a lot. But some good damage coming out here. KRON finally takes him down, and this is what what he needed, not really from us, as of course first frag so vital. Could it be a completely different story of nice bag that first frag instead? KRON now managed to pick up the Mega. Heavy up will be next 5 seconds. Is in position and there's a time and be able to contest that, but it's going to prioritize the kill now, which is perfectly understandable. Use that piercing sight to confirm exactly where he's positioned around bottom Mega. But again, Tox is playing it patiently, just trying to bide his time. He knows that KRON is going to have plenty of time to pick up both these items. Mega's up in the next 5. And Tox, good read from him, getting the info he needs to see if he has been approached for that Mega, but he's in perfect position now as Tox diving on in. He's going to see if he can try and clean him up with these rockets, but looks like he might not be able to as of yet. His KRON was available only for a small amount of time, but looks like he does somehow pick up that Mega.
Yeah, Tox fearless there. You saw after that first frag, he went straight for the rail. That's a part of his game plan, trying to make something happen here as he slowly pushes forward. There's the drop. Good rail on the way down before the heavy pickup. And that'll send KRON packing towards the pillars. 15 seconds till the Mega. There's the vision popped. Just in the nick of time. That could have been big damage for Toxic, but now he has the height advantage here. Goes through the telly. Nice little play there from KRON trying to get some cheeky damage, but no dice. Toxic in a good position now. Kind of running the map using that speed, forcing KRON into different areas here, but he misses the rail, and now it's going to be a mad dash for the Mega. KRON actually secures that one there. Maybe a little bit of an overextension from Tox giving up that item. Now he's stuck down on the jump pad. Lots of LG. KRON taking his time with the rockets, and he pays for it.
Unbelievable from a disadvantageous stacking angle as well. I'm very surprised it came out on top, but there's Tox after all coming up with the LG. Whips out the rail, we're going to clean up again. He's going to try and finish off with the LG, and he does. And the heavy won't be up for a while, but the Mega is up currently. Didn't actually have potion as of yet, just going to give it to one for now, but maybe he didn't have the timing, but it will do now. Sadly, I'm going to pick up the light as of yet, but as I say, it has picked it up momentarily. Heavy's up in the next couple of seconds. Tox is in position. Oh, good rocket as well, and can back away from this, but oh, great rail as well, and picks up the heavy. To make matters worse here for KRON, as he won't be able to trade this out, but catches him with his trousers down here, 40. Looking for that second rail, but drops just at the right time and at the right position as well.
I think there's been a firmware update in Tox's hand. That microchip, that rail. Not hitting everything, but he's hitting a lot right now. Nice little rocket. KRON trying to escape here. Look at that speed from Tox. It is just a thing of beauty seeing Tox on Slash.
Yeah. It really is indeed. So as I saw him whip out the Slash, I knew, oh, okay, never mind. KRON managed to get that second frag. We're approaching the halfway stage. Well, now we're trying to see if he's going to go for a TP, which he is not. Tox is directly underneath him, which means he will be able to successfully pick up that Mega. KRON has to read. Beautiful first rail. Looking for the seconds, but Tox must have taken there. Both of them were available. Both of them missed their rails. That could have been a sight for sore eyes for one of his players, but KRON doing the right thing. Pick up this heavy, but he's only on 10 HP. But is he going to be able to take it down? Will he be able to burn it before he gets cleaned up? He may even just get away with this, and he does.
Yeah, unfortunate for Tox knowing he couldn't tank another rail, so he didn't want to risk it. Tried to use the machine gun, only got one bullet. Still good damage. Now he gets the Mega. He's in decent position here. If he can grab another light armor too, that rocket, okay, a little bit of damage, so that gives him the info, not too bad. Just missing out on that rail. Very unfortunate here, but through the telly, KRON has to be careful. There's the chase. So much speed, so much damage. Tox with another frag.
Really is looking fabulous, isn't he? And he's denied the rail as well, but he's only got the machine gun, but Tox hasn't got the health foe to boot, so it means KRON will be able to win that outright and pick up the heavy as well. So there's a stack looking very good already. Managed to rejuvenate himself straight away. Still looking for the rockets, but it's got all the weapons all the weapons in his arsenal now. So it looks like Tox is going to be diving all away. KRON trying to go for that cheap drive by rail. A bit cheeky of him there, but both items are almost in sync. It just depends on how these two are going to go about it. Good rail coming out from Tox. KRON had to back away once again. Looking to let's probably go for this Mega, and also the light's going to be spawning at the bottom, so he's in prime position now to continue to re-engage. Tox looking to try to fumble the audio cues for KRON a little bit as he dives away once again, and I like that, just sneaking all the way behind him, just trying to do everything he can, and he's barely missing here. Tox going 2 for 2. All those rails, and KRON absolutely no position, but Tox prioritizes the kill. We go straight in and cleans things up. 2 frag lead now coming out for Tox.
Beautiful play there. It's a trap, and now KRON just gets pushed. Momentum sends him out of the rail range, but he's going to get caught again on the stairs. There's nowhere to go. Does hit a rail on the way out, but it doesn't even matter. The heavy's right there. There's the rocket jump back up. I guess silver lining Mega going to KRON. Down by 3 with 3 minutes left. A lot of speed he has to deal with, and Tox just fearless right now. Feeling good, looking good. This is a Tox that we haven't really seen before.
Yeah, all
At
seen
least
in a,
recently.
yeah, in a very long time. He's doing probably 1,000 more damage, but in terms of items, Tox has only got 7, and KRON has had 18. It could be. I think it's a mixture of things. Sometimes he's a bit off with the timings, but at the same time, he's been prioritizing the kills on the odd occasion. So I think it's been has been a mixture of both, because there's been a couple of opportunities where he clearly could have gone for a couple of those items, but he's either prioritized the kill or prioritized the items, one of the two. But 2.5 minutes left, and the problem is 4 frag lead coming out for Tox. 2.5 minutes left, as I just mentioned. And without the mobility from KRON, it's going to be extremely tough and difficult for him to try and bring this one back. So we'll talk about, will Tox get his first series win? It looks like he may have confirmed it here for you.
So much rocket damage missing with the follow-up rail. And yeah, I mean, Tox is looking so strong. I feel like 2 minutes, this is closed out already. KRON, even if he starts getting a frag and maybe works the spawn, Tox just has the speed. Obviously, he could play the defense based on his aim. We'll see. Minute 50 left. All the pressure on KRON to try and bring this one back. 4 frags down. There's the snail trail, and away Tox goes. And that's exactly what we were talking about. A little bit of tri-bolt as well, and a rail just absolutely negating the speed of KRON, trying to jump across, but too many rails taken by Tox. Now he has to be careful. 1 HP away from being railable. Push on this heavy a little bit. This is a little bit risky, but actually gets out without taking any damage. And look at the moves, the moonwalk from this man. It's beautiful, Weekly.
Certainly is indeed. 7 seconds to his next mega appears. One's already in position early, but he's got the height advantage. Tox is in absolutely no position to continue that engagement. Maybe it will be up shortly, though. Oh, beautiful rocket as well. KRON just having to back away once again, but it doesn't really matter at this point. 55 seconds left. He needs to be all gas, no break, and be extremely aggressive. He wants to try and bring this back by 4 frags, but just not going to happen, especially against the slash. Good rail coming up from KRON anyway. Damage has already been done, as we mentioned a couple minutes ago, as I'm going back for that mega, but it's something we have to talk about in terms of the items. But with the damage Tox has been dealing throughout the entirety of this map, it's kind of been the storyline here in this series. Heavy coming up in the next couple of seconds, but Tox, he's in a comfortable and prime position here. He's going to be taking his 2-0 currently. You have to see if he can make this a clean sweep going into the third map. But Tox looking pretty damn good. Just stick with the style which he had in that first map.
Yeah, a very, very strong showing from Tox here. This is exactly what you want to see as a Tox fan. This is kind of what chat predicted as well. Strong back-to-back slash, fantastic performances from Tox. And it's not often that we say that he's working on a clean sweep, but here we are. Week 3, Tox potentially 3-0 KRON. I mean, there's 10 minutes in between the final decision, but a fantastic display from Tox as he takes the set 2-0 so far.
Yeah, considering it was, what, 20 minutes 40 and it was 0-0 last time, it was nice to have a few frags.
A little bit different, yeah.
Yeah, just a tad indeed. But yeah, Tox is playing really well. Like, there's a lot of times where in the past he would have been overly aggressive. He would have been extremely risky with some of the routes he would take, so to speak, to try and get some of the items or to try and prioritize some of the kills. But in terms of what we saw there was a lot of times he was well in position. He had, you know, positional advantage to get the megas a few times in the past, but didn't go for them. I can understand, because it's a mixture between, you know, prioritizing the kills and prioritizing that mega. But there's been the odd occasion where he's let some of these items go, trying to pursue KRON one way or another. And again, KRON would actually end up picking it himself instead of the other way around. So even though he would give KRON the advantage one way or another, somehow Tox would still come out on top. Doing some great damage across the board.
Yeah, whether it was intentional not giving up some items, whether he overextended, I mean, it all worked out because he was playing aggressive when he needed to. He made sure to prioritize the rail, and especially since he's hitting so well, that kind of equalized it, especially the stack between the mid and light champions. I think it's just a fantastic display from Tox all around. KRON, he's got to work on some stuff, but we know that he can. Can he bring it back on map number 3, Scale versus Eisen, shortly on Molten Falls? And yeah, it's always nice to put a little bit of money in your pocket, but if you're a Tox fan, I think you're going to full send 3-0, and it wouldn't be Quake Pro League if I wasn't violently wrong on the first prediction of the day.
That wouldn't surprise me either. Looking at the stats so far, we know Tox had 55% in the working game, got 44% this time around, looking pretty damn good. Not really much LG damage coming out from KRON, but against a Slash, can you blame him really? You know, trying to use those rockets to try and slow down, you know, some of the activities which Tox was displaying there. As you can see, if you're just joining us in this first series, 13-3 in the first map, 7-3 on the second. Tox looking pretty damn good. And Molten Forzo, I'd love to know your opinion on this matchup, the scale and the Eisen, because Eisen's been, of course, selected for a number of reasons, a lot more often in comparison. Scale, of course, you know, the big boy there is going to be doing that chunk of damage with that ball rush. We know it's going to be quite a difficult feat to deal with, considering, you know, especially contesting for those items. But how do you think this matchup's going to go now that Tox isn't really dealing with any kind of slide champion this time around?
Well, I think it's really important to remember, Lethal, that I'm an idiot. But I think that I like Eisen on this one because you just get more options with that turret. You can set traps. You can actually use it to negate the bull rush completely. And then if Scale doesn't have a bull rush, he's kind of useless. And I know that makes DJ Wheat happy hearing that. But yeah, I think it's all about how you play it in the start of the map. But still, I would give the advantage to Eisen specifically on this one. Just I like the options that you have with the turret, and specifically in this matchup, being able to take away the bull rush completely if you have that turret in your pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We're now going to go into our third and final map of this series to see if Tox is going to make this a nice clean sweep, 3-0, or if KRON can actually bring them back and add it to the tally on the leaderboard. We'll have to see, as we're now going to start from Tox's perspective.
60% in favor of Tox on this one, a little bit more even. But we shall see. We shall see.
Maybe the scale pick. Maybe the scale pick is changed things up a little bit. But Eisen's, you know, can be a very good counter to a certain degree. We'll have to see. The first rocket comes out, so there's a second hit. Takes it instantly as he's using that bull rush to get away as fast as physically possible. But how long for? It's a nice little 54 and the rail to boot straight afterwards. Beautiful start there from Tox.
Oh,
and look at
no.
the damage. Was that? Yeah, I was going to say 75. That was a 90 off the bat on spawn. Yeah, it's not going too well for KRON at the start of this matchup.
Ooh, this could be bad. Tox caught a little bit off guard, only eating one rail and almost gets a sliver shot there. But yeah, fantastic start from Tox. Unfortunate for KRON. Good rails traded. Opportunity here. But Tox was able to stack back up. Both items are in sync, so now it's just a matter of where Tox wants to attack. He's throwing down the turret for a little bit of information. There's the push. KRON getting around the corner just in time. He should book it to the heavy now that he knows that Tox is at the mega. It's just a matter of if Tox can get there to maybe do some damage on the exit. Definitely here's the timing, and look at that rail. We've been seeing that all set long.
Beautiful, isn't it? Just exactly. Oh, he may find him here. Blaze checked every angle apart from the one he's at, but finally found him. He's got the bull rush, so he's got to be a little bit careful. But the problem is, KRON is not going to take that bull rush any further. He was already pretty weak from the previous couple rockets. Makes up the next couple of seconds, and he's going to replace Timmy this time round. Picks up the mega successfully. He's going to be up now. Only problem is he going to get there faster? Oh, he's actually left it.
No.
He may even be able to burn it. No, absolutely no chance. He was hoping that he was in position to pick that up. He just missed it barely by a couple of frames, but in the end, it does mean that Tox is going to pick up both these items. Going to have the timings of both of them as well. Mega's up the next 5 seconds. Deciding to put the pressure onto KRON instead. Perfectly understandable. Look at the stack difference with what is at the moment. So, that's there, but in the end, no. Mega is up, and KRON is going to be pushing straight for that, but we'll have to deal with Timmy in the meantime.
Scared myself like a puppy. I thought the gauntlet was coming out for good for the frag there, but no dice. Toxic up 3-0. Looking very strong again, negating that bull rush, leaving Scale Bearer kind of useless. Good damage here. As the aggression from KRON might pay off. Tox able to stack back up off 2 bubbles and make his way casually to the mega. Will KRON be there to do damage?
This is going to be the question. Certainly not out of it as of yet. As he gets going with that Scale Bearer. Just a couple of seconds until this next heavy kill arrives. Tox got there in time, but the problem is hasn't been able to reposition himself correctly in order to continue to contest that. Just being a little bit cautious to see exactly what KRON was up to. They've both got their abilities ready and waiting. As now Mega will be up in the next 10 seconds. Tox is got the info he requires. Knows that he's going for Mega from the bottom side. He's going to see if he can try and catch him with trousers down, which he has done. Look at the amount of damage he does to the LG. Missed the bull rush as well, and barely took any damage on top of that. And he's got a beautiful stack to take this next bout.
Catastrophic fight there. The only silver lining heavy was available off the spawn. Good rails. This is an opportunity. 10 HP. KRON has to hit this. He cannot let Tox survive. Oh, he's taking too much damage. This is getting very dangerous here. Tox with good defense, 10 HP, hitting the rails he needs to push KRON away, and that was an opportunity to at least get on the board, and now Tox can kind of slowly stack back up. You gotta wonder, is that gonna be the turning point there?
It's gonna be the question we ask ourselves, but of course, Heavy is up currently. Also a bit of damage with the rocket. Misses to Heavy. Again, very peculiar. As he's trying to back away, but he just managed to bag him in the end. Warning mark has just passed as KRON now still trailing behind by 3 frags currently.
Clean mega pickup. KRON finally cashing in on that bull rush. Also stacking the light armor, looking real nice and thick right there as he wants to get some space, grab the shotgun before he drops back down for the heavy. And this is the exact stack you want as a scale, but has to take care of the turret caught in a bit of a night at the Roxbury there, and he's taking so much damage. And just like that, off machine guns alone, KRON, what is happening right now? Please fight back, and Tox takes him down.
That is unbelievable. That is just a Tox thing to do, though, isn't it? It's something like, if you could picture it beautifully in your head, that is something Tox would probably do. To run at you like a madman with the heavy machine gun. Blocks the bull rush with the turret. Great timing there from Tox knowing, but good judgment. KRON would probably end up doing that. But now that he hasn't got the bull rush, Tox knows he's got free roam for the next 30 seconds to try and take him down, depending on if he picks up any of those outcasts, which he has not. Oh, good direct as well. A little bit of additional damage straight afterwards. Misses the rail. Hits that one, though. Will he about to hit the last? No, he does not. Just barely gets around the corner. Mega's up, though. Heavy will be next, surely.
Absolutely still flabbergasted at the fact that Tox turned nothing into a frag. It was literally just machine gun and some Timmy, and KRON just didn't respect it, kept taking damage. Now he's down by 4, able to stack back up here, trying to fight for this next heavy. Deals with Timmy nicely, but Tox able to steal this heavy in good LG defense. He is stuck now. Opportunity for KRON, but taking the tri-bolt. Now he dropped, and there goes Tox up the jump pad for his escape. Tox is just playing this so well.
He is indeed. Backing away again. Bull rush is coming out. He hasn't got the rocket to jump over or the turret to block it, but it didn't even matter in the end. He's about to take KRON down once again, 6-1. This is not looking good. Looks like clean sweep could certainly be on the cards here for you.
Definitely looking like it here. Up close rail, but Tox again adds another to the body count. 7-1, looking so strong. And I know Flea is somewhere in the chat. So if you can, Flea, bless you. Is this the first time we've seen a 3-0 from Tox? I don't know. I feel like it's rare. No disrespect to Tox, I'm just saying.
You might not be wrong either. Tox's LG, 60%. 60%. And it's not even like he hasn't shot much either. He's shot 328 bullets so far, nearly 1,000 damage. LG coming out once again. And yeah, just dismantling him at the moment, putting him in the blender for the last minute or so. Missed LG shots out of there, still around the 60% mark, and so difficult to contend with.
It's absolutely brutal. Again, scale is a big, big boy. If you can't utilize the bull rush and you can't do a lot of damage, you're essentially just a huge target. And against someone like Tox, yeah, 60% makes a lot of sense. So much damage, Rockets LG, just throwing everything at him. 9-1 in favor of Tox. Machine gun off the spawn, so much damage. A little bit of tri-bolt, doesn't connect. And KRON is just running out of time. He doesn't have the answers. And Tox, so strong. This is the Tox you want to see as a Tox fan. Sending him to the heavens, and the rocket will miss. Opportunity there for KRON for at least a highlight reel shot, but it still wouldn't have done much, Lethal.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. And it's not like each of these maps have been relatively close to a certain point. It's been very convincing what we've seen from Tox. Depends on the scorelines on every single one of these maps here. That's how it does come out, but in the end, speaking of convincing fashion, KRON will come out on top beautifully there with barely taking any damage in that last little scuffle. Heavy's up in the next 10 seconds. But you know what, Foy? I like this version of Tox. I'll say a little bit more of that if we can.
Yeah, let's see more of this Tox. Playing really well. Minute 20 away from securing a 3-0. And especially, that's a big deal. Because again, both of these players starting the season 0-2, unfortunately. Dodging the rocket. This might be a bull rush, and still the rocket able to come through. But the bull rush, not lucrative at all in this set. I believe 1 kill for KRON. That's unfortunate. Not even damage, let alone a kill.
Yeah, a minute left is KRON.
Doing the stanky leg. Little fancy footwork there.
Oh, and then just to use that 2 for 2 well, as you were doing that analogy you just mentioned, yeah, whatever you just said. Oh, to start stepping around with that, that strafe in itself.
Oh my god.
There it is. Okay.
There it is. I was like, this is going to be
weird.
so close to the edge. And it was.
He has the bull rush here. He may just whip it out here with the heavy machine gun. And he has done. We'd better clean up. Yes, of course he does. Close the gap a fair bit, but it's not got enough time to continue here. Just whipping out the gauntlet. Got him once. Tox managed to clean him up with the MG himself. Stanky legs. One to remember.
Stanky. You got to hit him with the stanky leg sometimes. 11-6. Looks like it's going to be the final score on Molten Falls. Maybe a little more? Maybe just one more.
Just as a treat.
Yep. All right. We did it. There it is. Locked and loaded. Tox takes the entire set 3-0. Again, I want to say it's one of the rare times we're able to say that. I'm not sure how many times he's done it before, but book it, Lethal. It happened. Toxic over KRON 3-0. Well done.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. Sadly for KRON, it's a shame he couldn't keep the scores respectable to a certain point, but yeah, it's just one of those things. I don't think even he expected to play Tox like this in terms of style of play. Very methodical, calculated, but the aim skill's still there. Like 62% with the LG, like 62. I think there's very few people who can do that in this business. Tox and probably Sirius would be, you know, 2 names which would come up to, will spring to mind instantly. But yeah, Tox is looking fabulous at the moment.
I was actually going to say, Sirius is in chat probably saying just 62%. That's it. But yes, I mean, fantastical display of magical skill from Tox there. Again, the microchip really pulling it off here. And yeah, again, the bull rush didn't really do much for KRON as we thought. It wasn't necessarily Timmy stopping the bull rush. It was just he seemed to miss a bunch, and that's unfortunate, taking too much damage. That one, able to connect, one of the only ones that actually caused any harm. And yeah, this was the Toxjq through and through.
Yeah, it must have been watching a twos tournament considering how much damage Timmy was doing. Like, you know, the first time round on the spawn, once he took KRON down straight away, and then the other occasions where he just dealt with the bull rush perfectly. Even times where he didn't even have the rocket in mid, and he still didn't have a turret, didn't have rockets, and he still had to dodge some of his bull rushes. But of course, when you're that distance apart from each other, kind of makes a little bit of sense there. As you can see, some of the percentages. Already mentioned the 62% LG coming out from Tox, pretty much double what KRON had, which is just unbelievable. And you can see there a lot of rail damage coming from KRON as well. But at the end of the day, though, it's going to be Tox who takes it convincingly 3-0, and that's going to be massively beneficial because you've got to remember it's the top 8 who, you know, start in day 2 at this year's QuakeCon, and then day 1 it's going to be those group stages for the bottom 8, of course, coming out from the challenges as well. So extremely important this time around for anyone who does make it into the top 8 to, you know, guarantee yourself not just that top 8 seed, but of course into day 2 as well.
Absolutely, seeding more important than ever. Unfortunate for KRON. Hopefully he could bounce back, but he's going to start the season 0-3 after this set. Shouts to Tox, able to take this one. Now he's rocking 1-2 on the up and up. Tox stock, upward trend. Book it. Lethal was a fantastic first set, but we have a lot more on the way. I believe next we have Zenaku versus Chain, but first we got to take a quick break. I need some water. I need to lay down. I'm exhausted. This is like the gym for me. This is terrible. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Quake. We got a long day ahead of us. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to Quake Pro League Week 3. We are live. I am 49, joined by Lethal. Lethal, we saw a good first set. Now we're going to hop into Zenaku versus Chain.
Yeah, this should be a doozy, to say the least. It depends what kind of Chain we're going to see. I did mention during the pre-show that with Chain, we know that he likes to kind of grind his backside off as much as possible towards the later stages leading up to QuakeCon during the last 8 weeks. And you never know. I think considering how much practice he's put in now, I'm not really too sure how much difference it's going to be compared to last week. But Zenaku's, a man with a plan who's going to be, grinding like absolutely no end from the beginning of the year up anyway. So, but from Zenaku, we've seen the last couple of matches from him. We know that he won against Avik, which is a very strong start in itself, but he did drop a map. And in the second one as well, we're going to have to see exactly how things are going to pan out as well, because he also dropped a map to Sib. So I think he's trying to look for a few clean sweeps just to make him feel a bit more comfortable, a bit more stable. We know he's got a game plan, getting ready in action. But, in terms of what we're going to see so far from him, we need to see, a lot more consistency towards the end of some of the maps he normally competes on. But for Chain, though, it's just, you could flip a coin and see what kind of Chain we're going to get at the moment. If it's the one we're going to see where he grinds just before QuakeCon, then, yeah, of course, we're going to see a very close matchup in itself. If not, though, it should go Zenaku's way.
Yeah, Battle of the Biceps coming up as both players extremely jacked. Chain rocking 0-2, unfortunately, to start his season. Zenaku a little bit better at 2-0, as you mentioned. But let's get into the map picks. Picks and bans available here. We can kind of see what we have in store. It looks like Blood Covenant to kick us off, a little bit of Awoken, and then finishing it off with Ruins of Sarnath. Lethal, if you want to run me through the champs, please.
Cool. That first map, Slash versus Athena, that's... I think that's a really nice way to start the series. I don't know about you, Foy, but yeah, my goodness, that's going to be a
high speed. I love it.
Yeah, a very explosive start, so to speak. Anarchy has been banned though, so we're going to be seeing the Ranger versus the Nyx coming up on the second map, and Scale was banned on that one. Interesting. So looks like we're going to be seeing the Galena versus the Sorlag coming out on Ruins, and we've seen Zen use the Sorlag on the odd occasion now and again on Ruins, but it looks like Chain is going to be taking it this time round. So it's going to be all about the hourglasses for Chain and Zenaku to make a few rotations here and there just to maybe change his thought process in terms of strategic value of what he's going to do to try and counter that. So depends on the circumstances here when we go to that last map, but first map, Slash versus Athena, perfect. You couldn't ask for a better two champions and going into this map as well.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at that, eyeballing it, not that my opinion matters at all. I like the champ picks from Zenaku a little bit more, just the versatility. I mean, you have the Dire Orb of the Ranger, the passive with the rocket jumps to get around the map and take some less self-damage to get around and do damage to your opponent up close and personal. The Slash, of course, a little bit better in my opinion because of the Athena nerf. Less hooks for her, in case you haven't read the patch notes, chat. How dare you? On map number 3, though, I will say Chain with the Sorlag. I tend to lean that way. I mean, the Galena is great, especially if you can get the totem economy going and just kind of play towards the heavy, showing up occasionally to do damage at the mega. But I don't know, Sorlag, she's big, she's girthy, and she spits on people. You gotta love that. Lethal, predictions are live. What do you think is gonna happen in this set between these two?
I'm not really sure. I was more thinking about how we've probably got, in terms of our player count, the biggest biceps in the business. That's what I've been more thinking about. Yeah,
Dan is somewhere just livid right now as he's snorting his creatine at the gym. Just how can they not talk about me right now? But it's not about Dan. It's about Zenaku and Chain. Yeah, let's take a look at the quick predictions here. So it's still rolling in, 61% in favor of Zenaku for this map number 1 on Blood Covenant. And we'll see. I mean, as you said, Chain has the ability to show up. It's a matter of how much he's practiced, how much he's kind of focused in early on in the season. Got to shake the rust off. He's kind of going through it right now, 0-2. We'll see if he could bounce back, but against Zenaku, it's going to be tough because Zen is locked in lately.
Yeah, he's been really invested in what's been coming. I do feel like for Zen at the moment, he's going to be taking this either 3-0 or 2-1, depending on the condition on how Chain is going to play in this series and leading up to this series as well. But Zenaku's been on a real grind, man, like honestly, not just like in the background, but of course, I'm sure some of you may have seen it at home as well, even before the Quake Pro League started. He's just going through all the previous matches. He's been recently going through week by week exactly, not just his own matches, but he's also been going through and analysing other people's games just to see exactly how he would fare against them and what needs to do in terms of corrections if he was in their position. So he's been doing his homework for him. He's been doing his homework, and I think it's great to see, not just from his perspective, but for us, like as a community, like watching to see through their eyes what they think in terms of what changes need to be made, what mistakes needs to be corrected, what needs to be rectified in each of those matchups from his perspective, and also from different players' mindsets as well. So Yeah, he's doing his bit. He's doing his bit. Content.
Yeah.
Content.
Yeah, just based on the interview after the victory over Sib, I mean, he's kind of just had a whole new outlook on life, a new perspective, a new way to approach the game and life completely. And I mean, it's paying off. So whatever he's doing is working. Keep it up. We'll see if he can keep it up with Chain. But I do wonder if Chain it was like an impulse pick to play that Athena. Again, the nerf will affect how well he can play it, how well he can move around the map. Less hooks means less intensity, less speed. So I wonder if he doesn't really care, and he's just like, I just like this champ because I've played this champ so much, without really, taking into consideration that you do have to play her a little differently now.
Yeah, there is some players, some players out there where they will literally play it because it's the counter, because, so to speak, with the champion pick, it's wide range of strategies with all you can use the different champions anyway. But some people will have a bit of loyalty, a bit of champion loyalty, a bit of favoritism, and they will just go for what they prefer, which is also very understandable. Sometimes you may select a counter pick for a certain champion, but in the end, you might actually still go with something else because you're just not comparably as good in general. So it can happen to some of those players. It really can do indeed. But do you know what? He's done us a favour for you. He's done us a favour with the fact that he selected that Athena rather than going with potential advisor pick. We can see from time to time on Blood Covenant. We have seen some odd picks in the past, but that's only if we witness it in a best of 7 or something like that. But I still feel like the last one is quite interesting in itself. We don't really see too much saw lag anymore, but now in terms of recent times, we do see it on the odd occasion here and there on Ruins if it does go to that final map. But I do feel like the Galena does have an edge to a certain point because of the hourglasses she requires, where the saw lag doesn't really need it, depending on the defensive purposes, you could say, going for that heavy and the mega. So it's going to be all to play for, really. But Chain knows that it's going to be a very difficult situation for him against Zenaku, considering how invested Zen has been in terms of his preparation for all these matchups and looking at other people's gameplay. But yeah, I'm still gonna give it Zen. I'll give Chain a map. I'll make it 2-1.
2-1 in favor of Zen. Locked. Does it affect the stock market right now? Let's take a look at the predictions. Again, 65% in favor of Zen. I don't know. You never know. You have big influence, Lethal. With those eyes, people just get lost. Sorry, technical difficulties, chat. We're waiting on the players to ready up before we start the festivities. It'll be Blood Covenant / versus Athena, as we mentioned. And yeah, I think this first map, I mean, now that we said it's going to be high-flying, fast-paced, it's going to be the slowest game we've ever seen. It's going to be 0-0 forever until 9 minutes, because that's what I do. I just ruin things all the time. It's what I'm good at, Lethal.
Unbelievable. Yeah, we've told you to stop doing this, and you just keep doing it.
I can't. If you're good at something, whatever. And yes, people have noticed that I am wearing a chain. A subtle nod at Chain, maybe. I mean, I admitted last time, so we'll see. I want Chain to do well. I want everyone in the league to do well. But again, unfortunately, someone's got to lose. So we'll see. We'll see how this set goes. I think Zen's pretty locked in. I think 2-1 is probably correct, maybe even a 3-0, but it really depends on which Chain is going to show up for this one, how much he's practiced and how much he's ready for this task, because Zen is, again, focused, locked in, the new perspective on Quake and how to approach the game, not playing as much, but playing more meaningful and reviewing game tape and players. It all comes down to that. Make your practice count. You don't have to practice all the time, but we are live on map number 1 between these two. Zenaku versus Chain live on Blood Covenant for week 3 of Quake Pro League.
Is going to be from Chain's perspective to kick things off. Light and the heavy. For obvious reasons, and he just missed that first rail. Oh, missed the second as well, but the early days of, he need to try and ease himself into this matchup, and you could be right for we could have a matchup where they're just going to play it super slow, more like chess, which we really hope not, considering the mobility and agility of these two champions. That it's going to be highly unlikely. It's going to be highly unlikely, as Chain has managed to just back away. Heavy's up in the next couple of seconds, but it looks like he will be able to win that little scuffle as Zen picks up the heavy. Slightly, but he's going to be up on those top rocket area. But currently, Chain on the back foot, just hiding around those mega pillars. Back away again to see if he can catch him off guard, which he does not. But as the info requires in order to continue piling on the pressure of Chain.
Big first frag there, a lot of LG damage. Looking for a little bit more here as he hears the jump pad just setting up with the tri-bolt. Has to get a little jump rocket, but no dice. Chain is going to make his way towards the mega. Zen grabs the heavy. Items are split. Nice delay there. A little bit, about 4 seconds for Chain. Trying to make something happen and get ready for the next cycle of items.
So it does indeed. Zen now just biding his time. He knows got no reason to anything drastic as of yet, as the Heavy's only a few seconds behind. Came a little bit earlier than expected. Does a tickle of damage with that last rocket, not anything to turn the tide. Maybe to pick up this Mega. Both let's miss each other's rail, but came out to hit that last one. And a slight cheer. Then sadly misses that rail as well. It's a little bit of an awkward spot here, but let's hit the first. Misses the second. Going to try and go for the third before he goes down the stairs towards the light, but and it couldn't do any further damage. Laying strikes from above. Good bit of damage though. Couldn't clean them up with the LG here, but some good rockets coming up from Chain. He's going to try and rotate back around. Misses a crucial rail there, but Zen does get away. Isn't railable, but can pick up this Heavy depending on how Chain is going to approach this.
Looks like a clean Heavy pickup for Zen there as Chain made his way to the Mega a little bit early. Again, did delay it a little bit earlier, so about 6 seconds between the items now. Zen, a little bit of a misread there, almost pays for it, but Chain unfortunately doesn't land the rail, and he is struggling 2 of 9 so far. But to be fair, Zen only hitting 3 of 12, so the rail, not really a big part of this game so far for these players, but there's the aggression. There's a rail from Chain. Does eat Tri-Bolt in retaliation, and he is weak after that one, Lethal.
Yeah, that Tri-Bolt was ridiculous. Just a cherry on top to the amount of damage he did previously. Little 34 there. Oh, and he just went straight on in, but Zen's got such a huge stack for Chain to contend with. Nothing he can do here. I like this from Zen as well. Just not diving straight on in, not being too predictable. Good drive by rail there, as it was potentially looking to go a little bit further, but he's going to instead go for more of an advantageous angle and just have that high ground. He's playing this extremely well, just been really patient with how he wants to try and approach this. We know that in the past that Zen has been a little bit too patient in terms of securing some of these frags or these items in general, but I feel like what he did just then to try and re-rotate back around to have a height advantage and be able to pick up these items is perfectly fine in my opinion. He did a good job making sure he's just keeping Chain on his toes and just being very proactive.
Ooh, nice rocket there, but also good read from Zen. Reading the double back from Chain. Still up 1-0. Not too crazy the game. Unfortunately, the rocket will clip the wall. Not hitting the target. Rails missed from both players. Zen taking a little bit of damage on the way out.
Ooh, he's up. Oh. Chain's going to be able to go for that. Not too much hassle, I don't think. Almost uncontested, but the main thing for Zen in that position is the fact that he's got the timing for it. Of course, he was out of position with that audio cube, but does have position advantage on Chain. He's going to go about it, but he actually went from underneath instead. That was a lovely shot there coming up from Chain to do so much damage. And do you know what, boy? It feels like it's 10-9, something like that, considering the amount of engagements we witnessed. And Chain finally ties up 1 apiece, and we're just at the halfway stage here. So, again, quite a methodical approach, but a lot of fast-paced action at the same time. A lot of mind games, I think, so to speak. And that was a great way for Chain to gain the lead. Secure potential victory in this first map.
Yeah, really nice rails from Chain. Struggling early on. The shotgun up close will just miss. Chain tempting and takes the bait. He wants that shotgun blast, but Chain's ready for it with the LG, taking a 2-frag lead. Then able to grab the Heavy cleanly. Not a lot of weaponry to work with as he only has rail and LG. Working his way to the machine gun, and now Chain is really starting to heat up. 27 HP after that rail. Zen is hurting right now. Dramatically increasing his percentage, now shooting 40. Chain was rocking a solid 23, Zen at 26% rail. Both players struggling, but Chain is heating up right after the halfway point. Nice little rail there from Zen as he grabs the Mega, makes his way over. Plenty of time, good tickle. Avoids the rocket damage just barely, and so good stack for Zen now as he's trying to be proactive in the attack towards the Mega. 15 seconds, lots of time to try and get this frag before the item's up.
I mentioned the hit percentage from Chain on the slash, but he took it away from me. I can't believe it. But what I will say is the fact that Chain's been doing a fabulous job of abusing the verticality of the Athena to get out of a lot of these situations. Yeah, sure, slash can be a lot quicker in a lot of ways, but with the verticality, it's still going to be quite hard for Zen to try and secure some of these frags. We've witnessed it quite a few times over the heavy machine gun area where Chain decided to go up instead of the TP to get that nice shot off earlier. Of course, when Chain below top rockets and managed to abuse the verticality once again to get out of a pretty sticky situation here for you. So we can see if it can continue to do that as long as you've got those 2 hooks in play. But currently Chain isn't looking too good in terms of stack, but seems to be keeping his distance, but also using that recovery process to its full extent. Heavy has been picked up. Both items are not really in sync at all in the slightest, so it's going to give Zenaku Heavy advantage once again. The problem is, Chain's really thinking, how is he going to go about doing this? He's going to play defensive the entire time until he feels like there's an opportunity to go for one of his items. He's looking to try and get at least a bit of chip damage, a couple of rails in order to secure one of his items and then just play out from there, adapt and then try and increase it up more. But looking at this, Zen's got a lot of damage taken, but Chain 31 HP. That was a little bit dicey there for him.
It's a really good rail, and this should be a frag here. As Chain, he's pushing it. Can he hit another rail here? Around the corner, the buckshot comes out. That's not going to be good enough. Both players trying to find the frag, and Chain is able to plant him with the rail gun. And Zen, that has to be back-breaking for him. He had him right where he wanted him. He just couldn't land the damage, Lethal.
Yeah, that last rocket and bottom mega just put a complete stop in his tracks for Zen to continue laying down that damage, but still has a couple of minutes left, so it's not out of the realms of possibility as of yet. But Chain has been consistently weak the entire time. At some stage, he knows that Zen is going to give up some of his items in order to pursue prioritize these frags in favour of him. Some good rockets once again. It was a 60, a 73, and a 10 previous to that. Just adding to the tally, but at some point, Zen's going to have absolutely no choice. He's going to have to be a bit more creative and create a high-risk play, and this is a perfect time for it, and Zen does bag that second frag. So, okay, it does look like it is more than possible, but needs to recover quick.
It's going to be a big, heavy pickup here. Zen really wants it, knows it's not safe. Chain will secure it. And with a minute 10 left on the board, trailing by 2, Zen has to play this perfectly. Fantastic rail. Is Chain going to give him an opportunity? No. Mega goes into Zen's pocket. Now the hunt is on, Lethal. We've seen Zen winning the item game this whole time, but the damage game has been firmly in Chain's hands. Another great rail there to keep him at bay. And now it's go time. Zen just has to go. He has to find him.
Yeah, you can see he's left all the hourglasses. He's left quite a few bits and bobs in order to try and do his third frag, but he really needs to get it in the last 20 seconds. If he doesn't, he's going to be absolutely toast going into the second map. Maybe have to find him here. Will he be able to, though? He's got an inkling. He picks up the mega, still getting the items in the process. It's the first one. That's going to be so important. He's got the mobility to do it. Just depends on if he can abuse that verticality to get away. And Chain is trying to delay things as much as possible. And this is what I mean about the verticality here. Still managed to get away once more. But the problem is, Zen has picked up that third frag. 15 seconds left. Will he be able to find him for you?
I think he spotted him just barely. Chain has to play this perfectly. There's the hook. There's the rocket jump for the cutoff and misread a little bit. There's a rail, but he misses, and the LG should be able to keep him at bay. 33 HP, and that'll be it. Chain with the shaft to keep Zenaku out and win by 1 frag. And man, I am really good at predictions. I am really, really good, Lethal. I am terrible. I apologize for the caster's curse. But well done to Chain. Well played. Fantastic showing on Blood Covenant. That was a hell of a game to start this set.
It really was. It could have gone either way considering what we saw so far, especially during those first 5 minutes where it kind of felt like it was very fast paced. There was a lot of agility involved, but nothing was happening in terms of like the frag end. There's a lot of damage here and there, but both of them just recovered perfectly. How do you see fit? They reposition themselves how you want to. But Zen did what he did in the last minute and a half, as any Quake player would. Is the fact that this be over aggressive. Whatever happens, happens. Of course, get the items in the process if you do get the opportunity to, whilst looking for your opponent. But there's only so much you can do, I'm afraid. And then he kept it as close as it can do. Chain did a great job having that defensive posture and just wasting time in numerous different ways. And that's what Blood Covenant can be like, I'm afraid, for him. And with the Athena, it doesn't matter if you have 3 hooks, 2 hooks. At some stage, it looks like he's able to still secure that victory. And this is a very good start for Chain, though. It's a lot better than I kind of expected. And I was hoping he wasn't going to end up in the blender or anything like that. But it seems like he was perfectly fine looking at this so far. Nearly 42% accuracy with that rail against a slash. Can't complain at all. And I do believe he had roughly about 400 more damage compared to what Zenaku had.
And for those playing the home version, if you care, if you want to justify anything in your heads, it wasn't NA server. So, both players struggling with the rail early on. Chain able to kind of get a grip on it, literally, and hitting 41%. I think that's what tipped him over the edge. Also, fantastic LG work there near the end. But yeah, bouncing back is now the situation for Zen as he faces potential loss of the set 0-2 to Chain. Close call on that first one. Chain able to take it 4-3, and now we're going to load up Awoken here shortly. Ranger versus Nyx. I don't know, Lethal. What do you think about this matchup?
I always worry when I see a Nyx in play for whoever has to face up against him. But with the Ranger, of course, you've got a lot more openings, you could say, to create. But the problem is, with that Ghost Walk, we damn well know that's going to be a lot more used for the defensive purposes. Maybe to prep for some of his items, depending on what timers he has for them. But it's really tough. And we see a lot of Nyxes on Awoken, and it can be tough to comprehend with in terms of like what to actually do and what strategy to try and what's viable, and that so to speak. But I think Ranger is probably one of the safest picks, isn't it? Especially any kind of close range combat fights, or trying to grab some of his items in the process, or to try and get away. So there's a few remarks you can make about the Ranger, but the Nyx, it may cause Zen a few issues, and I would like to see exactly what he's going to do in order to continue to have that top mid control, to contest these items, to have the rail option in order to try and keep away from the heavy. Lots of numerous different pieces here and there which could add to the table for him. But yeah, this Nyx is going to be a bit of an issue for Zen, but we'll have to see how he can deal with it.
Interested to see how it shakes out and if Zen can send us to map number 3 for the decider. Again, I like the Ranger pick a little bit, but Chain, I mean, if he plays defensive like he did and he uses that Ghost Walk appropriately, this could be a 2-0 in favor of Chain. Breaking out of the 0-2 start of the season would be fantastic. Zen looking to try and come back, win 2 in a row, and still keep that flawless streak alive for Season 4 of the Quake Pro League. But I heard the noise, Lethal. We're going to load up here shortly. It's going to happen. We're going to see the map and looking at the predictions. Let's take a quick peek. What do you think, Lethal? What do you think?
What, just for this map or the series?
Just for this map, because it's looking like 53% in favor of Chain, 47% for Zen. So stock is rising for buy Chain now. It's hot. Hot right now.
We've had a dip, but we know there's going to be a full run for it. So
Yeah.
I reckon, I still think Zen's got it. I still think he has. I still think he can make something work with the Ranger, depending on how well we can bait out some of those Ghost Walks. But I could be wrong. What do I know? What do we know actually going into this?
I don't know anything. So that's the only thing I do know is that I don't know anything. I feel like Zen, he played a fine game. The issue was he wasn't hitting his rails, and he plays a lot based on the rail. I know that he's adapting his game more and more and adding more elements to it, but I still think he's heavily based on the rail. That opens up his game, and since that suffered, I think that kind of led him to try and use LG and rockets more. And then with the Athena play that Chain had in the defense, it just kind of it didn't work well. The adjustments halfway through weren't there, and then Chain's rail heated up, so it just kept him at bay. We'll see. Maybe Zen can hit better rail on here if everyone in chat wants to freak out and be like, well, it's an EU server now, it's all different. Whatever you want to think. I don't know, but I'm excited to find out, as I guess I kicked out a power cable, so we're just going to wait a little bit, Lethal. Sorry. I like building suspense. I love it. That's what I do. Look at this face right here. Face of failure. Very exciting, though. Very exciting to build the suspense as we are momentarily going to get into map number 2.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. Like, it depends how this is going to shapeshift, really, in a number of ways, isn't it? I did mention before that with the Ranger, there's a lot of viable options. You can get away in numerous different ways with the Orb, as well as using it for the damage. But for the Nyx, though, it is tough. It really is. But both champions can use the hourglasses effectively in a lot of ways, depending on how much they're going to use their ability. So it's not like he's using the Doom or something like that, where he's not really going to favour him for the hourglasses that much. It's his Nyx free roam to pick him up whenever she pleases. But yeah, it depends how Chain is going to play in terms of his style with Awoken against the ratio from Zen. We'll have to see. But I can't change my prediction, can I, for you? Let's be honest. I said Zen 2-1. I can't just not. But then again, You've seen the trends coming out. Zen's pretty much 1-2-1 every week so far. So we might as well keep the trend going.
Sure. 60% in favor of Zen, 40% for Chain, as we're waiting on the players
The
to
EU
ready up
server
here,
mention. You threw that in there, didn't you?
I didn't realize I dictated the markets that hard. I don't know the power that I have. The power of this beak, Lethal. It knows no bounds. We'll see, though. We'll see. Chain is playing really well. I do like the Ranger pick, but again, Doesn't really matter what I think. So it's all about how the players play, and Chain is really showing up on map number 1. We'll see if he can keep it up through the set. As again, we're slowly waiting on the players to ready up. They have to be ready, chat, okay? Otherwise, what's the point, right? They want to bring their best every week. Just be patient. Have a snack. I don't know. Eat a cracker or something. Maybe some water.
Have a brew,
maybe an apple. Is that what normal people eat, Lethal? I don't know. What's a banana? What does that even mean? I don't know. I only like pineapples.
Could mean a lot.
It's because...
It's the issue, see. It's the issue. But things though, with me, probably brew, a tea, a chill. But maybe you can help start the game.
A nice cuppa? Did I say that right?
Yeah, a cuppa will do.
Nailed it.
Yeah, a brew or cuppa. Brew or cuppa, that would be.
I will use this opportunity, since we have downtime and no one has a choice, to preach that we should see more Keel picks. And I'm going to lobby to the commissioner that Keel should be a mandatory pick in the set at least once. I'll talk to 04 about that later. I'll set up a meeting, because it's wrong, Lethal. It's wrong that we haven't seen Keel today yet. So very hurtful to me.
And do you know what? I can feel your pain a little bit. I can feel the sadness in you.
Can you? Well, you will. Play your cards right. 60% again for Zenaku, as we are waiting for the players to ready up and get ready, get set, and then we can go, chat. Just hang in there. You're doing great. I'm proud of everybody.
You could just start it for us, you just building the tension, knowing that Zen's down 0-1.
If we're waiting longer, Lethal and I are hopping in. We're going to see a caster match right now. We'll see it. Nobody needs to see that. Nobody needs to see that. As we're going to take a look at the little recap from map number 1, what we have ahead and what we have right in front of us here is, again, Awoken will be the next map, Ranger versus Nyx. If Zenaku can win this one, it will be the decider on Ruins of Sarnath, which will be Galena versus Sorlag, which should be spicy. I mean, we love to see a Sorlag. It's getting a little more rare nowadays, but I think on Ruins, as you mentioned, fantastic pick. We'll see, though. Zen still has to overcome this challenge of winning map number 2, so we can go to map number 3 as the decider. And imagine a world where Chain clean sweeps Zen. I would never have predicted that.
Well, think about it. Tox did take down KRON earlier, 3-0, which is just madness in itself. That's a mammoth challenge for most people, really, in this Quake Pro League. But for Chain to do that, I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility. It's not like, at some stage where, depending on how he's been playing on the off-season, like how he's been leading up to this series anyway to behold. But, looking at it so far, having a Nyx in Awoken, it could be very strong in itself. With Ruins, though, I do feel like Zen does have the advantage with the Galena. It just depends on how proactive Chain is cleaning up these totems, picking up these hourglasses, how well he is with that defensive purposes, with the spit, going for the heavy. There's a lot of little things here and there which we're going to keep a very close eye on, but at the same time, his aim seems to be pretty solid, rock solid, actually, considering what we saw in that Blood Covenant game. Like, even though it was 42% against a Slash, so difficult. And Zen was making it really tough at every opportune moment, angle which Chain was trying to take, and still managed to hit some of them, which was just ridiculous. And if he missed like the odd 1 or 2 on the odd occasion, that's it. He would have had his trousers down, and then there's nothing he could have done. He would have to try and put his finger out, and then that would have just gone one thing to another. So yeah, it just would have been adding on to the plate, really, so to speak. But I'm looking forward to that third map. But the second one, the Ranger versus Nyx, it is still a tough call. It just depends. It's all going to be based on how Zen's going to approach this matchup, isn't it? In terms of biding his time, feeling the game out during the first couple minutes, and then just go from there to try and at least bait out a lot of these Ghost Walls.
There's so much to break down with what you said about trousers being down and pulling fingers out. I think we're going to throw to a quick break while we sort this all out. It seems like a maple syrup situation. We'll be back as soon as we can with map number 2 between Zenaku and Chain. Thanks for hanging in there. You don't have a choice, but we will see you as soon as we can. Welcome back. I think we're sorted, Lethal. Sorry about the technical difficulties. This is Quake Pro League Week 3. We are in the middle of Zenaku versus Chain, about to go live on map number 2. And just a public service announcement, make sure the maple syrup goes on the pancakes, not the packets. It slows down the internet. You don't want that, chat. But awoken shortly between these two, Lethal, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to be exciting. It's poetry in motion. We're doing it.
Certainly is indeed. We've been picking this map apart for like the last 5 minutes or so, just dissecting what potentially could happen. I think we've rolled out almost every single circumstance, possibility, prediction, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I still feel like Zen is going to do this series in 2-1, but it depends on what happens on this second map. I feel like the third map with Gleaner's Sorlag matchup for Zen work more ways than one, but he needs to get his early frags and keep his totems in check. But for this one, it depends what Chain does with his Nyx. But even then, though, for Zen, we have to keep more eyes on him to see exactly what he does with the orb, how he's going to try and buy out the Ghost Walk, as I already mentioned, keeping an eye on his hourglasses, even though he doesn't need them or require them as much. I don't know how often he uses that orb, of course. But yeah, this should be a feisty one, because that last one was a very close affair in itself. Zen could have easily made that comeback, considering the circumstances. But enough chatter, because we've been doing that for the last 15 minutes, haven't we, 40? So let's get into this second map. Currently Chain up 1-0 in the series. Intel woken, and we're going to see whose perspective it's going to be. It's going to be Zen starting things off.
Starting off on a Zen indeed, and you got to wonder, a little bit of an extra break, a little bit of a breather for Zen. Maybe that's what he needed. Maybe Chain's momentum is gone. Who knows? But map number 2 is live between these two. Zen prioritizing the unholy trinity, already has everything he needs, and the dire orb as well, just missing out on that rail. And again, for those playing the home version EU server in comparison to map number 1, use that for justification however you want. It's another rail miss from Zen, a little bit of rocket damage on the ledge there. Zen just looking for these angles, trying to open up the game with his first rail, and he is just not finding the target, Lethal.
Oh, he certainly isn't indeed. Mega is up, but a little bit out of sync. And that's fine though. Whoever does get that Mega first does have time to contest that heavy. Again, it's going to be an entirely different story. Oh, so look who's actually had the LG out. So Chain did drop down anyway. I think he made the assumption that rockets were going to be whipped out by Zen to try and... Oh, beautiful! Rail there. Trying to go for the second. Trying to grab at his toes here for you. Oh, just barely missed out the chance for the LG to try and make him go flying. But, oh, goodness gracious me. The damage coming up from Chain earlier on. But let's pick up the heavy anyway. Can recover a little bit better than he expected. But yeah, Mega's coming up and he's, well, pretty much is up now. He's just left it for a little bit. Played it quite heavily, and also both items are now going to be heavily out of sync.
And again, Zen wants to open up the game with a rail, but he's shooting 1 for 9 right now, and you can see the rest of his game is suffering because of it. He's missing rails, he's taking too much damage. It's forcing him to use the dire orb just to grab health. Chain, luckily for Zen, misses with that rail, but Zen has to adapt. If you're not hitting the rails, you can't rely on it that much. You see him trying to push in with the LG, a little bit of nail gun, again with the rail, unfortunately missing. That one will connect, though, leaving Chain a little bit low. But the Mega's there, and Zen isn't. So Chain able to stack back up, and that one's an easy one. Now he's stuck. Now it's just a matter of time. Tries to get a little cheeky with the wall jump. Zen cuts off. This should be a frag here with the buckshot, and there's the Ghost Walk. Right in the nicks of time. Can he find his feet? No. Because don't forget, Lethal, Nyx has feet. As Zenaku trying to get this opening frag here, hunting Chain. Nice dodge on the rocket, fantastic rail. Does have the dire orb here. I'm not sure. I think maybe a little bit of a fake or maybe a little bit of a flub with that rocket. But either way, Zen's still firmly in control. Just needs to be able to get this damage going. Trying to get this frag, and Chain is playing this very, very well.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me that Nyx has feet. I
don't want anyone to ever forget.
Well, this is it, exactly. And we were talking about Zen earlier on. Yeah, he had an awful rail percentage. I think he's gone at 0-8 or 0-9 at one point. But now he's going 5 and 15. So he's hitting pretty much almost all of his rails over the last 7 shots. So at least that way he's been looking a lot better in terms of his aim skill with the rail. A little bit catastrophic. He doesn't mind me saying at the beginning, but now this time around he's looking much better indeed as he's easing into this matchup. No frags as of yet. Both of them still has their ability intact. 10 seconds now until this next Mega does here before our very eyes, but looks like Zen is going to have positional advantage over him. Brilliant stuff here from Zen. Doesn't need to do any damage, just try and make Chain scurry away. he has done. And now he's picked up Mega. He can reposition himself back to the heavy and continue to do this pattern until then feels like he's got the right time and place, so to speak, to go for that first frag.
And as you saw earlier, Zen, with the Ranger, able to use the rocket jump passive to kind of catch Chain off guard. That one wasn't lucrative at all, but it is important to note that Zen can make those kind of plays to try and catch Chain off guard. Two nice rails. Chain trying to heal up in the banana off what he can. He might get caught out here. There's a good LG and the Ghost Walk again. Perfect timing right when he needed it. Does grab the light armor, but now if Zen finds him, dire straits here for Chain. Needs to be careful as the heavy's the next item up. Mega's not going to be up for another 15 seconds. Big split. Zen should be able to run the map off the back of this, Lethal.
He certainly could. I mentioned before this map begun for the last 10 or 15 minutes, it's all going to be eyes on Zen because we know that Chain has a lot of ways to get out of a sticky situation with the Ghost Walk, keeping his distance. Of course, him being a light champion, a little bit harder to hit. But Zen, though, he needs to choose his decisions wisely on what routes to take, how to catch him back and forth, and also to continue to contest these items. But he's doing everything correctly right now. He's just waiting for that one opportune moment. With a little bit of creativity in the meantime, you'll be able to catch him and get that first frag. But I'm a little bit surprised there's been no frags as of yet. But as I already mentioned, we knew that there's going to be a potential chance of a low frag game here. Zen is holding up top for now, dropping down to see if he can find anything else, picking up his hourglasses to deny Chain, but Chain's already got his Ghost Walk ability anyway, but this is more for his prerogative. Hits that first rail, and this is his time to use it. Got the rail, but the Ghost Walk comes out again. Gonna re-rotate back round and just reposition himself to contest this Mega, but Zen needs to be careful because he is in that choke point.
This is kind of the versatility we talked about, able to rocket jump, use the Dire Warp to get up close and personal. But Chain, this is a testament to how well he can play defense, as we saw on map number 1. He hasn't really gotten a lot of items. He's rocking 4 major items right now, Lethal, but still able to stay alive.
I said he does indeed. Good damage with the LG, but he gets away with that with no issues at all. Let's take a rail in the meantime, though. 5 seconds until that Mega will hit. Orb is up and ready. This is the first rail though, but Chain does hit his, so it means the stacks are almost equal. And Zen just on his time way for this next night. Oh, the rocket comes out, but he uses the Ghost Walk straight away, and he was actually chasing him almost. He could be able to get this, especially with the orb. As both players, looks like they're not going to take that risk, because both of them, I think, were available at the time. 7 seconds down to this next Mega. Zen, again, always keeping position, always prepping these items early enough, knowing that for Chain, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him before they spawn to try and get positional advantage. But you can see Zen is working out for him, getting that positional advantage for all these items. Another 10 seconds approximately.
And just, this is... Can he still survive? Oh, no, the Tribolt! Oh, I was going to say, can he do it again and survive? And the Tribolt is the one that'll crack this one open for Zen. Chain playing so well defensively. Zen finally able to overcome that, get a frag on the board, and take the lead.
That is crazy, though, isn't it? The fact that we waited for like 6 and 3/4 minutes, and the way that first frag occurred, a Tribolt for the TP. Unbelievable. As now Zen looking to try and make this spiral out of control. You better catch him here top mid with the orb. Will he be able to? Yes, he does. Ooh. A little bit dicey considering the stack difference there, but I like this from Zen though. And we could have been a lot of talking points from Zen's perspective, considering he took a very long time getting that first frag, but it wasn't the fact that he was being very slow or too cautious about getting that first frag. It was just Chain making it extremely tough from a defensive standpoint. Then looking very good once again, feeling himself once more, and has picked up that heavy, so he could pursue at any time that third frag as he sees fit.
Yeah, just insane grip on the items right now. Zen has 26 major items in comparison to Chain's 5. But even so, the score is only 2-0, Lethal. Ghost Walk again coming out, forced out by Zen at the T-Con now. A little bit of LG from behind. The Dire Warp is in play here, getting pushed. A lot of damage coming out, and the rocket! But Zen with the rail right on target. Nice shot there, staying cool, calm, and collected, knowing he's under duress. And still has the Dire Warp.
this is done. Yeah, this is absolutely done. That was a great rail to clean up for that full frag from Zen. Of course, with the starting stacks from Chain, trying to get these items to make a good go of it. It's going to be extremely tough. And with a minute 10 left remaining, almost mathematically impossible at this point. Heavy is coming up though. Zen is going to try and orb up. Even though he fumbles the orb a little bit, he's going to be fine with 11 HP as he was picking up Heavy. But yeah, he's just going to be diving in at this point to try and seal the deal. And Zen, from a defensive standpoint, no frags conceded throughout the entire 10 minutes. You'd think like he's the Knicks considering how he's been playing so far, but Zen has just been playing extremely well. First frag, there you go, Caster's Curse, as I mentioned. So Zen has now got 40 seconds left to play with, but it's already a done deal here.
Yeah, really, really nice play from Zen there. It took him a long time to crack open the defense, but when he finally did, he used the momentum well. Shouts to Chain, though. This is not an easy matchup, especially as the Knicks playing from behind, and his defense looks very, very strong. So, in 20 seconds, Lethal, we're going to get what we always love. We're going to go to map number 3 as the decider for the series between these two. And we'll see exactly what Chain and Zenaku have in store for us. Again, going to be Galena for Zen and Sorlag for Chain. And yeah, no better way to really end this one.
Yeah, not at all. Of course, server-wise, it's going to be a little bit of a game changer. Just a tiny amount. We'll have to see exactly how things are going to go.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
All right.
It's all lies and false. It's fine. Going into it, though, of course, we were talking about the champion picks as well. But before we go into the Galena versus Sorlag matchup on Ruins, we'll have to discuss about that matchup in particular. Now, we know that Zen's had a past where he would probably let some kills scurry away on the odd occasion, but this time round, he did play it extremely well and really solid. It wasn't really in any way, shape or form Zen trying to pursue, not being able to get some of his frags or being a bit too defensive himself. He was playing perfectly fine. It's just Chain was just literally a brick wall, and it was really unpenetrable in terms of trying to break him through. And you saw a number of occasions that Zen did give it a good go. Sadly, he couldn't. But, you know, took, what, 6.5, 7 minutes in order, there we go, 6 minutes 48 to try and get that first frag. Try bolt through the TP to do it. And then once he was able to, you saw it from then onwards. He was able to put him in a blender and just continue on forward and have a cracking lead straight afterwards.
Yeah, and this shot, I mean, just taking so much damage, still being able to line up the rail shot and extend the lead. I think, as you mentioned before, Zen has kind of been victim to maybe not pushing the advantage as much as he should in the past, and I think this one, he bought the right amount of space, he used the items correctly, sometimes leaving them up to gain space and put pressure on his opponent. I think that's a testament to how much he's been putting in the work, reviewing and understanding that that is important, and every advantage you get in duels, you have to press the advantage, and it's not necessarily about just playing the ABC game with items and always being on time. It's knowing the timing is huge, but working around that and adapting to how your opponent is playing is huge. As we take a look at the breakdown for map number 2 on Awoken, 9-1. Zenaku with a fantastic display, and again, sending us to map number 3 on Ruins as the decider between these two.
Yeah, just a little look at the percentages. 50% from Chain, but Zen was firing a lot more, and we spoke about it at the beginning of this matchup. He missed almost every one, and then from the 2.5 minute mark onwards, he just started almost hitting all of them. It was just absolutely incredible stuff to see. And you've got to remember, he's playing against the Knicks as well, and not exactly the easiest champion to try and lay down the law, especially with rail percentages there. What a different kettle of fish, Joe. 4-3 in favour of Chain in that first map. Second map, Zen took it 9-1, considering the champion choices there. This is where I may worry a little bit here for Chain. It's all about him being proactive. Gets that first frag, great. Much bigger advantage for him to be able to decide how and when he wants to go for some of his items or some of his frags. And for Zen, he'll have to be very cautious at the beginning. So wouldn't be surprised if Zen placing these tokens around in some unorthodox places, but also have one in his back pocket to continue certain engagements for these items. But you saw the item control on Awoken. Like, the fact that Zen pretty much had 3 or 4 times more of the items than Chain was just ridiculous. But of course, it is Ruins, a little bit of a different story in terms of how this is going to get picked up. We know that split's mainly going to get used from Chain for the defensive purposes, especially for that heavy. We'll have to really see how it goes and how early Zen will prepare for these items in comparison to what we saw on Awoken, where he kind of felt like he could free roam. He was like going for it like more than 5 seconds early rather than like the usual like few seconds whilst engaging. Just incredible stuff from Zen, really having a lot of thought process on what to do against Chain. He's clearly reviewed to see exactly what he needs to do in order to contemplate what Chain is going to be up to in terms of his strategical value there. But Chain, remember, he's got that mobility, he's got the speed there with the Sorlag. If he does get a couple of frags up, it's going to be a bit of a nuisance there. But at the same time, if Chain has that lead and he's going to continue scurrying away, not fully defensive, of course, but just, you know, being on the back front just to see exactly what Zen's going to be up to, going for some of his items, picking up those totems at the same time. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one going into this final map.
Yeah, it should be. I think that the item spread is going to be a little bit more equal this time. Chain can kind of use Sorlag's stack to gamble a little bit more and press on items. If you fall behind as a Nyx early, you get locked out of the map so easily, as we saw on that. And Zen is just so good with cycling the items. I think he's still going to be on time here. I think Chain just has more to work with. So take a look at a quick peek for the predictions for map number 3. 69%. Nice for Zenaku on this one. And yeah, we'll see. I think Chain is going to be a little bit more aggressive again. The Sorlag has that girth and that speed to get around the map quickly, and also a little bit of acid spit. Who doesn't love that? So I feel like the items are going to be a little bit more even between the two. It's really going to come down to positioning, damage, the rail. We'll see if Zen can connect with those rails that we saw Chain hitting so much of. But yeah, I'd be interested and very surprised if Zen can lock down this map against the Sorlag as hard as he did against the Nyx on Awoken.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, is it? I kind of feel like Chain is going to be kind of here, there, and everywhere, and then Zen's going to have to choose exactly what instance wisely he wants to go for some of these frags. And yeah, it's really tough to call. This is why I said 2-1, because it depends how Chain's going to be playing. He's still playing very well. We know last map, a little bit of a difference, but that 9-1 score did not reflect what we witnessed for the entirety of that. But for a map, let's go 40. Zen versus Chain. We're going to see who's going to take the entirety of the series. Kick off from Zen from the get-go to see exactly what it's going to be up to. And then that Mega straight away.
Interesting spawns here. As again, as a Galena, you kind of have a pocket Mega eventually. He spawns on the Mega side, taking damage early. Chain able to prioritize the heavy. Maybe laying a trap here. Zen trying to make a break for it. And good control from Chain here. T-Con, such a crucial part of this map. Controlling the center board, if you will. 85 HP. Zen grabbing a health bubble, but getting caught out. And Chain is everywhere you want to be. And there's the first frag to open this up very early, Lethal.
This is a dream start now for Chain. Well, almost a dream. Still a little bit of a nightmare because he still needs a couple more frags to his name. But this is exactly what he needed. As the Sorlag, he can now not go too crazy. Of course, he does need to be very proactive, but it doesn't need to be Speedy Gonzalez and try and throw him off in more ways than one. Now, in that heavy position, does have to spit in his back pocket if he needs to use it. He realizes he's there, but not even going to preemptively use the spit either, which is could be a saving grace here for Chain, depending on this next bout. Mega has appeared. Heavy's coming up next 20 seconds, and this is beautiful from Chain as well. He's delayed the Mega massively, and now the fact that both of them are 14, 15 seconds apart now. All Chain's game here. It's his game to lose now, pretty much.
Yeah, back to 100 HP, no armor, totem in the pocket. Nail gun in a dream here for Zen. Does have rail and LG. Needs to be very careful with his moves. Nice fake rocket jump. I don't know if that was a fake or not. I wasn't on Chain's screen, but that was fantastic. Catches him out. LG frag for the second one on the board. And now again trying to force the fight here, taking a lot of rocket damage to just steal the Mega, but Chain tacking on another one. Fantastic rail off the spawn, heating up right now, and Zen has to just stop the bleeding. You can't let this get out of control. This is an opportunity to big damage, and right around the corner chops off the tail, but he's taking acid damage. He needs that health bubble. Does grab the heavy, and there's going to be one in front of him. So that's going to help Zen's cause a little bit, but great start from Chain.
That was literally a pixel, wasn't it? And he was exactly 15 HP. Unbelievable. I actually cannot believe that. I'm sure Chain's probably thinking the same. So now heavy up his next 7 seconds. Zen does have the timing of it. There's the first rail. Then just standing his ground. Does have that totem as well. I haven't really got any totems on the map as of yet. We're just checking to see if he's going to be contested for that Mega, but he's not. 7 minutes left in play. It sounds like a lot, but we know when you're against a champion with decent mobility compared to yours, that's going to be a tough one in itself. Zen took a large amount of damage, but is still in prime position to get this heavy, recuperate, and continue with that aggression.
is able to secure the heavy for free. No damage at all, but as he said, no totem economy going. Whenever he puts him down, Chain is quick to knock him out. So right now, Zen just keeping one in the pocket, now has both items at his disposal. This should be big damage. There's the spit. Nice rail through the spit. Taking a little bit of damage here. Finally negates it. And able to run the map off of the back of that. Can he get to heavy in time? Chain lying in wait. The rocket sends him flying forward. Chain will be able to get the heavy, but so much LG damage, but the rocket returned actually evens it up. Totem goes down. Light armor for Zen. Stacks about even, all things considered. Nice little movement there, and he might catch him out up the stairs. Chain needs to get the hell out of there. There's a rail. LG, will it melt him down in time? Zen looking for the another one, but Chain able to pull out a rail and plant him 4-1. What a shot by Chain.
I think Zen was like 88 HP, so he was barely railable at the time. That's so unfortunate for Zen, and he's probably thinking the same considering the circumstance he was in. And he needed one more opportunity, but Chain does back away again. Mega's up in the next couple of seconds. Got a while until that heavy, and Chain probably doesn't mind that right now. There was no way he could have been able to contest it anyway, even if he was in position, so to speak. Heavy now in the next 10 seconds. Just going to chill on a heavy jump pad to see if he's going to drop down from Mega or if he's going to go on the back stairs. But this is the problem which Zen's going to have now. He's got a huge stack, don't get me wrong. But towards the later stages of this matchup, which I'm sure he doesn't want to be in, so he won't be able to take too much damage because, of course, with the starting stack from Chain, it's going to be even tougher to pursue when there's 1 or 2 minutes left on the card. 60 HP, though. Chain has hit the first rail. Heavy's up in the next 10. Zen's just all over these items, just like the ones on the Woken previously.
Yeah, not too bad in terms of control, but again, Chain is just playing defensive. He doesn't really mind the items. Get the item if you want. When you attack me, I'm going to hit at least 1 or 2 rails. I'm going to chip down your stack, and then you're going to have to decide, do you want to die trying to frag me, or are you just going to go back and cycle the items? Chain with the 3 frag lead is sitting very comfortably right now. Does have the acid spit. Waiting down by the heavy, and Zenaku just putting a big delay on here. And if he puts a big enough one on, they might be synced up, but no. It's going to be just a huge delay. He hears the jump pad, and instead of chasing, wants to make sure he maintains these items.
I was checking to see if Zen's got any totems up, but I don't think he has as of yet. No, he doesn't. He's just keeping that 1 totem in his back pocket just to try and be as efficient as possible in this next engagement. But he's already done so much damage, 60 HP. He could trap him in, and he has done. Got him with a nice clean rail. And he's, apart from the tick damage he's taken from the spit, he didn't really tank too much, which is brilliant. So now Zen can continue this engagement. May not be able to trap him here, but at least he's got info he requires in order to continue this engagement and maybe flank around, stop him from getting this mega. But he will find out that Chain has directly gone underneath. But this is the issue. Like, Zen can't really make too much noise, but at the same time needs to try and pursue him or go for these items. As you can see, once again, Chain just chilling on those back stairs, knowing that the heavy will be up in the next 5 seconds. Now on the heavy jump pad, Zen's just going to try and catch this guy. Knows he's going to be there. Hits him with the first rail, and my god, look how much damage he's on. He's only on 5 HP. Zen looking to try and tickle him in order to get that 3rd frag.
And Chain is just hoping that Zen will mistime something, but he can't get away. This should be a frag. Around the corner he goes. Zen, just a matter of time, just misses out. Tries to pre-fire the rail a little bit. There he goes through the telly, a little bit of a tickle. Can Chain make it? He's stuck out in the courtyard now. Now it's just a guessing game, and the LG will take him down. So the way Chain has been playing right now, kind of putting on the brakes a little bit too early, getting zoned out of the map, locked out. This is all in favor of Zen, and he's able to keep the items. Now the silver lining for Chain, can he make a mad dash to the mega? Does he know that it's up?
Yeah, maybe having this defensive posture early is probably going to be key to Zen's victory if he can find this full frag to his name. No matter how Chain is going to make this work. But if Zen does catch up, then see, everyone's going to have to watch his back and just see how Zen created this chase Sorlag 101. Zen has picked up the heavy. We've got 2 minutes left in play. But at this stage, with a 1 frag difference, Chain just needs to look for trying to get a bit of chip damage. If you can't get the items, at least do enough to at least equal for stack line if you can, in case he gets into a world of trouble. But Yeah, no, Zen's still playing the same game as he did before. Not looking for the overstack, just looking to continue to have up one totem in his back pocket. Heavy's up in the next couple of seconds, though. Time is deteriorating over what we see now. 90 seconds left. Mega's going to be coming up shortly. This could be the first item Chain's had to pick up in maybe quite a while here. There could be opportunity for Zen to do some damage as well. At the same time, that misses such an important rail. Look at the items. 25 items for Zen. Chain has got the 8 items to his name, but Zen's going to be pushing on forward, but we have to see how this is going to work out for him. Again, the totem being such a big deal, but it's going to catch him again here. Surely he's going to be able to take this fight, and Chain gets the trade.
Back-breaking right there, right off the spawn. Machine gun funk rail off the spawn as well. Zen has to be frustrated, but he's got a minute. He's got to focus as he's down by 1. Drops down to get the rail. Mega's going to be up next. Based on the positioning, I don't think he's going to make it, so he's just going to go for the light armor, maybe play for this next heavy, but time's ticking, and he's got to burn through a lot of stack, and now he's eating a rail. That's even worse. Terrible situation here. Ooh, beautiful rail, though, and Chain actually goes down a little bit further. Opportunity for a follow-up, but Zen able to control the heavy and maybe get this next mega and make his attack. It's all a matter of who can start the opening of a fight right now, as Chain just hanging on for dear life. 30 seconds until he could steal this away from Zen.
Oh, good rail as well, but Chain's only on 26 HP. Will he be able to catch you? Just one rail should do it, and he's managed to tie things up with 17 seconds left remaining. And Zen should be able to recover okay here. Just depends on what Chain's motive is here with that nail gun. Look at the back away. The heavy is up, so he can have the items and, of course, add all the weaponry in his arsenal in the meantime. We will get a sudden death. 54 for that last LG. Oh, good rail as well, straight off the second. Maxter hits another one with the spear, and Chain's in a world of trouble. Has dropped down once again. But Zen's in a perfect position here. Mega's up in the next 5. He can go and contest the heavy straight afterwards. If he catches Chain on a heavy jump pad, it's going to be even better. And yeah, this is Zen series. It is going to be 6-5 in the final map here. I'll be honest, I thought I was going to go in for another 30 seconds, but Zen ended the series. Skin of his teeth here for we.
That was just pure composure from Zen. That was really well played. Also, I feel like Chain started playing defensive too early. Once you play defensive, it's fine, but you need to at least get some items. If you're playing with, you know, a regular stack, even as a heavy, you're going to get burned through in 2-3 rails. So unfortunate there for Chain. Pumping the brakes a little bit too early, but fantastic play from Zen. Just staying focused, able to pull that one back quickly in OT and take the entire set 2-1.
We love a good free map for you, and I love it more when it's sudden death. Could have had a bit more sudden death. I was assuming that maybe Chain would be able to get out of that situation and then do his usual heavy jump pad, doesn't get the item, goes to the mega, doesn't get the item, and then it'll be back and forth. I thought I was going to go for maybe an extra couple of minutes, but Zen finally had enough and was just like, no, I'm going to pin you down. I'm going to end this a little bit sooner than most people probably anticipated, considering the ability of the Sorlak. And I'm not going to lie to you, Chain did very well on a lot of defensive perspectives, but I do agree with what you said, though. It was way too early, but at the same time, was he being defensive? Yes. And at the same time, was he trying to go for the items? Also, yes, but couldn't really fully invest into it, could he? Because Zen was always assuming or predicting the position, the angles he was going to be at, and he was there every single time pretty much. Look at that there from Chain, 67% coming out from the rare accuracy from him. And the Zen, though, he had 47.5%, not too shabby at all in the slightest. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Chain was able to keep himself in that matchup. Clearly not from the item pickups, because he didn't have that many anyway, but just doing all that chip here, there, and everywhere to keep Zen at bay.
Really nice set. Really, really nice set. Map number 1, very, very close as we take a look at the map scores. 4-3. Map number 2, I mean, it was 2-0, 7 minutes in. So that score's a little bit inflated just because Ranger, Nyx, and Chain had to start making some crazy plays and just eating rails. And then we have the close set on map number 3, 6-5. So very, very equal between these two. Chain showing off some defensive highlights, but unfortunately in the end for him, it was not enough. Zenaku able to break through the defense, take the set 2-1. Fantastic play. And he keeps his streak alive of being undefeated. 3-0 so far in terms of series victories for Zenaku. And Chain still, it's rough. It's rough in the 0-3 right now, Lethal.
Yeah, it really is indeed. And Chain wasn't even playing bad either. I thought he played extremely well considering what we saw on all those maps, really. Like, even the second map, even though it was 9-1, it doesn't reflect at all what we saw. It was just, like I said before, he was just put in the washing machine for like the last few minutes and he was just done for. It's just, with Quake, these things happen. It could go 0-0 and then it can go 9-1 just like that in the last few moments. It's just one of those things, sadly. But he'll find his series win at some point.
He will, and we hope that he does because he is a fantastic player. But, Lethal, that's 2 sets down. We still have 4 more to go. Why don't we pop into a quick break? I'm going to grab a cuppa. You take your finger out a kettle of fish or whatever you say. And then we'll be back here for more Quake in like 5 or 6 minutes. We'll see you soon, chat. Welcome back, and thanks for joining us for another rendition of Saturday Morning Quake Tunes here at the Quake Pro League. I'm 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Lethal. 2 sets down. We're going to hop into the third here shortly, and it's going to be Sjagib versus Sirius. Lethal, this is going to be a mechanical battle, maybe? Question mark?
Yeah, I agree. We did mention earlier that Sirius has probably got one of the best aims on the planet, alongside Tox. 62% LG. I still can't get that. Literally barcoded into my brain, but this is a man you do not want to have in terms of having a duel, but relying on your combat skills, so to speak. Because this guy can really pack a punch. He can pack a wallop in a number of ways here, 40. But his adaptation has sometimes let him down in the past. But then again, it's just one of those things like, okay, against your usual suspects, he can like do an incredible job to a certain degree. But against the likes of maybe like Raisy or the Raphas, etc., that's when they won't give it. It's not that they can't out-combat him in any way, shape, or form in terms of his aim skill. It's just they won't give him the opportunity or the angles, these little micro bits here and there to actually be able to make or force Sirius to have to do other things, fill out of his comfort zone, and then try and correct him. So the fact that these top players don't give Sirius the opportunity to abuse his aim, that's when he will have a few issues. But for Sjagib, we'll have to see how he's going to perform this time round, because if he can adapt really well and play it slow against Sirius, then maybe he can get the upper hand. But Sirius has been looking pretty good, 40, not gonna lie.
Yeah, not too shabby. Sitting at 1-1 right now. Unfortunately for Sjagib, he's rocking the 0-2 to start the season. And is this going to be the one where he breaks out? We will see. Let's take a look at the maps and champ picks between these two. I personally would love to see nothing but LG on LG the entire way through, but that's not really how it works, unfortunately. But Corrupted Keep, that might lean that way, as we are going to open the set with that. Then we're going to head on over to Awoken, and we're going to end it with Molten Falls. And Lethal, as always, can you please run me through the champs?
Of course I will, mate. Of course I will. Seeing a Strog coming up in Corrupted Keep, not really surprised in the slightest. Seeing a bit more Anarchy now and then, which is another creep up. But with the Nyx now, he's got to deal with a Visor this time round. Of course, we spoke about the Ranger and the Nyx matchup previously with how Zenaku was going to perform. But Sirius, he should be okay now. And the problem is, when you've got a guy with the combat skills which Sirius has, and you've got Piercing Sight, it's just not good. It's just not good at all. But it depends on the timing of when he uses that Piercing Sight, of course, when Sjagib can get out of a dark place with that Ghost Walk. But Molten Falls, though, we're going to see Eisen once again against a BJ, which going to be very interesting in itself. Normally you see a lot of BJ come up and Corrupted Keep, but we have seen it the odd occasion on Molten Falls as well, which is a little bit of a surprise for me. No Galena this time around either. Maybe that's why Sirius has decided to prioritise the BJ instead of the Galena, but we'll have to see. But what we've seen so far, Strog looking very good for Sjagib's side for Corrupted Keep. Sirius, he should be happy with the Visor pick against the Nyx and Awoken. But it's going to be very dicey. I think Sjagib, of course, will have the advantage in terms of the that defensive posture to try and at least contest these items. But Sirius, so aim skill, he's using a guy with dual wield. Like, Jesus Christ, what more do you want?
Yeah, I mean, 1 LG's bad enough. Give the man 2, and holy shit. As we take a look at the predictions, 80% in favor of Sirius, dropping down to 78 for a little bit here. But map number 1, the chat has spoken. They believe in Sirius. I would love to see, I mean, Sjagib has been having a rough go. Last stage, season rather, and then the beginning of this one. I would love to see the ascension back to the Psygod that we know and love. I want to see the shades on, the bandana, chewing gum like Michael Jordan, the whole 9. But we'll see. We'll see. I think Sirius definitely has the mechanical edge here, although Sjagib is very, very good. But we'll see what it comes down to. If he could play a nice controlled game, maybe zone out Sirius, maybe it goes his way. But I think going toe-to-toe with Sirius is not going to be in favor of Sjagib, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do agree. Like, from a mechanical standpoint, I do feel like Sirius can take down like 2/3 of these players, but that 1/3 he struggles with. It's just, as I mentioned earlier, these players do not give him the opportunities. They don't create any openings for him. They don't really give him any angles either. And it's tough when you're in position, especially when you're made to feel that uncomfortable. Makes you, of course, feel a little bit uncomfortable with your aim skill as well. But the Sjagib, I think it might be a different story. I feel like Sirius, in terms of predictions, might actually take this 2-1 depending on the circumstances of this first map, because as I mentioned earlier, it has to deal against a Strog. I don't think Anarchy is a bad pick at all in the slides. I still think it's a very good pick with Corrupted Keep, but we know how difficult it is to deal with a Strog without a rail on Corrupted Keep. We've seen it time and time again. Enough speaking, enough words, 40. We're going to get into this third match between Sjagib and Sirius. and see what is going to unfold. Starting off from Psycho's perspective, picking up the heavy straight away and darting straight towards Sirius's position. Looking at the Pika very early on.
Oh, huge blast of damage. One more, and down he goes. Sjagib off to the races early. The buckshot coming up big, and Sirius just running into LG, trying to make something happen. There's another swap to shotgun. 2-0, 25 seconds in. Action-packed.
Yeah, he's not mucking around, is he? I did witness Sjagib scrimming against Rapha last night, funny enough, to see how he was doing. Some scores were good, some games a bit of a pounding, but you know, any practice is good practice to rectify what he needs to do against Sirius. Still only on 58 HP rather. That's recovered a little bit, but oh my god. Even I felt that LG. It was just so good, especially when he was on the staircase. Not having a positional advantage there as of yet. Sirius now. And that straight away towards Sjagib, catches him.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Literally, couldn't say anything more than that.
I know the chat wants to know. 58% chat. 58% LG right now. And Lethal, we already talked about the LG skin. One of my favorites. Tied at 2. Just about 130 in on Corrupted Keith. There's going to be a lot more shaft on this one for sure. Sirius, nice swap to the machine gun there, making sure he's maximizing damage as he can, and also denying some lights too. So really nice play here from Sirius, staying on top of the items as well. I saw him in the chat earlier when I mentioned, you know, he needs to play more of a full game, try and control the items. And I saw him reply, you don't need items if you're hitting 80% rail. And I guess that's true if you're hitting 60% LG too. Has the inject, has perfect positioning on the Mega, but that's not going to be up for 18 seconds. So Sjagib just has to try and make do, and he's going to go down and give Sirius the lead.
By Sirius, I think Sjagib knew it was coming. As soon as he heard the inject, that was it. It was just a matter of time. But anything he could do was just prepare a little bit earlier when he heard the inject to do a bit of damage. But apart from that, that's been about it. Sirius does survive. Mega's up. Of course, he's going to be up nowhere near. Let's try and go for that. The Eagle at least is taken down to 16 HP. Still got a couple of bubbles lurking. Just helping recover a tad. Has the inject now as well. Whoa. He's up in the next 5 seconds. Oh, that LG, the rocket afterwards. That was a 98 or 99 from what I just saw there. And he picks up the heavy. Went for that engagement. There was no way in hell Sirius was going to be able to contest that.
No way at all. Thinking twice before diving in from the red room here, drops down. I think he saw a glimpse of Sjagib now as he's trying to play nice and quiet here. And good catch with the LG as Sjagib wanting to grab those vials, trying to make something happen with the peak. A little bit of damage, but taken out with the buckshot here. Sirius will have inject in about 2 seconds. Heavy's going to be the next item. Is it going to be a mad dash? He wants to re-up on some LG. There's the inject for a little bit of insurance, and here comes maybe big damage. Last thing you want to run into is Sirius and an LG just waiting outside of a telly.
Oh my god, he's just picked up the Mega. I just made that look so
Sweet
easy.
mother of Christ.
Like, I'm going to check his percentage again, just to have a... So it's on 50 at the moment, but he has fired quite a lot. And I love this as well. Let's have a look at this. So, rocket damage, he's done 99 damage. And then LG damage, 1,379. We're talking like 80% of his damage has just been purely from the LG and nothing else.
Fortunately, doesn't get around the corner. Doesn't burn the inject either, and I respect it. I like it. Using it more for an overstack instead of a kind of lifeline situation here. Nice rocket around the corner. Good read from Sirius, and there it is. There's wants a little bit of an overstack before this engagement here. So he's playing nice and slow, making Sjagib choose. Unfortunately for Sjagib, chose wrong. Pika comes out again, but nothing really doing there.
Sjagib still in this. He's got a huge stack. That 59 is going to do a bit more to his advantage. Oh, sadly just missed on that rocket jump, but looks like Sirius didn't even take the bait anyway, so he's just going to be standing his ground. Can't find any lights to his name. And as you can see, Sjagib just letting us know he's waiting for the next one, even though Sirius one in red room already. 78. Now we're going to see how he's going to try and rotate back around, but it looks like Sirius is going to hold on top mid. Even with that Strog, he's going to at least try and rocket jump and catch him, but sadly he's not. Halfway stage, 2-frag deficit, but Sjagib can definitely make a good go of this.
Sirius taking a look at his items. 6 major items. He's living off lights and LG. He's got 13 light armors in comparison to Sjagib's 5, but Sjagib is rocking 15 majors, but it doesn't even matter. If you're hitting 48% 50 LG, maybe you don't need items. Maybe he's right, Lethal. 5 head plays from Sirius here as he does have a 2-frag lead halfway through this one. And there's a battle right above the Mega. The rockets not good enough, and Sjagib will be able to push through the choke point, get that frag, and maybe even off the spawn. Plasma coming out, but it's not enough. Buckshot to the chest. That's going to tie it at 5.
Start to show the items as well. 6 items for Sirius and 16 for Sjagib. Rotating back around from Redrum, finds him with the LG. In that position, it's going to make it extremely difficult as Sirius is still somehow in this for a fair amount. Even after you destruct, still ties up. That trade was probably the best outcome we could have asked for. The fact that he got that direct with Sjagib only on 99 at the time. Yeah, that's unbelievable that even happened. But some good rockets going for Sjagib. Sirius trying to stay alive. He's only on 4 HP, and Sjagib, rightly so, finish him off with the heavy machine gun.
Making sure to grab rockets. Sirius has him trapped, but he doesn't really have a ton of weaponry or stack to work with. Machine gun a little bit. The damage returned is already just absolutely debilitating for Sirius as he has no armor. Inject in hand shortly here. Rocket around the corner won't land. Uses the inject a little bit early here. Nice peeker play to just try and mess up his aim. The LG on LG Sjagib. Wow, he almost went down with the health bubble, saving his life.
Sjagib must feel like he needs to have at least a double stack to potentially have a chance, let alone create certainty in some of his duels. Okay. Sprinkle damage, but gives him the info he requires. Rotate back around. Oh, good rocket as well. That's going to really hinder. Oh, that heavy machine gun must have done at least 120, 135, considering what we saw there. Sjagib now having to re-rotate all the way back around. Still looking to go for the heavy. We'd be able to get it though, and Sirius, well, weak himself, but Sjagib's only on 6 HP. If he can maybe get him with this Strog, may potentially get the Mega depending on spawn location, but Sjagib's way too far away at this point. Gobsmacked how Sirius to even survive that. LG comes out and then cleans him up beautifully. Now only trailing behind by that 1 frag. If he's up in the next 5 seconds, and he has the inject.
Sit up, baby.
Really nice plays there from Sirius. I mean, really just great tracking, right? The LG's absolutely bonkers. He's hitting 2.2k damage of just pure LG, and Sjagib's flying in with a rocket. Makes the deficit back to 2. Make that 3, catching him out in the red room. 2 minutes left. Sirius has to be careful.
At the moment, with 10 seconds left remaining until this next heavy crops up. Sjagib is just going to continue dilly-dallying around of Mega to keep him pinned down heavy machine gun. The good thing about that, he's delayed it more than enough in order to secure the heavy with ease. You have 90 seconds left remaining, and Sirius is the type of player you would expect to try and claw things back. And great LG coming out from Sirius, some good defensive rockets here coming out from Sjagib, but that's going to be enough from him. Sirius needs to try cover the best he can, but this is heavy. Good to see a role reversal, maybe even tie things up.
Looks like it's going to be free. Sjagib trying to grab some weaponry here. Maybe even hug the ropes. He's got a minute left, 2 frag lead. Putting the pressure on Sirius to make a move here. Nice little rocket jump while grabbing the Mega, trying getting that extra speed boost. And now he just has to catch him out, and the defensive play from Sjagib has to be perfect. A little bit of rocket damage on the way out, but he's going to use that crouch slide to gain space and get the hell away from Sirius. Rocket jump, having to burn some stack. There's the overstack with the inject to try and negate some of that as he waits patiently for this heavy. But 30 seconds left. It's got to be go time. The decisions have to be made, and they have to be made perfectly. The reads have to be all right. And Sjagib is going to get caught out with the LG. This could be dire. The peeker won't save his life. 97 HP off the back of that. And oh, look, there's a Mega. Sjagib delaying his spawn, trying to chew up as much time as he can, but he needs to be so careful. If he gets caught out with LG, he's going to absolutely melt.
Yeah, and he's timed this red room light armor perfectly. He's taking both flights. He's taking the Mega. Heavy's the only thing left
Oh, no,
standing,
caught
but that's not
behind
even going to be
LG.
epic. But will he be able to find it? He's got 5 seconds left remaining. He has the stat to try and distance. Will he be able to, though? No, a trade comes out technically. And Sjagib scrapes, and I mean that, scrapes that win on the first map. And there
My
was
heart,
some...
can't take it.
There were some fights which I don't know how he won, but yeah, fair play to him. As like I said, when it comes to Sirius's combat skills, you kind of feel like you need twice the stack in order to even have a chance to continue to engage or even get the frag. But well played from Sirius, but Sjagib, a great job from him taking that first map.
Really, really nice play from Sjagib there, but fantastic work from Sirius. I mean, just the LG is insane. I think he ended with 2.5k damage. I don't know. We'll see at the end, but wow. Wow, what a first map. Fantastic play from Sjagib, able to take that one out by the skin of his teeth near the end there. You saw that last frag would have been everything to send us into OT, but also just a powerful start. Sjagib able to take 2-0 early, kind of open it up, and yeah, all things considered, I think it was a pretty fantastic map between the two. Very close call, and we'll see if we're going to get more of the same as we get loaded up for Awoken.
I'd love to know Sirius's plan of action, like in terms of his accuracy as well, how he keeps his aim skills so high. Of course, he does clearly do a regimen of a number of things in order to be able to prove why he is one of the best aimers on the circuit, and it really does show. And we knew ever since he qualified from last year's QuakeCon that this guy is going to do some serious damage. We know that there's some, you know, minor things which need to be rectified in order for him to really keep up with some of the big dogs here in this competition, but his aim alone, it's just absolutely ridiculous, and yeah, it's just nothing short of spectacular from the entirety of that series. But going to the next one, though, we do have Nyx versus Visor. This time around we won't see a Ranger coming out, as obviously Zen was playing with the Ranger last time, chain with the Nyx, but Sirius is gonna, you know, we talk about his combat skills quite a lot, or I have been for the last 15 minutes, but the fact that he's got piercing sight, yeah, it's just asking for trouble for Sjagib.
Yeah, it could be a rough ride for Sjagib, but I think the way that he played map number 1, focusing on the items, but still being able to compete and contest LG for LG, I think that's a good sign for him going into map number 2. Nyx versus Visor, the classic matchup here. We'll see exactly how this pans out. I forgot what the first map was on, NA or EU for the people playing at home, just so they can try and justify why exactly what we saw happened. I don't know. I don't remember, Lethal. Maybe you're better at this than
I was checking the
fantastic.
percentages.
I'm glad we're doing our job. Wonderful.
First. It's normally the first thing I check, but no, not this time, my friend.
Well, I'm going to take a look at the predictions while we have a quick second here. 65% in favor of Sirius on map number 2 on Awoken. We'll see whether that plays out or not. I think Sjagib surprised a fair few people there on that one, able to hold on near the ends. And we'll see if it's going to be a close one, if it's going to be a little more lopsided on map number 2. But you think the piercing sight's going to play a huge role in this one? I don't know if it's going to play as big of a role. It certainly can, but I think, you know, I think the temperament with Sjagib and the Ghost Walk are going to be more important than the piercing sight.
Yeah, I agree. And we are, I think the last one was on an EU server as well. All Sjagib needs to do, just not create these opportunities, adapt, and just keep his distance and choose his decisions wisely. But Sjagib can easily come out on top of this matchup as long as he doesn't give Sirius too much room here. Speaking of Sjagib, looking off from his perspective, would he go across with Sirius using that piercing sight? But yeah, we've seen a lot of top players do it. When you see Sirius play against some of the very top players, some of the top team in the top 5, they seem to be able to deal with it with ease, just making it feel awkward and uncomfortable and just not using his aim to its full extent. But Sjagib, you saw he was doing parts of that in that last matchup. Maybe not all the time, but enough to, of course, get that one frag lead. And you can see, look, he's doing it again, just keeping his distance, using the tri-bolt, keeping an eye on the timings, and he's doing everything right at the moment.
Does take an early rail, make that 2, and he has got to get the hell out of there. Wall jump for insurance, does grab the bubble, needs to be careful these angles. He is going to have Ghost Walk, and now, in case things go horribly wrong, the tri-bolt's just tickling the outside of his existence right now, Lethal. Sjagib hanging on, 73 HP, no armor. Both items are up, and Sirius will actually go for the Mega instead of pushing the armor. A little bit of respect, maybe, not realizing where Sjagib is. That puts Sjagib right back in at 0-0. Around the corner, big rocket damage from, well, one of the players at least, but the rail will miss. Sirius able to pick Sjagib out of the sky, put himself on the board.
So unfortunate. Sjagib is in the stacks at the time. Sirius just chilling at that choke point. Does it first. He has time to take him out heavy. Oh, that was perfect timing as well. Now, by the fact that it just gave out the Mega, but I think most people would have expected that anyway, considering both items were in sync with each other. Still almost are as well, about 2 or 3 seconds apart from what we can see. So we can still heavy and contest it. The Mega just by the odd second or two, depending on how quick you can go about it. All the items around up top, and it's just finding his time for now as Sjagib knows Sirius is top mid, and Sjagib looking to see what he can do, see how he can try and rotate around. But Sirius is just very patiently at the moment, see if he can catch him in one of his choke points.
Nice patient play here. A little bit of tri-bolt for information, but again, Sjagib staying out of range. Nice rail. Sirius able to back on to the heavy. 15 seconds until the Mega. Is he going to go up the jump pad? There's the tri-ball pushing Sjagib away ever so gently. Piercing sight available for Sirius. There it is. A little bit of insurance pops it, and now Sjagib caught in a bad way. Does have the ghost walk. So he does get out of there, but at what cost, Lethal? Now that Sirius knows the ghost walk is burned, he's got 40 seconds to play with to try and be a little more aggressive here. 5 seconds till the heavy. And Sjagib actually already by the heavy. Good rockets, though, to keep Sirius out. Nice rail. Can he follow up? Fancy footwork to get out. 96 HP. Oh my God!
The 89 from that last tri-bar, that was absolute madness.
Wow, both players were so weak. Sirius eating tri-bolt for breakfast, but serving up a hot and fresh rail. Another one as well, and maybe a second one, just missing out on those sweet, sweet cheeks. But Sjagib is stuck now in a bad, bad way. Nice rocket around the corner into the LG, and he can't even steal the heavy. That was a beautiful play from Sirius right there. Perfect placement.
It was unlucky for Sirius. Sjagib rather. Oh, the LG comes actually, ghost walk instantly. But the problem is they're chasing him down. He assumed that it was going to go towards the hourglasses, and end up once again 4-0. Now, Sirius still trying to hold the angle. A bit of tri-bot damage. He doesn't get anything, but it's got the info he requires before heading in straight towards this heavy boy.
Piercing sight popped again. Nice tri-bolt. Really nice utilization. Is Sjagib going to risk this? Decent rocket here. Trying to keep Sirius out of the heavy, but he can't. He does do a lot of damage, evening up the stacks even after the heavy pickup now. As Sirius trying to cut him off at Banana after the armor pickup. Sjagib too quick, grabbing the 2 bubbles and getting out of there, but eating a rail, and now this should be easy. There's the ghost walk. Is he going to try and Hail Mary for the Mega? No time. Does see him escape through the Banana. Sirius, a little bit of a, yeah, it happens. Look, that was tactical, okay? Still very much in Sirius' favor, as he will grab another heavy as well as we're getting closer to the midway point of this one. 4-0 in favor of Sirius. He's doing a very good job cycling the items. You pair that with the damage output and his aim, and it's just a nightmare to deal with. Good tri-bolt here from Sjagib, and okay, maybe not that great. Clip the wall and takes himself out.
Okay, hits the first one.
Those fireworks are dangerous, Lethal.
Well, you're not wrong at all. 5 minutes in, Sjagib still hasn't got a frag to his name yet. Just haven't really found an ins. Stopping this rampage from Sirius at the moment. Sjagib's had a couple of opportunities, man. Don't get me wrong, but he couldn't take advantage of it. Mega's up the next 5 seconds. Actually caught Sirius in that choke point. Good tri-bolt coming up from Sjagib as well, as both players have equally. Both just going to go for it here. And Sirius comes out on top. But Sirius didn't really need to take that, but then again, he couldn't really move or go anywhere. It was only the jump pad on non-tool, and Sjagib, he had to go for it, didn't he? He had to get a frag one way or another and take that risk. But he's only got nearly 4 minutes left. Finally gets his first frag, but still needs to try and find 5 more. But the problem is, okay, so I was thinking he's going to probably just burn the heavy, but instead, still able to stay alive. Sirius being very disciplined, trying to hold on to these angles, and Sjagib just trying to throw these audio cues out the window with the jump pad to see if he can back off. But it looks like he's going to be okay. Mega is up. He doesn't get there in time, sadly.
Still connecting with the rail after all of that. And another one. Stop hitting me. Sjagib, buckshot. And he can't escape. 6-0 for Sirius on Awoken. This is becoming a bit of a beatdown, Lethal.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. This is the kind of map I felt like Sjagib would have done better on, and he would have done worse on Quake. The way around like this, but good LG coming out from Sjagib.
Oh my God.
Okay, the Plasma's finished him off at the end. Good first route, and he's got the pace in sight, so it's going to be 2 for 2. And Sirius, lovely stuff here. 8-0 now, 3 minutes left remaining.
It's happening. It's getting serious. 8-0, 5-head plays, a billion IQ. As Sirius, again, you match the mechanical skill and his ability to deal damage with this kind of level of item control. It's just brutal. Now, granted, it's hard to play from behind as a Nyx. Once you get locked out of the map, it is very difficult to break out of that. But 21 items in favor of Sirius in terms of the majors to 6 for Sjagib. Living off the lights, both players sharing 12 apiece. Sirius doing a very good job running this map, forcing out the Ghost Walk right now. Will he read it correctly? And he stays on top. I think he heard him come out of Invis. This should be another free one here, and there it is. Big rocket damage from above.
His first one hit the second for the TP. He would even go for the TP. No, he won't. It looks like he's not even going to bother.
Oh my God.
The 50 from the Tri-Bolt as well. And he's still in that choke. Oh, he's tempted. What do you think? Oh, he does go for it. Okay, so he took the risk, assuming that Sirius is going to stick to the Tri-Bolt, which he did, so it was a good decision. But we have to be real here, 9-0, 2 minutes left remaining. Not going to happen, but just trying to keep the scores respectable. But 89 for the last Tri-Bolt. Just absolute madness. Come out with the LG just to try and polish off that 10th frag. Good rockets on Sjagib, but leaves Sirius on just the 4 measly HP.
Very, very hurt. Sjagib trying to put himself on the board. The Tri-Bolt for defense. There's the Ghost Walk play. Okay, Sirius takes out Sirius. He says, nobody frags me but me.
Oh, yeah, you're not wrong. And he's still got the piercing sight to boot. 1:20 left remaining. Heavy's up in the next 5. Hasn't got all the weapons in his arsenal, of course, but he's got the piercing sight to keep his distance. Let's see what he can find from. He's got the LG. Of course he has. Finishing off beautifully. Back to 10. Now with 1 minute left remaining. Just going to prep for this Mega, but first, try and recover whilst continuing to engage him.
1 minute warning.
Trying to utilize that Tri-Bolt. Not getting a lot of damage that time. Very, very weak. Coming out from the sewers. Here's Sjagib trying to get on the board again. Tri-Bolt will do it. Fireworks today on Awoken, Lethal.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. What a entirely different story compared to what we witnessed in that first map as well. We're looking to survive. Fair play. He did try, but in the rock and a hard place at the time, so it's perfectly understandable. But yeah, this game was done literally 3 minutes ago. Sirius just whacking out the MG. So it's Sjagib rather. A little bit of disrespect and a little bit of fun and games. It's all good. We've got 10 seconds left remaining. So we are going to be at 1 apiece. If we.
Always amazing to go to the third map and have it as a tiebreaker, and also just fantastic to play from Sirius there. Great item control paired with just the ability to hit like a dump truck, Lethal, and that's what happens. Also, Nyx on Awoken, interesting pick. Didn't really work out. Playing from behind as a Nyx, getting locked out of the map, absolutely just difficult to overcome. It's insane, actually. It takes a lot, so hats off to Sirius, but we are going to go to map number 3 as the decider, as you mentioned. And what better way to end it than on Molten Falls? Eisen for Sjagib, BJ for Sirius. Interesting picks. Well, not so much the Eisen and the BJ, really, but yeah, interesting, interesting. You don't see it a lot anymore. You don't see it a lot.
No, you don't. No, not at all. I think the BJ suits Sirius perfectly. I think the Eisen will do absolutely for Sjagib with the methodical approach he's going to have on Molten. If BJ is going to work, you know, this is it'll be a story in itself. I think BJ works on the majority of these maps, like abusing that dual wield. It's one of those abilities which you can use on almost any map, can't you? It's not something which you can only use on certain maps here or there. Like, for example, you can use Destrog on a cup to keep because of no rail. It's a little bit more advantageous, you know, little bits and pieces like that you can pick apart. But for BJ, he is quite universally used, isn't he? He's a good all-rounder for the majority of his maps. And even if it's Molten Falls and one of the larger maps, you know, fair enough. If it suits you, that's fine. If it's not a hard counter, that's fine. You know, long as if it's how you want to perform, if you prefer that pick because it helps you perform better, that's fine. But I think it does comfortably suit his aim skill. alone. But for Aizen, no, he's going to be looking to try and have a, as I mentioned before, more of a methodical approach and try and make Sirius a little bit more uncomfortable than he currently is, because a 12-2, nothing reflected. It actually reflected how it should have been 12-2, considering how well Sirius was playing. But Sjagib, we saw a lot of opportunities which he created himself with that Sjagib. He played extremely well considering what he had to contend with from Sirius. We'll have to see exactly what Sjagib can do now with his eyes, and it's going to be make or break in this third map.
Yeah, it should be very, very interesting. I mean, I tend to lean more towards Aizen and the utility that we've seen out of the Timmy the Turret time and time again. The ability to just set traps, not only off the spawn, if you get really lucky, but also just making your opponent pick between shooting you and the turret, taking that extra damage. It could go a long way. Double damage is fantastic. No disrespect. I just don't know how much it's going to be integral to the victory here for Sirius, or just the play, being able to dominate the map. We'll see. I mean, Sirius just has this way of kind of enforcing his will. So we'll see. If he can get a good start, why not? But we'll see. Sjagib looking pretty good. Well, on the first map, anyway, it was very close. Technically, if you think about it, Sirius has kind of been over the top on this set, so we'll see. We'll see, Lethal. Anything can happen. That's the beauty of Quake, is we can get surprised time and time again, really.
I kind of feel like that as well. There's not as many choke points and Molten Falls, obviously, but that's where we may have to see a bit more creativity coming out.
85% in favor of Sirius.
95% LG. Go on. Why not?
No, I'm saying 85% in terms of predictions. I mean, maybe. Yeah, it could be LG, sure. I'm not that crazy, but it could happen.
Shotgun, yes. LG.
Yeah, 100%. But anyways, we're live. Map number 3, Molten Falls, the decider between these two. And we will see. We will see who reigns supreme. Is Timmy the Turret already deployed on the rail, trying to defend that a little bit? Molten Falls, a bigger map, of course. Rail a little more efficient for the long angles that this map does provide. And Sjagib just waiting, laying the trap.
It certainly is. It would be even better if he had those rockets, but hasn't really had the chance to go for them as of yet. But now is this one opportune moment here. Still got another Timmy in his back pocket as he sees fit. Now he has the timing on that heavy, which was all he was going for. Wasn't going for position, wasn't going for damage, was just looking to see exactly when the time of that heavy is going to be, so he can cycle these items, because he knows when the mega's coming up. It's a matter of how Sirius is going to go. Jewwood has come in play as Psyche is backing away, rightly so, just to try and waste his ability. So, a little bit of a back and forth as Sjagib playing around with Sirius at the moment, as Sirius has had the height advantage for the majority of this and just can't really get away for the last 36. But has picked up the heavy.
Wow.
Huge play coming out from Sjagib.
Yeah, just sneaking in there. Now he's going to make his way onto the Mega, and he's going to grab both Majors and Lethal. Wow. What gives him the right? Denying the light as well. Like trying to lock down the map early here versus Sirius. So Sirius waiting atop the shotgun. I thought he had a little bit of opportunity for damage. There's a dual wheel and there's a drop with the LGs. This is going to be enough. The rocket damage is going to Sirius. No! 1 HP for Sjagib, and that is not how you want that to go. That's hurtful. That one hurts.
It was painful. It really was. These things happen, though. Sjagib just corrected himself. Pretty recover anyway, so it's not being a sheep. This is up. Let's put the info. Just looking to see if he's going to be TP or still around that health bubble. Oh, the turret, the tri-bolt, the rail to boot straight afterwards. Sjagib looking 10 times better compared to what we saw in that second map. So far, though, Sjagib still continuing to do a bit of damage with that tri-bolt. Had a slight advantage of his position, but he's actually going to throw the turret down unexpectedly. But Jewwood does come out for Sirius.
Oh my God.
Goodness, as if that happened as well. And the trade came out, but Sirius gets the spawn. But then again, Sjagib has actually gone for the LG. Will he be able to get enough of it, though? No, he does not. Sjagib had the rockets in the meantime. Unbelievable.
And yeah, throwing caution to the wind there. Sjagib up 3-0. Sirius not netting the damage he needs, trying to get on the board with the frag. There's the trap here with the LG, and that's going to melt him down in the rail room. Put the bead on him, made him pay. Does deal with Timmy nicely. Has to worry about another one here. Oh my god, he got stuck on the map, and that's painful. That one hurts your soul, Lethal. So there's the cutoff and mini banana there. Rockets flying from both players. Oh, nice damage. Tried to follow up maybe a little bit, but opportunity here. Nice read, but he misses with the rocket. Unfortunate. That's the only weapon really that he had besides a machine gun.
A little bit tilting, sadly, but... Oh, the duel. Oh, I felt that. I really did. Kind of like that first map.
Deep in my
when
loins.
he's in that red room. Yeah, literally. And you no, the LG. Oh, wow. Okay, so he had the rocket, which is fine. But I wasn't really too sure he's going to have enough time due to the animation to clean that up. But we've gone from 4-1 to 4-3 in just a matter of moments. Seeing the Sirius looking to still continue to recover, of course. In that dual wield effect. And with the armor, doesn't really want to try and engage here as of yet, but he's getting a lot of damage out considering as Sjagib was just standing there just trying to get an angle. But now with the heavy in play and now having the dual wield, Sirius is looking very solid.
Yeah, definitely back in this one. Trying to read the cutoff appropriately, playing around this mega. A little bit of rocket damage. There's a dual wield, should push Sjagib off. Okay, here we go, taking the fight to him. LG on LG, and then the switch to rockets. Absolutely plants Sjagib. Dead to rights. Well played from Sirius.
5 minutes.
The use of the dual wield, paired with that aggression and just that mechanical skill. Sirius is showing us that, you know, he can use this champion effectively. And oh my god, so much LG. I'm surprised that Sjagib even got away.
Yeah, I am as well. Like, don't get me wrong, I know normally we see BJ quite a lot, respectively on Corrupted Keep, but for a lot of players, he can be a viable option on many maps. He's just one of those characters. He's not like just one-sided on some, but of course, you know, on Corrupted Keep, it's perfectly understandable why characters like BJ Strog does get used quite often. If you're comfortable like Sirius is, then why not? You know, just give it a go. As Mega will be up next 15 seconds. Let's have the dual wield. Oh, he's hit the rail, and the Sjagib is knocking on death's door here. Around here and pick up the health bar. I was going to use the dual wield just in case for good measure, especially with that turret in play. Oh, Sjagib actually did hit the rail. It depends on if he's going to go for it. And Sirius, he had a feeling, didn't he? He had the... Knew there's a potential chance that Sjagib may just drop down and take the risk to try and stop him from clenching for that Mega, but he has picked up the heavy, so I'll switch to the rockets out. Both of them are going to trade. Yes, they are. We've still got 4 minutes left. Both of them still all tied up and really difficult to separate them at this point for me.
Pretty insane trade there. Insane sequence from both players as we are tied at 5. You can get pretty dead even. I think Sirius is doing pretty well, all things considered. Utilizing that dual wield well. Showing off that mechanical skill. 640 into this one. Prime positioning to drop down onto the heavy. Little bit of rocket damage. Not landing from Sjagib as the rails exchange from both players. Neither of them netting the damage they want. Sirius comes out on top with the rail there. Playing patient, making sure that there's no double back from Sjagib as he's already made a break for the Mega, waiting down by that light armor. Fake jump pad from Sirius as he reroutes and goes down from under the machine gun. Spots out Timmy, wants to deal with that nicely. 2 rockets will do.
Three minutes left. He's just been picked up, but will be greeted by Sirius straight away. Just trying to back away. Of course, Timmy's out the question. So there's the dual wield. Round is Sirius is hoping maybe he may try and push out from that angle, but now he's deciding to get positional advantage instead. Actually, no, he's got a bit of TP, but Sirius comes out with the LG straight away. But so many good directs, some good damage there. Clean Sirius up with the final rail and the final nail in the coffin there, and he picks up the Mega, and he's got time of heavy, and he still has the turret to boot. This is going to be so tough. But again, 2 minutes left. Sirius needs to find this one vital frag. This heavy come up in the next 10 seconds and the segregation of the timing. It's just going to come out straight away. The duel with the LG Sirius wins that.
God. Sirius a lot. The shaft is long, strong down to get the friction on. Gonna get another one. He runs out of cells, but the rocket will come out. Big 10 HP using that BJ passive. Never mind. Straight to the Mega. No time for the BJ passive as he does take the lead by 1 frag. And just insane LG. Good God. Too easy rail. Sjagib needs to be very careful not to just give up another frag. A minute 20. And there it is. Another great rail from Sirius as he's stringing him along now.
You saw then 3 back-to-back rails. Even earlier, going for that Mega straight away, leaving those 2 health bubbles because he knew he was going to get the LG spawn approximately, and we're about to get to the Mega in time. Minute left remaining. Yeah, Sirius has had a crazy last couple of minutes. The audio cues here to see where Sjagib is going to come from. But he can play defensively now. It's perfectly fine. He's got a minute left remaining. The opponent hasn't got the mobilities which he needs, but he's definitely certainly got the dual wield in effect. But we could see the last of it now. Maybe at the final moment. See, and he's trying to fight for the Mega. Is it going to be the right play, though? Oh,
wow.
Very situational that was. But 30 seconds left, and now Sjagib has an opportunity to bring this back, but not after that last rail, and Sirius has just confirmed it with that final frag. And yeah, that means Sirius is going to take the series here for you.
Insane. Insane plays by Sirius. Literally just dive bombing with dual LG and making it work because his mechanics are off the charts. Sirius showing the world that a well-utilized BJ can bring any player to their knees, and he'll take this series 2-1 over Sjagib. Wow.
Not too shabby indeed. Even checking the damage count and anything like that. He had about 250 more damage in comparison. 19 items to the 17 of Sjagib. So that was actually quite a close affair in itself. Accuracy-wise, you've got the LG, 48% for Sirius and 61% for the rail. And Sjagib did have 37 and 30 respectively. But yeah, my goodness, those final few minutes. That one major... I did say, okay, maybe not creativity from Sirius, but... you know, a risk would have to come out at some point, and the fact that he just had an LG in hand, dropped down from the shotgun and towards going for that heavy with the dual LG, and the fact that risk paid off and then put him on spawn straight afterwards was the damage dealer there, and there was nothing more he could have done. Of course, how can I forget the 3 back-to-back rails just to add to the tally as well. But Sjagib, apart from all that though, he did extremely well. Even during the first few minutes, he did a great job just keeping Sirius at bay and not getting those opportunities. But Sirius, sadly for him, found him in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you have to just bait out the dual wield and just make sure that you're not going against his LGs, because 1 is insane. 2 is just absolutely brutal. We saw time and time again Sirius. That's the play that he wanted. I'm going to wait for my dual wield and I'm going to drop on you wherever I am with LG because I believe in my mechanics, and he showed it that, yeah, he can make that work. So I think the adaptation from Sjagib wasn't quite there. He took some fights that maybe he didn't need to and maybe he shouldn't have, but big plays from Sirius. He had a game plan and he followed through on it. 9-7 is going to be the final score for Molten Falls on map number 3, and he takes the set 2-1. Shouts to Sjagib. He didn't play poorly, but I think just some decision making, and you know, it is an issue to go toe-to-toe against Sirius because he is a mechanical just beast. So 10-9, 12-2, 9-7. Sirius takes it 2 maps in a row in the end there. But shouts to both players. I mean, hopefully Sjagib can keep on chugging along and play, but he's down in the 0-3 territory. It's kind of rough. Sirius actually boosts himself to 2-1 on the season right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but Sjagib, without a doubt, he played extremely well that series. It's very difficult to play with someone with that who's that mechanically gifted at the game, but he also wasn't creating too many opportunities. But then as soon as Sirius got a few or a couple or a handful, that was it. He was going in straight in without any train of thought at all in the slightest. And even that Molten Falls game, he still played it very well at the beginning, very methodical, very calculated in a lot of ways. He was trying to keep Sirius away in that range game, but not using the dual wield to full effect. But in the end though, towards the end of that last portion of the map, the consistency just wasn't there, and you know, these things happen. But at least Sjagib has a map to his name to carry on forward with.
A little bit of pocket money never hurts, Lethal. Exactly. But that's 3 sets down. We got 3 more to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will have Rapha versus Sib. Don't go anywhere. Lots of Quake to be played on this beautiful Saturday. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to week 3 of the Quake Pro League Season 4. I am 40 Lions, joined by Lethal, and up next we have the Sausage King of Chicago, Rapha, facing off against Sibvicious, maybe Siblicious. I don't know, Lethal, but this matchup should be a good one.
It should be pretty good indeed. Sib seems to be very motivated this season to try and get some work done, and he's done some work. If I remember rightly from the top of my head, he's beaten KRON earlier in the season, I think during the first week 2-1. He did lose to Zenaku, I think, previously to that, but still, he took a map, so it shows potential of what he's capable of. But it's Rapha we're talking about, so again, this is a guy who's going to take no for an answer and sort of giving any maps away, shape or form. But Sib has been playing okay so far, he's been playing well, and I think in terms of how he feels he's doing in comparison to some of the other top dogs, he needs to really... Oh, it's hard to explain. With Sib, with what he needs to do at the moment, we know that in terms of his history with Rapha, he's been on a struggle bus numerous times. I
feel like most players can kind of say that, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Probably at least probably about 10 players.
Yeah, probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest, Quake player of all time across multiple titles. I mean, it's a big mountain to try and scale. We'll see what Sib can do. He's been in the league in and out for a couple years now, since really Quake Champions came out. He's been playing tournaments. He's gotten some LAN experience, so he's not new by any means, but still, facing it Rapha is always going to be a challenge because Rapha's so good at adapting to whatever you bring to the table. Even if you're changing your mechanics, your play style, everything, Rapha can download you like that, and then it's a whole different ballgame. But as always, we need to take a look at the map picks, and I'm interested to see if Rapha is going to ban Clutch outright, and it looks like he does because everybody has to respect the Clutch pick. So starting off on Corrupted Keep, then we're going to see Veil for the first time today, and we're going to finish off on Awoken Lethal. If you could do me the honor of running through the champs for me, please.
Yeah, it's funny you were talking about the Clutch pick as well, because the only players I really see nowadays use the Clutch is Raisy, Sib, and Strong Sage. Apart from that, that's literally about it, but looking at Corrupted Keep already, we do have the Strog coming out for Rapha straight away, which is perfectly understandable with the Anarchy. We've seen this matchup before, but we're going to witness it once again. And both players are also going for the safe picks with the Ranger and the Eisen as well. Of course, Rapha heavily prefers Veil going into this one. And then we've got the Violson versus Nick. So this is actually very typical and very standard champion picks. Nothing really off-meta in any way, shape or form. Nothing really unorthodox, of course, with the Clutch band, the scale band, of course, for Veil, and then the Athena bands on the very last map being on Awoken. This is as standard as they come here for you. No shenanigans here.
No shenanigans. No mucking about, mate.
No mucking about, mate.
In terms of what you think about the breakdown, I mean, is it automatic? It's so easy to just be like automatically, no matter who Rapha's playing, 3-0 Rapha. But if you look at this, do you see anything that might lead you to believe that Sib can pull out some magic? Anything where you're like, okay, that's an interesting pick? As you said, it's pretty standard meta right now across the maps. But do you think that Sib has anything, any surprises up his sleeve?
It's really tough because with that 3-0, it's just kind of stamped on this match already. But the only thing I could think of is that even though Rapha, he's one of his better maps being Veil, or one of his favourites according to him anyway, not too sure if it still is his favourite, but it wouldn't surprise me if it still was. You've got to remember that Sib does have that Eisen, and Eisen can be extremely strong on Veil, depending on how well you invest the turret on certain areas, how you try and contest those items around top mega and top heavy, and you can try and bait out your opponent. We've seen Rapha lose quite a few times on Veil to likes of Maxter and a couple of other players, Raisy as well. But the problem with Sib is not at that level just yet. And the problem is he may have a good idea or a rough understanding of how to defeat Rapha on this map, because it's been a fair few times Rapha has lost on Veil. But I don't think Sib is going to have the capability to not only try and do him down on this map, but on Corrupted Keep or Awoken either. I do feel like Corrupted Keep and Awoken, Rapha does have that champion advantage. And with Sib, though, even though he has the Eisen, the Ranger can pack just as much as a punch as the Eisen can. So, yeah, this is why that 3-0 kind of pops up quite a lot, and I'm sure in a lot of people's minds as well.
Interesting. Well, I'm not really superstitious, but I'm not going to bet on anything or predict anything because I will just ruin everything. So I'm going to let chat do their thing. I'm going to let you do your thing. I'm just going to be present in the moment and enjoy this set that we're going to have upon us shortly. I heard the sound of the buzzer. We're going into map number 1. Taking a quick look at the predictions, and I missed him already because you snooze, you lose here, Lethal, all right? Quake is a fast game, all right? You got to be quick with your decision-making. I saw something, but I guess it's gone now forever. So, like my dreams, dashed in a heartbeat.
Smile, gone, just like that. What a shame.
I try.
But I think we can't beat around the bush here. I assume the percentage is probably in the 90s anyway in terms of Rapha winning this first map. I don't even need to take a look at it. There's some crazy person out there who's gone, actually, do you know what? I know that Sib can take this. And you never know. He still has a small chance. But we'll find out in the meantime anyway. But for just joining us, fourth series of the day, we are going to KRON to keep. It's going to be Rapha versus Sib. Sjagib versus Zenaku. We've seen this matchup before. We're going to see it again. And we're going to see how different the outcome is going to be with entirely different players. We'll be starting off from the perspective here. Finding him straight away as he was attempting to go towards that light. Uses the beacon to get a bit more damage done. Should be able to clean up here. Takes him here and there and absolutely everywhere. Finally cleaning up beautifully. And Rapha will get the first frag.
Yeah, a lot of buckshot blasts, but eventually Shoddy Pippin reigns supreme. 1-0. Machine gun on machine gun. Rocket damage will not land. Sib weak. Rapha about the same stack, but had a little bit of armor, so he's willing to hang in there a little bit longer. On the hunt again with the shotgun, knowing that he could chunk through that anarchy so fast. Sib able to grab that heavy and burn that on the way out as Rapha, again, so good at leaving up items, pursuing his opponent, and being able to fall back on any items that he has. So good positioning here from Rapha. Sib trying to get away, trying to play a little defensive here. Peeker in hand. Good buckshot around the corner too, but the rocket lands perfectly at the skateboard there. Bit of a rock on the way of Sib's path. A little bit of a speed bump, if you will. 2-0 for Rapha. 1 minute into Corrupted Keep.
Yeah, speed bump seems to be a nice way of saying it. Heavy machine gun coming out for Rapha, looking to see how he's going to hit his opponent, but also circulate around. It's going to catch him. He trousers down around that jump pad with the LG. Still good taps on him. Still knows around that tribal area.
Ooh,
it was a
big
little bit
rocket.
with the shotgun, but he's so weak. Only an 8 from that last shoddy. And Sib is going to get his first frag on the ball. Let's see what he can do.
Not bad at all, Sib. Able to get that frag on the board. Keep this one close here as he's grabbing some health bubbles. Knows the Mega's up. Positioning well. Rapha, here he comes for some damage. Nothing is free in Quake here. Peeker around the corner to try and get some damage. Pinning Sib behind the LG, and here comes Rapha through the telly. Big rockets from Sib, but he'll actually miss, and Rapha melts him down with the LG. Just missing out on big damage, unfortunately. Rapha able to take this 3-1, extend the lead by 2, and he's got him in the red room. And Sib has just been constantly forced to use the inject to survive. It's not even an overstack issue. It's just, I need to pop this to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, it's been an understack more than anything so far, but he's still got plenty of time left on the clock. From Rapha, last little 96 with the PK on top. One that comes out for Sib. Fair play to him, he did give it a go, but of course, yeah, he was not going to be able to do much there as of yet. Now Rapha just goes that Peeker once again. Is going to catch. Oh, good direct and clean up with the LG as well. Next stuff coming up from Rapha with that read. Maker's going to be up in the next few seconds, but both items and all fairness are coming up in sync. Some matter of who's going to code for what, where, and how. LG coming out from Rapha. LG also coming out for Sib. Good use of that Peeker once again. 6-1 now in favour of Rapha.
Rapha, no signs of stopping, jumping over the rocket through the choke point, does get knocked into the boneyard, but Sib actually dives in after him and gets a little bit of a float with the LG. 7-1 in favor of Rapha, and Sib has to stop the bleeding. I'd love to see him start delaying some spawns and just giving himself some breathing room right now as he's down early. Still plenty of time, especially with the speed of Anarchy. Picking up the Mega, that's a good start. That's a long way back, Lethal.
And he is indeed 49% LG and 27.8%.
Nice rocket.
Sib. Good rocket indeed. Still not use that big as of yet. Got a good whereabouts or read on where it is anyway. This could be a good one. There's a few shots with that heavy machine gun. Mega's now up. Sib looking to take this fight, or at least try and tickle him a bit more before he approaches that Mega, but the problem is he's got no armor to his name. Rapha's got plenty here using this Peeker. Some good damage as well, the 75 from that last one. He had to use the inject to try get away as well, but how long for? This is the question here for you.
Stack is decent, no armor though, and items are all tied up. So he does get a light armor in the red room, and it's just a matter of what Rapha wants to do. Is again, he's so good at just playing his opponent and leaving the items up. Luckily for Sib, he will grab another clean Mega as Rapha opts for the heavy. Another light armor in his pocket. LG on LG. Sib is getting melted down. Needs to be careful. Great damage on the way out, but Rapha comes out on top again, 8-1.
Shotgun at range. Doing a little bit, but the inject comes out as well. Might as well consider using the peak at the same time. That was a tiny advantage, but... Oh, Nails is going to do him in, but still...
The double back.
To clean him up. It was. And the Mega's ready and waiting for him, but don't forget no heavy... Going the way of Sib. Problem is, though, halfway in this matchup, 9-1. Last time we saw a scoreline like this, when the opponent on 1 was able to pull the way back, was the Maxter versus Raisy matchup at KRON back in November, where Maxter was able to claw back a 8 and 9 frag deficit and take it in the end with the slash. But yeah, this could be an entirely different story here. Sib just trying to do everything he can to bring himself back into this matchup, but still not able to. 10 frag deficit needs to try and claw his way back from, and 4.5 minutes left remaining.
Like the rocket jump there from Sib to make sure that he gets back to the heavy in time. Trying to chase a little bit. The peeker comes out. He's going to be... Oh, no. He can't even melt it down with the machine gun. The starting machine gun damage not enough. Another peeker frag for Rapha. 12-1 now. Shotgun from down below trying to blast him off the ledge. Big rockets into the shotgun blast of his own. Rapha takes yet another one, adding to his body count. 13-1. Shotgun in the red room isn't going to be enough. The light armor in the middle of the fight might do it, but Rapha again. Shoddy Pippin so clutch from beyond the arc.
So being so patient with that shot as well. And oh, the LG comes out from Rapha. Good heavy machine gun damage once again, considering the Anarchy was a little bit slippery around that Mega. He was up in the next 15. Good damage coming out from Sib, but would he be able to continue go down a little bit more? He's coming back for more actually with the 40 coming out from Rapha, but heavy machine gun, both players coming out in that red room. He was able to stay alive. Bag a second frag, but this is definitely mathematically impossible at this point. And as soon as Rapha goes defensive, that's it. That's GG.
Machine gun exchange from both players here. Sib might get the best of Rapha. There's the rocket switch, and he does. 7 minutes in, trailing by 11. But as he said, barring a miracle, I think this one might be in the books, so to speak. I feel like Sib just kind of played it too fast at the beginning, giving up too much of a frag lead. And if you give Rapha this many frags, he'll just play defensive, as you said, if he needs to. But I still feel like Rapha's still going to play the game all the way to the timer the way that he wants. Kind of trying to assert dominance, control the map. Sib is just hanging in there right now. Inject is available. LG comes out. There's the inject as well, but Rapha just melts him down out in the open.
Rapha doesn't muck around at all. He's definitely the kind of player who will play. Now the game should be played for the full 10 minutes without any kind of defensive posture to no bounds, unless depending on the circumstances. 2 minutes 15 left. 13 frags to claw his way back from, but we did say this was going to happen. I did mention it earlier on, but I'm sure made that assumption as well. Problem is, how much more is Rapha going to add to the tally here, making it 17 with a couple minutes left.
1,200 damage with the super shotgun.
That's like the same as some people's LGs, isn't it?
My LG, and I'm really upset that you called me out in front of all these people, but 19-3. As again, we've speculated in the past, and I don't want to start rumors, but I feel like Rapha gets paid per frag. I don't know what deal he has. I'm just saying it seems like it the way that he's playing like an absolute madman right now. Man got bills to pay, Lethal.
That is true, that's true. Maybe some of his liquid contract. I have absolutely no idea. LG's still coming out for Rapha. 22-3. Do you know what? It does feel like that to a certain degree, as Sib, his bag is full frag. Minute left here, 40. Minute left. And the terror stops.
Minute left, and I think, you know, a couple minutes ago, I think the strategy from Sib was, all right, next map. Let me focus in on the next map. Let this one get away from me a little bit too quickly. I need to focus. Because there's still 2 maps to go. There's still an opportunity. There's always an opportunity in Quake. Is Sib trying to fight from down below with the tri-ball, just getting peppered right now. Nice little jump pad fake, but oh, Rapha's right around the corner, sliding into those DMs, and he's like, hey, it's Buckshot. Hi. It's me, your Uncle Buckshot.
Uncle Buckshot, oh, okay.
I love that
That
movie.
would make
It's
it
great.
more interesting, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
With 20 seconds left remaining, Rapha's still teetering on the edge of death, but the peak is going to say no to that for we.
Peeker says nay. 25-3. Maybe a little more. Yeah. Still not done. Again, paid per frag, in my opinion. One day we might figure that out, but as we hit the final timer, one more, and there it is. 27-3. The man out here trying to set records in duels in a rough start from Sib, and I think after, you know, the midway point, it was just like, look, let's go next map. Let this one get away from me a little bit too early. So hopefully he can bounce back for map number 2, but a fantastic showing by Rapha. Absolute domination, 27-3 on Corrupted Keep.
It's unbelievable stuff there from Rapha. 45% LG, considering he hit God knows how many. I think he had about 2,500 damage roughly. We'll check that in a second, but yeah, just nothing that he could have done at all in numerous ways. Just kept Sib in check, put him in a blender for the majority of it. All said and done, really. Just making sure he couldn't get any weapons in his arsenal, eating all these lights, just piling on so much pressure. But the weird thing is as well, is the fact that the items were quite similar in terms of what was controlled. Of course, Rapha did have about 2 or 3 more items in comparison to what Sib had, but just putting every part of that stack into full effect and just using the Pika so damn well. And as you rightly mentioned as well, with the inject, more using it to stay alive in the worst case scenario rather than having an overstack to be prepared for an engagement, and just chose the perfect timing. All about timing in a lot of ways from Rapha in this matchup here, but might be a slightly different story on Awoken, who knows. But yeah, Sib hopefully won't go from one nightmare to the other. Find that surely looking at 27-3, 2,400 damage. Sorry, I thought it was 2,500, but in the end of the day, it don't matter. Just way too much damage on his plate against Sib. And yeah, some cracking stuff from Rapha as always. Nothing we didn't expect here.
Yeah, a bit brutal. I don't know if I expected it to be that brutal, but that's the way it goes sometimes. This is Quake, baby. It happens. But map number 2, we are waiting to get in there shortly. It's going to be Vale Ranger for Rapha, Eisen for Sib. Do you see it going any differently? Do you still feel like the frag deficit's going to be that big? Are we seeing a closer game, Letha? What do you feel deep in your loins?
In my loins, mate, I think it's going to be relatively the same, but I think the scoreline is going to be a tad different. I don't think he's going to get as many frags, but it depends how Rapha's feeling, really. If he fancies a 30, then go for it. You know, it seems to be his on his agenda anyway, compared to what we just saw in the first map. But yeah, it's a lot more, you know, it's, with all the choke points and narrow corridors, I think Sib's going to try and keep his distance and trying to use that turret, but yeah, it's going to be tough. And when you've just lost by a 24 frag margin, you kind of start second guessing yourself a little bit, aren't you? But he knew this was going to happen. He's got no pressure. He knows and understands that this is probably what was to be expected, you know, not just from himself, but from the rest of us. And if it could take even just one map, you know, fair enough. Great, you know, it'll boost his confidence even if he loses out in the series for his future matchups. But can't really see it happening for him. I don't know what you think.
I feel like the rail coming into play might be a saving grace for Sib. If he can start stringing together some rails and play the distance game and slow things down, because the problem was a Corrupted Keep. It was just so fast-paced, and, you know, 4 minutes in, you're down by 11. I mean, it's really hard to overcome that. So I hope that the rail plays a big part in Sib's game, defensively, being able to kind of posture a little bit better, keep the pace more to his liking, which is a little bit slower. Taking a quick look at the predictions, 89% in favor of Rapha for map number 2. I mean, you do have to be a little bit crazy to bet against Rapha, no matter who he's playing. But surprises are always for Saturdays. I don't know if that's a thing. But here we are, map number 2. We're going to start off on Rapha. Got the Dire Orb in hand, got Rockets, got LG, and he's got a clear path to the Mega. Does take a rail initially, and so much LG right off the bat. Also could follow up with the Dire Orb and does around the corner. There's the Timmy the turret. The Rockets coming out, and Sib actually takes the first frag.
Yeah, the fact that the turret was directly in front of him, just taking the brunt of that damage as he was still using the LG, that was just... I don't know how he came out of that one. I have to watch that one back. But maybe don't. We'll be up at... Oh, there's 2 rockets back to back. That's... Do you know what? That's a momentum killer. That is a momentum killer in itself. And then taking him down straight afterwards, knowing that the Mega's coming up. Yeah, what a shame. considering how much of a great start he had at the beginning.
But machine gun damage does get a rocket trying to fade away. A little bit of rocket damage on the way out as well. Not too bad. Wants to try and safely get that rail. Rapha just missing. Good news for Civ as he can maintain that stack, and now he has that rail at play. Great rail. There goes Timmy. The rocket actually knocks him off, so the heavy should be free for Rapha as he makes his way over. There's the rocket jump, utilizing Ranger's passive to ensure that he gets the mega. But again, he's delaying nicely. He's doing damage. He's falling back, and he's hitting fadeaways. The man is crazy.
Not long at all. 10 seconds until this next heavy appears once again on a respawn. But Rapha is in position. He's just waiting for this light to spawn, but he has managed to bag it. And has got another one. I don't know how this fight is going to go. Manages to get it, so he's not going to have to deal with too much. But saying that, oh, he has to be careful. I thought he was going to use another rail, but he was available at the time. Oh, Fortin. Oh, what an orb. 4-1 now in favour of Rapha.
Hit him with the Hado. 4-1 in favor of Rapha. As Sib is utilizing that rail as I suspected. He's trying to play defensive, but the spacing isn't exactly perfect. But definitely, it's an equalizer here for Sib. As if he can utilize that rail a little bit better. Nice rail, just like that. There goes Timmy. A little bit of rocket damage around the corner, making Rapha have to second guess this, but nope. Rocket's taking him out, swaps to LG, melts him down 5-1 in favor of Rapha.
Lovely. Just continue to stick to Rapha's POV. Oh, that missed rail, but 100 from the shotgun. Oh dear, the LG just to try and clean things up. Oh, okay, Sib did have the opportunity there to try and draw back a second frag, but sadly for him, just missed out. Using the orb to pick up the mega just for extra insurance. Hasn't got any readings or info on where Sib will be. Will do now. I'm backing away from that tri-bolt. No more turret. Sib, as we're approaching this heavy. Heavy will be up in the next 5 seconds. And a little bit of damage. Sib from that with his rocket. Good tri-bolt damage though. Has to completely back away. And I kind of feel like it's just a matter of time, just delaying the inevitable. As he does hear him, could go for the rail shot. Oh, just managed to get away. And now it's a margin, but tends to go for the mega. Oh, okay. Even with the stacks, I was surprised that Sib was able to do so much damage. But Rapha again takes him out. 7-1. Almost 4 minutes in, and does have the orb put to good use. Depending on this, how this next bout's going to go.
And Sib is able to get Rapha low, but the way Rapha is taking these fights and positioning, after he gets the frag, he just has a major item up waiting for him. And it's very purpose-built strategy by Rapha. He's playing this map extremely well. Sib down by 6, 4 minutes in, but he is utilizing the rail well. He just needs to be able to close out on some of these frags and get some momentum going. Nice distraction with Timmy. There's the Dire Orb, though, to close the gap. As they're trading places out here after the Mega Scoop. Wants to get better positioning on the heavy, and Sib now has to make his way through the Thunderdome, and it's going to be a lot of lightning waiting for him.
Hey. Oh, okay. So he was still trying to contest it, but short-lived, sadly. Oh, another great rail from Rapha, trying to make it a second Malik. So he's going to play it safe with the shotgun, but Sib's still trying to fight back with this rail. But yeah, just a matter of time at this point. Nearly at the halfway stage. Mega is up, and that's going to be gone for straight away. Clears up the turret. Sib's going to pull it through. Yes, he does, but it's going to be greeted by that direct earlier on. Rapha's going to see if he can try and get another angle. 2 seconds until his next heavy's going to be up. Great tri-bolt, 72 from the previous one. I'll back away again, but again with the tri-bolt on the heavy back to back. So much pressure considering he's on the defensive, trying to position himself for that heavy.
So waiting patiently to Telly exit. Wants to get a little cheeky, but the tri-bolt. And Rapha says, "No, I'm good, man. I know. I have the Dire Orbs up to grab that Mega." Does eat a little bit of tickle of LG as Sib has to back away now, down to 19 HP. Ooh, the tri-bolt just clips him.
He's going from...
Oh, he's going to float? Nope.
Strength to strength for Rapha. Worse for worse, isn't it? 40, dearie me. 12-1 now. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, probably similar situation, different outcome, as in scoreline, of course. Not different outcome as in Sid being able to take this. But yeah, it seems like Rapha's wanting to try and go for another 30 frag if we can, but I don't think that's going to happen. He's waiting for Sid to go to TP. Another direct through the portal. Rail straight afterwards. Picks up the heavy, and Sib suicides because, of course, he wants to try and get himself out of a bad situation and get the recovery process. Exactly. But you know what? Rapha saw that clear as day and didn't do him any favors. But fair play for Sib to try that.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's just brutal. There's nothing you can do. You're 6:30 in, you're down 14. You're facing Rapha, and he will never stop until you ring the bell. So, pain train's coming, Lethal. It ain't gonna stop.
It's not. It was. I think Sid was thinking the nightmare's over. Maybe to a dream matchup.
Oh my god!
But this time round, the nightmare
It's a boop.
continues.
He got a boop.
Oh dear me! It's such a shame as well. But hopefully this won't Sid
Nice
off
rail.
too much here. Yeah, good rail indeed. He is railable at this point, but yeah, of course Rapha's gonna put a stop to that with the orb and the shotgun combo. Coming up the jump pad, but Sib knows it's over. You know, he's not silly. He's just trying to at least claw back a couple of flags to keep the scores respectable, but he just can't. But
On the board, Lethal, we did it.
Yeah.
We did it, Reddit. Don't you ever count out Sib, okay? One frag against Rapha. I would be so happy if I can get a frag against Rapha. I don't think I could.
You have done that.
I don't know. I don't remember. 19-1 now. As the Mega is secured, and oh no, he gets floated, riding the lightning all the way down. It's going to leave a Metallica taste in your mouth. 20-1, 8 minutes in. A little brutal, I'm not going to lie. And if this is Rapha's favorite map, he's showing us why. Although the last time he said that, Dan was quick to point out, you've lost every time you've played it. But that's neither here nor there. That's in the past. Absolutely brutal play from Rapha right now.
It's peculiar though, isn't it? Because it was actually him who said it. Like, it was him who mentioned it. But statistically, it probably is one of his worst maps. But maybe he just really enjoys it and doesn't really care win or lose.
Oh my god, the rail. This dude's hitting 56% rail.
Are you surprised?
I mean, Rapha's not known for his rail play necessarily, but he's hitting big damage right now. It's mostly the control, but he's also just laying down the hurt right now.
He certainly is. There's absolutely no stopping him at the moment. Unless he gets traded out, waiting for the directs. Won't get it this time round. Misses out on the Mega as well. Sib finally claws back with a second frag, but we know it. Everyone knows at home. Pretty much knows at this point. 24-2 minutes and left remaining.
Almost getting a jumping rail here. Sib has to be a little bit careful. Going up. But at this point, you have nothing to lose, so YOLO, send it, and Rapha's able to melt him right through the telly. And Sib has played that position so many times that Rapha's a little, like, just aware of everywhere he might want to be. Good frag from Sib there. 25-3. This will count down the final 30 seconds of this one. And it's looking more and more like it might be a 3-0 Lethal. I don't know. I have a hunch.
What makes you say that? What makes you say that?
I don't know. There's just a feeling that I'm getting. I have to trust my feelings sometimes. 25-4 is Sib. He's getting some frags near the end here. That's good to, you know, keep that accuracy up. Keep your mouse hand warm as you're going into the third map, because put a little money in your pocket, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Why not?
Just take it one map at a time at this point. 3 seconds left, 25-4. Speaking of 4, he's left on 4 HP, and that's going to be it for the second map here between Rapha and Sib. Still got one more left to go. Confirm that 3-0 victory to see if he does manage to secure it. But will he? Well, the scorelines, yeah, it's looking like it at the moment, but we'll see.
I think it's going to be close. It might be close. It's going to be Visor versus Nyx on Awoken. Rapha has the Visor. Name a better duo, first of all. And Sib is going to be rocking that Nyx. But as we take a look at the highlights, yeah, this was once again all of the Rapha show. The first frag, look at this chase, though. Sib throwing down the turret, using it as a bit of a blocker. And then it was, after that, it was all bad. It was all wrong, so to speak.
Yeah, that was definitely a momentum killer in itself. The fact that So he was going for that light, trying to at least, he knew he wasn't going to go for the heavy, but to try and contest it and do a bit of damage so he can prepare for the heavy, for the mega straight afterwards. A direct, and then a 70-something just to polish it off nicely for his first frag. And Sib probably scratched his head thinking, my goodness, he could have got that first frag any other way to get back control. He had to get a direct, and he had to get that 70-something damage at that angle in that position as well. It's not something you normally see, but yeah, a little bit unfortunate for him. But yeah, it's like I said, it is a morale killer at times. And you know, first map 27-3, now going 25-4, not looking too good. It does mean that already in the last 2 maps, Rapha has been able to pick up 52 frags total.
Quick maths.
Not bad.
I was bringing up my calculator, so.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's a whole bunch of frags. That's a lot. That's a bushel or a kettle of fish or whatever you say all the time. But yeah, I mean, what do? You're going up against one of the best, again, if not the greatest player of all time. So I think, again, it comes down to Sib has to be able to try and slow things down as best he can. On Awoken, probably has a better chance. Veil a little bit closer of a map, close quarters in terms of that. Corrupted Keep, there's really no way. I mean, you have to play hyper defensive around corners. Awoken, maybe there's a shot. You got the Ghost Walk in your pocket. You try and utilize the rail. You play distance. You use the Ghost Walk when you need. And I think he could slow it down. I'm not saying that's going to change everything, but I'm saying, in my opinion, I mean, it's just too much, too fast, because Rapha's so good at controlling off the spawn as well. So if you're not delaying your spawn against Rapha, you're essentially giving him at least a free rail, if not more.
You literally are. And now the fact that Rapha's selected Visor, it's just to make the maps worse, isn't it? Of course, you can use the piercing sight for numerous ways. Prep for the items. Of course, to find the Ghost Walk if he does try and get away for defensive purposes. You may even see Sib using it aggressively. Like, you can do it on Awoken. We've seen it a number of times. It depends on the style of player you're against. But the fact that Sib needs to try and out-adapt Rapha with the Visor is going to be an extremely tough road for him. And scorelines, it may not be as large just due to the Ghost Walk, but apart from that, don't be surprised to see the exact same spectacle we've witnessed over the last 2 maps. But let's find out. Let's find out as we go into our last and final map in this series between Rapha and Sib. It's been pretty one-sided so far, but we'll see if Sib can claw this last map and get a bit of chunk of change here. We'll find out soon enough. Rapha's now going to be top mid. Already picked up the mega. Already done oh my god. He's already done 105 from that last try, but still doing a little bit more. But already looking good in terms of an early start here for Rapha.
Hit him with the Sports Center update. 92% in favor of Rapha for this map here. And yeah, I mean, Rapha is just the end boss, but then Rapha on Visor is a super end boss. It's like the second iteration of the end boss, and there's the first frag. We have seen so many fireworks on Awoken. The Tri-Bolt, fantastic weapon. Here's a big play from Sib, and he actually nets the frag. Good damage out of the Ghost Walk, followed up by the starting shotgun. That's going to tie it at 1. And plays like that are what Sib has to maybe do. Sometimes you got to get a little crazy against Rapha, catch him off guard, make him wonder, what are you doing there? What gives you the right? And that's exactly what Sib has to do. But he also has to hit these rails. Just unfortunate missing all of those. That's going to cost him his life. 2-1 Rapha as he's able to grab the mega and float Sib to the heavens, sending him straight back to the sky.
Shame Rapha. Sib did 111 at that choke point. Oh, but the rocket to rail combo straight afterwards. And still trying to add additional pressure. Hits the first, looking for the second, but in the end, he found out the jump pad for that tri-bolt. But yeah, earlier on, it was just shame really. Like Sib obviously doing 111 around the mega choke point. It could have continued with that rail to take the lead, but just did not happen. Heavy up in 15. Good tri-bolt damage coming out from Sib. Not a huge amount, but it's got the info he needs. But it looks like Rapha's going to retaliate with the tri-bolt and the rail to boot. 5 seconds until that heavy's going to be spawning. Rapha's in a prime position here. It just depends on if he wants to prioritize the flag, then go for it. That's what he's trying to do, but he's backed him so far away, he can go for the heavy and try and take him out at the same time. I love productivity here from Rapha, being so proactive, trying to force his opponent into certain areas of the map where he can basically time consume and do both at once. Doesn't get the mega this time round, but he's done plenty enough as it is. But the starting shotgun comes out from Sib. Good stuff from him to keep himself in this matchup and get that second frag.
Not bad at all. Getting a second frag on the board, slowing things down. More importantly, as the heavy is next, he's waiting on the rail, and he eats a gigantic 100 damage rocket. And what do you do when you peek around the corner and there's a rocket in your face mouth? Like, there's nothing you could do. Mega is picked up by Sib, but he's going to get caught in the banana. He goes down immediately. Can't land the rail on the way out either. Piercing sight used to play off the spawn. Rapha almost getting an angle on that rail, but oh no, the armor pickup is actually going to trap Sib, and he's got to fight his way out. The shotgun won't land. Not enough damage this time. As Rapha goes up by 4. Big rocket damage through the telly. A little bit of shotgun follow-up. The LG pushing him away. Rapha trying to maybe melt with the machine gun. A little bit of LG, and the machine gun is going to be what plants Sib for the 7th frag.
Spine up control just a little bit. Sib is just trying to survive at this point. Coming up with the LG, used the ghost walk. That's a decent sign. He knows he hasn't got that ghost walk now for at least 40 seconds, or depending on how many hourglasses are going to pick up. He's still trying to get away though, done a little bit of damage, but Rapha is the one with the advantageous angle. He's going to pick that up. We're not taking too much here. And also bags that heavy. Got Tommy control. Sib does manage to steal away the Mega, but the problem is they might put themselves in a bad spot, even with that starting shotgun. Waiting for him to repeat with that rail. Good stuff here from Rapha to continue palming the pressure. Cleans up the LG. Again, 4 minutes left. So 4 minutes in, and we're currently up 9-2.
Yeah, and Rapha, you can see the adaptation just based on the movement of Sib. He's using the wall jump a lot to peek around the choke points, and Rapha kind of read it and had his crosshair a little bit higher than usual just so he can hit that rail shot. 7 frags ahead here with, again, no signs of stopping. This is a slower pace. This is what Sib needs as he grabs the rail and then immediately ghost walks to try and stay alive and maybe open up this game with a couple defensive rails. But it's just rough. This is a rough matchup right now as the tribal coming out. A little bit more damage. Fancy footwork from Sib. He's going to push with the LG. Good rocket. Can he finish it? And he does. A little more of that is what he needs. 5 seconds to the Mega. He needs to be careful not to take a lot of damage. Great rail off the spawn. Might even follow up. And he does, and now he has full reign of the map, Lethal. Is this the turn that he needs? Everything is different now. Potential. He's going to delay the Mega. Maybe get a rail after this LG. Just missing out on it. Falls back to the health bubble and the Mega. This is good play here from Sib.
5-minute warning.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. This is a change. We need to expect too much a little bit later on, but do you know what? He's still got 5 minutes left, so it is still a possibility here. It does have the ghost walk, but Rapha comes up with the LG, and would he be able to... Ooh. As Rapha actually had to go for that rail because there's not really any... Oh, what the shotgun through the gap. If it was a rail or rocket, time. But we know that... We know it's the man's signature weapon, don't we? We know that more than anyone does. Kind of like Raisy with the with the gauntlet, pretty much. But
oh no!
Not often you see the shotgun here, but the rail comes out from Rapha. He's going to be trying to get away. Oh, and actually finds him, but Sib does take him down with the tri-bolt here. Is able to stay alive and in good condition in terms of stack as well. Looking to continue to be overly aggressive and one way or another.
Can we talk about how gorgeous that tri-bolt was up the jump pad, just forcing Rapha back down? Like, I love that. Really well played by Sib there to position those tri-bolts on top of the jump pad. Oh my god, the combo from Rapha. So much damage, 13 HP. Sib reeling after that. Just once the Mega is able to scoop it. Trailing by 5, 4 minutes left. Ooh, tickle around the banana and just takes another rocket to the face. Immediately has to restack back off the T-Con items. But Sib, I mean, this is a different game completely in comparison to the first 2 maps.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's putting up a much better fight in comparison. We know that he's been tucked in the blender for the last couple of maps. But the consistency is looking a lot better this time around in comparison. And he's got no pressure anyway. Rapha's been taken out. Sorry, Rapha took out Sib then with the rail. We've got 3 minutes 20 left remaining. The problem is, though, it's slowly starting to become the realms of possibility here for Sib to come back in this match. Jump heavy's up in the next 8 seconds. Rapha's in prime position. Oh my god.
He doesn't even have vision. That wasn't even a vision rocket. His vision is on cooldown. That was his brain vision. That was his third eye.
I don't think I've even seen a direct from that angle like that. That's absolutely balmy. You always see something new, don't you? And I like that from Rapha as well. Just preemptively using that piercing sight to see if he's approaching towards a Mega.
Oh my god.
He knew full well he was going to pick up that Mega anyway. The timing was way too off on that Ghost Walk. And Sib, oh my god. Even though there's a tickle damage from doing that as well, and it's going to come out. It was going to use the LG, but of course the signature shotgun there from Rapha. 13-5, 8 frag deficit, 2.5 minutes. Doesn't look too good here for Sib, I'm afraid. Make that 14.
I don't know, Lethal. I'm getting a little suspicious about this. I think we should check his PC because Rafa's just playing out of this world right now. He doesn't even need the vision. There's another frag as he grabs the Mega. Insane rocket. I can't believe it's just, yeah. I feel like he's good at Quake, Lethal. I'm not sure. I don't understand.
So. Nah, I think
this
you're
guy's
right.
got a real future in the league.
Yeah, we could definitely we could see him win championships one day. But maybe we're looking a bit too early on. We'll see. But no, Rapha. Still got a couple more minutes left to play. Sib can still try and keep the score respectable, but yeah, at this point he's not going to be taking this third map. But he's definitely looking a lot better than he was in the previous team.
Yeah, definitely a better display from Sid. Nice LG, but misses with the rocket. Rapha able to come out on top. But a little more measured here from Sib. I know that, again, the scoreline is going to be the scoreline, right? Oh my god, he doesn't even give him the heavy. You get nothing. Full Willy Wonka on that one, Lethal. He stole fizzy lifting drinks. He bumped into the ceiling, which now has to be washed and sterilized, so he loses. He gets nothing. As the beatdown does not stop until the buzzer hits, and that is unfortunately sometimes the way Quake goes. Gets floated again. Does have the ghost walk. Nice rocket, but a rocket right through the telly, right back.
Just stop, right? Oh, the ghost walk as well. You know what? I thought he had a chance. He had a chance.
I'm gonna vomit.
Right.
I need a bucket. I need a bucket to puke in. This is disgusting. Oh.
I'll give you one. I'll give you one. It's fine.
Yeah, please hold my hair back.
Oh, Rapha picks up another frag, gets the Mega, 35 seconds left. This is done. This is pretty much done. And so far, he's had 83 frags total, looking to try and make it 84, which he has done. Unbelievable. And Sib was actually making a nice comeback at one stage. I thought, okay, this could be a slightly closer affair, but, you know, sadly, isn't. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Dances around the tri-bolt. Maybe gets the 8th frag, I don't even know, but my god.
Just sitting here waiting patiently for that 23rd frag as the tri-bolt comes out for Rapha, or maybe thought he went to get a bucket. I'm not really too sure on his shenanigans.
I don't know, I apologize, Chad. I tried to clean it out of my beard. It was disgusting. Yeah, so Rapha takes map number 3 in the same fashion that map number 1 and 2 went. It was a bit of a beatdown. But again, shouts to Sib. I mean, getting in the server with Rapha and going 3 rounds, 10 minutes is not easy at all. So third map, obviously a stronger showing in comparison to map number 1 and 2. But in the end, Rapha just doing Rapha things, especially utilizing that visor, and sometimes not even utilizing that visor, and just knowing where you're going to be and serving up rockets hot and fresh. Just an absolute display of excellence from Rapha in this set here. And I saw someone in chat say, you know, these beatdowns aren't as bad as like CZM on Arrowwalk. If Arrowwalk was in this game, I'm going to call the commissioner right now. Write your senator. Let's make this happen. Let's get Arrowwalk on here and see how bad, like I want a 70 frag game in Quake Champions. But now I'm just showing my age. A lot of people don't even know what Arrowwalk is, Lethal.
Arrowwalk will probably break records on the first, like, week, probably, because we know it's going to get selected every single time. A lot of his matchups, just for nostalgia's sake. I can't remember what the frag was, so it was 23. So he hit the 85 frag barrier. 85 in 3 maps. That is unbelievable. But like I said, you know, Sib was putting the grinder, but fair play to him to try and do everything in his package, his arsenal to try and do whatever he can. But these things happen, and it won't be the first time, and it 100% certainly won't be the last time. We've still got 15 more weeks of this, so I'm sure he'll do it to a few more people as well.
So we take a look at the recap. Something that you might not see every week here at the Quake Pro League. My God.
Just unbelievable, and have to see what the future is for Sib next. But in all fairness, Sib has won his first match against KRON 2-1. He lost to Zenaku 2-1, but still pulled a map. Even though he didn't pull a map this time, not many people pull a map from Rapha anyway. It's only a handful of people who can basically create that kind of close matchup in comparison. It's going to be Sib and at least 8 others who's going to be in that 3-0 kind of territory. So he's probably not too fussed about it. He's probably thinking, okay, realistically, that's probably what was going to happen. and optimistically he's hoping to probably try and take him out. But new things happen, and it's like I said, it won't be the first time, won't be the last time.
Yeah, I mean, the performance on map 3, again, a lot stronger. He's still sitting 1 and 2 for the season. That's not bad positioning. He's got a lot of Quake left to play. I say shrug it off and move forward. Rapha, another day at the office for him. The king has showed us how the sausage is made, so to speak. Anyways, we got 2 matches coming up. We're going to invite Weed on because we have the featured matches. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to get a puke bucket. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. See you soon, chat. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League Week 3. I am 40 Lions, joined by Lethal, and I just have to say we apologize for the graphic content we brought to you in the last series, but we're on to our 2 featured matches, Lethal, so why don't we bring Wheat right on in here before we even talk about anything that's going down. Wheat, it's a pleasure to have you. How are you?
Great to be here. That's why they add the, the mature game flag at the front, when you see those types of matches. Great to be here. Seen some interesting matches today, high scoring, some good outings overall. So excited for what we got here.
Very excited. Lethal, how do you feel about it? We're going to get into Dramas versus Raisy shortly.
Dramas is a weird one, isn't he? Because last season he went on a rampage.
First of all.
Yeah, that is true. But Raisy, it depends on how much he's been working on his progress starting off this season as well. Because Dramas will just pop off. He can be like a diamond in the rough against some of these top players. It's unbelievable what he can do. And it's very hard to predict. It's very easy to predict how bad my maths is at the moment, even though I meant to say 75, not 85. But
right.
Dramas, though, it's weird. He can have a very strong beginning, but he's done it a couple of seasons in a row where he'll take out like Raisy or Venger or Maxter or on the occasion like Kilson here and there. So it's very hard to predict exactly what he's like. I don't know if he does it at the beginning of the season because all the top players, all the players in general are just trying to ease their way into the Pro League and then start performing better as it gradually goes on and then start hitting the practice regimen. And if Dramas takes advantage of that, or if Dramas just have some kind of factor against these guys at the very beginning, I'm not too sure. But I'm very excited to see what he can do and if he can do the same to Raisy compared to the last season in terms of his performance.
Yeah, I agree with everything he said about Dramas. One thing that's really interesting is Raisy. He is such an interesting player. Like you see the quality of play that he brings, but he has that stone golem layer, right? And just this week I saw a tweet from him on social media where he made an 11 or 12 frag comeback in like 2.5, almost 3 minutes. And I was watching because I'm like, okay, this is gonna be awesome. Like Raisy's gonna pop off if he when he wins this. And here's the final frag. And he is just like, he is the next gen cyborg, right? Like bringing the emotion must all be inside, but it comes out in his play. So I think this is a real tough opponent for Dramas. Like Dramas, I agree, he's got the potential, but Raisy, even though he had his first loss, he's 1-1 and lost to Kilson. Still a good match, still very close. Expect great things from Raisy this season. So a proving point, if you will, for Dramas to see how his performance stacks up.
And to better paint that picture for us, why don't we take a look at the pick bands real quick, see what maps we're playing, what champs are going to be in play here. We're going to start off on Veil, then we're going to go to Ruins, and we're going to finish off on Molten Falls and Lethal. Please run me through the champs as you've been doing all day so beautifully.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate. I'm not going to lie. In terms of champions, I kind of feel like Dramas may have the upper hand here. It just depends how good his slash is on Ruins. But, he lost the old slidey champions, then but Veil has got the ice and straight away. As Raisy has banned the Ranger, but he's going to be using the Anarchy this time around. I can't really recollect how many times I've seen an Anarchy played on Veil. Of course, we know it's a rarity. It's a rarity in itself, but we know it's less than a handful of times. So I have to see how he's going to try and make that work. Ruins for the slash was a strong pick. This is going to be a bloodbath, I'm sure. I feel it's going to be still a methodical approach in comparison to what we normally see. We know that they're very fast, agile champions, but in terms of a decision making, we'll have to see how much pressure Raisy can put on with that Pika as well. And going to Molten Falls, the scale band again. We've seen a lot of scale bands here, but online it's not really too much of a surprise. We'll have to see what Raisy can do with that visor. But it's going to be a fight for the hourglasses, especially with them two and Molten Falls. So it's going to be adding a nice little variety of strategies in terms of what rotations they're going to make against each other. So I do feel like Dramas got a slight edge in terms of champion picks, but I'm sure Raisy may put a change to that. We'll see.
How do you feel about it?
I mean, I would have loved to seen a deep embrace between these two, just make that ring a little bit smaller. But I do think that there's something to the art of, the map sizes that we've got here. And that probably being Dramas's best chance versus Raisy. But of course, we'll see. As far as champ picks go, Yeah, I mean, we've seen Raisy versus Galena's on Molten. He's got the ability to do all the totem management that you need to do. I still am giving this one to Raisy, but I think we'll see a lot more mid to long range battles here.
I'm interested to see exactly if Dramas pops off like we've seen him do time and time again with a rail and just play his game and say, I don't care who I'm playing. I'm going to utilize the rail a lot, regardless of where I am on the map and regardless of where my opponent is in front of me. If I'm not mistaken, and one of you can correct me, Flea, if he's in the chat, I think Dramas took out Raisy last season, early on in the season already. So this is kind of something that Dramas has already been able to do. Granted, forms and shapes, practice the regimens, all that are probably a little bit different, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Dramas took this set. It wouldn't be that crazy to me, but as you said, Raisy is just the stone-faced killer in the server. He can pop off too, and we might even see some gauntlets at play here, which I would be so happy. But we'll see. We'll see.
We might.
Pretty sure we will. And just to add to that as well, yeah. So last season, week 2, Dramas did actually come out on top 2-1, but it was quite close affair actually. It was like Ruins Corrupt to keep and Awoken. Just a handful of frags, 2 frags, a 4 and another 4, and Ruins Corrupt and Awoken. So we've still got the Ruins there, but in terms of the map picks and how this is going to go, it could be a different kind of tale this time round. Of course, it's been a whole year since that last fateful day, but can Dramas take advantage of some of these top players or top dogs who've had a bit of an off season really in terms of practice and trying to build up to this moment in the Pro League and try and take him down? He did it last time, so no reason why I can't do it again.
Might be able to. Looking at the prediction, 60% in favor of Raisy, at least on the first map, which will be Vale. So we will see who comes out on top starting with that. But Lethal, why don't you go check on your kettle of fish or whatever? Let Wheat and I handle this. You can come back a little bit later when we got an interview.
I'll do it. I'll do that just for you, mate.
See you soon.
Sounds good.
Oh, thank God we're
finally,
alone.
right? I got teased in week 1 when it was 40 and ZSX, and then right before the last match, like 40's internet magically something happened, and I didn't even get to cast with you. So
I mean, I got a call from someone saying they're your talent agent and that I have a restraining order, and even online, and I was like, I don't know what this means. So we need to talk offline because I was a little offended. But yes, apologize for week 1. It's amazing to be here. It's amazing to have another season of Quake Pro League. I'm very thankful. Chat's very thankful. It's great to have you back as always. Very excited to get into this one with you, Wheat.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. And we're still so early in the season, right? Like this is, I was looking at it and I was like, oh, like Dramas is ranked 13th, but he's actually got 1 win, right? It's just we're starting to climb up that ladder a little bit. I did want to say that, you know, at the end, the conclusion of last year's season, the last season, I do think that, you know, Dramas had, he had sort of the energy, right? He got fired up by that finals a little bit, right? So I am kind of curious to see if anything might come from that, because he takes his game in really seriously. He's putting in the practice, but is it enough? Raisy consistently making those finals. So let's see. Take it away, man.
Let's see. Map number 1 is live between these two, Dramas versus Raisy. Dramas starting off, getting that rocket launcher and LG, quickly booking it to the Mega, as well as deploying the Timmy. And as you said, Raisy probably one of the most consistent players in finals, but it's always second place. And I can't help but think he has lower bracket issues early, and he's just got to put in so much more work, so many more reps, so many more maps, and I feel like it's fatigue more than anything. But maybe Wheat, this season is the one where he can crown himself a champion, but still we have a long way to go, and it starts with maps like these.
It really does. And hold on, we might see our first one. Nope. What a pop-up rocket there for for Raisy, but it's not going to matter because First Blood still comes out. You don't look up, but Dramas did, and he got that first frag. Nicely done with a beautiful rail.
Yeah, absolutely picking him out of the sky, and very interested to see exactly how much he utilizes that rail. As we said before, Dramas is no stranger to using the rail at any distance, at any situation, and that's why I love his play, because it's all or nothing.
Yeah, and everything he's doing right now is positioning for that rail, which I think you would kind of expect here on Vale. But Raisy, Dramas can't get the LG damage out. The rail's great, but you need to be able to clean up on that, and the mop apparently not performing the way he wanted it to. No cleanup on that one, and Dramas does bring it back, but Raisy back on the board with one. Might actually get a follow-up here, and yes.
Wow!
Oh my God! Is this Tony Hawk Pro Skater, or is it Quake Champions? I have no idea how that happened, but I saw the kickflip into the frag. We're tied 2 apiece.
And he jumped over the acid too. That was the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah.
He was teetering on the edge of the window, kickflipped over the acid, still got the frag with 1 HP. Raisy is nuts.
That was pretty wild. I was absolutely expecting that to be a Dramas frag, and once again, Raisy surprises us as he constantly does. And that's also that showcase of listen. You don't give up until you're actually dead. Your corpse is on the ground, right? He was like, no, I can still get this frag, and he did. So we're tied 2-2 with just 2 minutes and 18 seconds passed on this clock. So there's a lot of time in this one, but this could be a good like preview of what we might see in the next 2 games as well.
Yeah, I would love to see this be the start and kind of dictating the pace of the entire set. 23 HP. Raisy hanging on right now. Both players extremely weak. There's a jump over the heavy. No contest. This Drama's too weak. Doesn't want to risk it. Hanging out in the Thunderdome, using those bubbles. Just missing out on a rail, but so does Raisy. Again, stacks still equal.
Yeah, and of course, Raisy on the Anarchy, those rails, they hurt a little bit more. They sting a little bit extra, and is gonna definitely doing everything he can to avoid those right now. So it looks like we're gonna have a battle here for that heavy, but the LG lock on Raisy, or for Raisy. He does go for the inject, and that's going to be a pretty easy cleanup. And, I don't know if it was great to be fighting there on the middle level, but Dramas decided to go ahead and take that real close rail, escapes through that teleporter. Raisy still on the chase, and the LG once again pops him up 2 more frags for a 2-point lead.
It was just beautiful. I love the air strafing Raisy used to kind of catch Dramas off guard on where he would be after he rocket jumped through the telly, and now just pure aggression. Raisy needs to be careful. 8 HP, but hits the rail. Doesn't even care about Timmy.
Doesn't. Nope. Just goes right past it. Doesn't matter that Timmy can look a little bit faster now, but 5-2. Raisy a little bit low on health, but it doesn't matter through the teleporter. Another frag, and this is where it starts to, I would say, get scary, but Raisy's looking to pad that lead for as much as he can. Still got to be careful because I think Dramas has a good sort of strategy against him. Try to land those rails, close the gap, get in. But I would say Raisy grades a little bit better on terms of how he's been cleaning up some of these frags. And if we saw that out of Dramas, he could be able to bring that score back in his favor a little bit. There's a nice rocket that hits. The inject does come out. But once again, just protecting that top so we can get that mega, and we'll battle to see another day.
Yeah, and interesting to look at the rail percentage here. 50% for Dramas, 47% for Raisy, so about equal. Items looks like 10 majors for Raisy and 9 now for Dramas. He makes his way back to the mega after picking up that heavy, and all things considered, still pretty even. I know the 4 frag deficit looks a little rough for Dramas, but 1 frag, and he's pretty much back in this based on the control that he's showing, at least at the moment, and the fact that, as you said, Anarchy's a little bit of a lightweight, so to speak.
Yeah, it's got to be just careful about that. Got to definitely pick his battles. Like in a situation right here, right? Just under 100 health, no armor. That's danger zone. So he does manage to pick up a light, gets a second one, feels much more comfortable now actually in battle. Couple rockets coming from down below and then into the center. Misses that rail, but might be able to get advantage here at the top. Going to wait it out for... Actually, he's not going to have a chance to get in on that next mega. That's going to be picked up by Dramas, so he'll have to wait here for the heavy to spawn here in just a moment. 40. We've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, and he gets the drop on him. Drama's caught looking, and the air rocket.
Ouch.
Brutal.
Totally brutal. Totally brutal. And that, 5 frags, that's starting to look much prettier here for Raisy. LG out. Oh, beeps of death right there. He can't get the final little bit of damage. There it is for frag number 8. 6 now between these two. And Raisy's looking to Now he's looking to try to solidify his win here if he can in the next few seconds. But Dramus, all right, that's what he needed. He needed to throw a wall in front of Raisy, and this is his first step.
Yeah, not bad at all. Good start. But he needs to pick up the pace here, waiting on that Mega. He's going to dive down 15 seconds to the heavy, so he needs to look for damage and go on the hunt here. Raisy goes up the jump pad. There's a little bit of LG. Uses the inject, trying to tri-bolt his way out of there, and uses that speed from the inject to get away successfully for the time being, but may have just trapped himself. Dramus waiting for the heavy, won't pursue because he wants the stack. And now it's, again, back to hunting as time is ticking.
Yeah, and I can already feel like Raisy's going to a bit of a defensive posture. There's a nice little rocket that does come out, and Raisy's now in that scary spot. Oh, I like what Dramus did there. He did not go for that Mega right away. Actually looked for that frag because he knows he needs to pick that up here pretty soon, but Raisy's doing everything right in terms of giving him the chase. We got turret up to the top level. 5 frags are needed by Dramus, but he just cannot seem to find Raisy. And when he does find him, there he finally does hit a rail. Can he find a second one? He really needs to try to claw back at least one more frag here before it hits the 8-minute mark.
Really nice rails as Raisy is just giving him the opportunity here. Mega picked up. If Dramus rocket jumps, he might have another angle, but Dramus just missing out on the ability. Raisy using that speed again, just hanging on with, what, 75 HP tops right now?
Stopwatch.
Yep, and he is going to pick up a couple of lights, but there we go. He missed it, and his opponent went through that telly. Thought that might be a chance. There's his rail. Now he's just got to try to follow up here, but you can start to see where the speed is really playing into favor of Raisy. Not having much problems, even without the inject, just trying to stay away from his opponent. Less than 2 minutes to go, 40. And is slowly slipping out of the hands of Dramus to try to bring this one back. And Raisy would probably feel pretty good going into map number 2 with a solid frag lead. It looks like he's going to try to do it, but Dramus has got to make something happen here to try to pull something together.
Nice rail and good patience. Making that last rail slug count, but he's still down by 4 with 1:20. And I think this is just a tale of too much speed right now.
Yeah.
We're going to see a more equalized speed as we get into Ruins Slash versus Strog, but Dramus just can't find the angles he needs because he's not fast enough, Weed.
Yeah, and you know, someone in chat even said this is so frustrating to play versus Anarchy, and it's true, right? I mean, if I was to look back and give a hindsight report in terms of what did or did not work, all right, there's another one. We got a minute left. This is actually possible all of a sudden. But Raisy's going to try to probably prioritize speed. Dramus is just going to try to land those rails. Both players incredibly low. There's the first rail, looking for a second one. He's been having problems with his cleanups today, and it prevents yet another frag. I was going to mention that if some of those LG hits would have connected early on in the match, he could already have those couple of frags that he needed. But right now, 20 seconds left. I think that is going to be it. Drama had a chance. The window is open, 40, but unfortunately, it is shut.
Yeah, that's definitely frustrating, I think, is the key word for this first map for Dramus. Whether it be the lack of cleanup, as you said, or just trying to chase and get the ability to try and frag. It's just, it didn't go his way, unfortunately. Raisy playing it perfectly with the Anarchy, taking map number 1, but I really feel like map number 2 is going to be a lot closer given the champ picks of Slash and Strog. But fantastic play from Raisy to start off this set.
It was pretty good. I mean, early on, I think, we saw some early rails from Dramus, where I think Raisy was outperforming Dramus, was when he was landing his rails, he was following up with LG that was very effective, getting him the frag. He also caught Dramus a couple times with that LG, unreturned damage, not much that he could do. That is going to be key. If you're up against an Anarchy and you're landing those rails, that's great, but it doesn't matter if you're cleaning those frags up. And that is probably where you go back, you review those tapes, and there is that shot. It's so funny because looking at it through Raisy's perspective is like, oh yeah, he was totally going to live. But I was watching through Dramus's perspective, and it looked like he was out of that ring. He was going to fall. So yeah, I might have been a little bit optimistic there at the end, thinking that Dramus could bring back 3. The speed was just too much there, and he'll just have to take it into game 2 and see what he can do.
Yeah, for sure, but I still think decent showing. Again, it's just the speed is crazy. That was really good patience on that rail right there. But stuff like this, where you just want to get the kill so bad, and you're using the rail, but you're taking so much damage, and then Raisy doing exactly what he needed near the end there to make sure that this is not going to get out of control. 9-5, the final score for map number 1 as we take a look at the weapon breakdown.
Yeah, and I think you still are pretty happy with the 5-9 loss to Raisy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need to bring up old shit, but in the last game, right, getting beat by 20 plus frags, like that can hurt. I would say you put on a good showing versus a player of Raisy's caliber when you make it 5-9, and at one point had the first blood and had the lead. So nicely done. It makes me think that Dramas is just gonna reset, take this in the next game, and with the score that close, things definitely could go one way over the other.
Yeah, I don't think that Dramas has anything necessarily to worry about. I am interested to see the dynamic between the light and the medium stack, because obviously Dramas, he's going to want to trade rails, but you can't really trade rails because you're a light. So even if you're getting the items,
yeah.
Strog still kind of has the advantage, but you get the speed. So it's a matter of maybe some angles and some kind of pot shots, if you will, where you can kind of peek around the corner real quick, get a rail off unreturned. But we've seen Dramas do crazy things, so I'm very excited. He is a Slash player, maybe not as well known as Tox for Slash, but his Slash is fantastic. So this one should be a fantastic map. It's going to be a good 10 minutes, Weed.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually seen some pretty good games on Ruins already this season, so... Right, like, I mean, I probably go back and forth on, like, my map tier list of what I like to watch and what I think produces the best matches. Ruins over time, sometimes it's up a little bit, sometimes it's down, but for whatever reason right now, it's been producing some pretty great games and some pretty wow moments, so hopefully we get one of those here on this next Ruins.
Hopefully. I think hopefully next season we'll get Dark Zone in here. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. All right. So Ruins of Starnath, map number 2 between these two players. Is Raisy going to be able to take this set 2-0? We will find out in about 10 minutes. We're live right now, starting off on Dramas yet again. He's got that Slash.
Yeah, and let's see how he's going to use it. Move on through this map already, just cruising. Got himself a rail, got himself the heavy, and, got to be wondering, okay, wait a second, where is Raisy? Sets him up, nice rail right out of the gate. He's going to try to keep his rail away from Raisy, and I like this. I think that's a pretty smart strat. Is it going to be sustainable? Probably not, but he had a good idea of what Raisy was going to do next. Direct rocket into the rail, and a beautiful opening for frag number 1.
Start the Dramas wants. Can he tack more on, though? Nice heavy pickup, absolutely clean. Does have the snail trail as well. And I would love if there was like a statistic for how long you had certain weapons out, because I feel like Dramas is just rail all day. Amazing rockets there. Gets his second frag for this map.
Yeah, I thought that weapon switch there was actually not going to work out well for Dramas, but for whatever reason, Raisy decided to stay on that platform and go ahead and fight it. That meant Dramas clean up pretty easily. It's going to trail down near the heavy, and heavy is going to come out. There's a jumping rail and the peeker, but peeker's just going to like wildly spin around all rabid and do a little bit of damage before going down. A 2-frag lead, similar to what we saw here in game number 1, but don't forget, just this week we watched Raisy claw back from an 11-frag deficit. I think this guy is capable of a lot.
Absolutely. Here's again, Dramas doing a great job. Timing the items, doing some great damage here. He does give up the mega, but a great rail as Raisy wants a piece of this heavy. Snail trail comes out, and Dramas is able to just land these big rockets. 3-0 for Dramas right now.
Yeah, I mean, you really start to start thinking, okay, what is Raisy gonna do here, right? He's taken a lot of up close battles that are not in his favor. That was number 4 right there. Easy dispatch by Dramas to add on to the lead here. But some sort of a comeback has to go. Now, a rocket from the top. Raisy knows and smells blood, so he's going to go down. It doesn't yield a frag, but he does get the heavy, and that will throw Dramas a little bit out of his pattern and or cycle that he was going through. We're still so early in this matchup, but Raisy now looking to see if this might be his moment to regain control.
He's playing with fire. 89 HP, and Raisy picks him out right before the light armor pickup. What a shot. much speed. Tri-bolt speed bumps as Raisy in hot pursuit right now. Swaps to the LG. The machine gun's not going to be enough for Dramas, and no, we can't get away.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be running away from Raisy in that sort of scenario where he can get an easy lock on you with that LG. But not much you can do, right? There's only so many options in which way you can go. Raisy's already clawed 2 back here in the last about 40 seconds or so. So, Dramas, you get a nice rally like that, and you hope to compound as much as you can, right, 40, but stopped at 4. Probably needs to slow down just a little bit. I'm curious how Raisy's going to be putting, because he's already turning on the pressure. Another fight here for the heavy, but Raisy loses that opportunity. Dramas does grab it. A little bit of damage does go out, but it pretty much ends up a draw. Dramas comes out a little bit low, and the LG once again, is he going to be able to clean this one up? He's looking for it. He's trying some defensive rockets, a slide around the side, the LG back out again, and in the corner, painted and ousted with another rocket. 4-3, Raisy almost back.
Dramas just wants to do so much damage, but he wasn't getting the big chunky rockets that he really needed in that fight, and it cost him another frag, and now he's in a bad position. That's a fantastic defensive rail, but 68 HP, he's gonna go for it, and he does steal away the heavy at least. Survives a 27-52 after a bubble. Make that 77 looking a little bit better. There's the chase. Great rocket from Raisy just to keep him defensive, but the rail vertically won't hit, and now Dramas playing ring around the rosy. There's the 13 damage rocket. Raisy plants him with the rail.
And even had the peeker on backup just in case. Oh my God, what?
Wow.
I'm not even sure how that happened, but LG wins, and somehow 2 frags out of that, picking up just a little bit of health there in between, and another one. Are you serious? The last 3 frags, like that shouldn't happen. Does that, in the top 10 plays of the week, can you just like put all 3 of those into 1 frag? Does that count, 40? I don't know, but maybe they should think about it. That was pretty nice.
I'll have a word with production. Peeker around the corner now is Dramas. Tried to hit him with the Raisy down in heavy armor with the gauntlet, but it wasn't enough. Good rail. Raisy down to 50 HP. Dramas flying through the telly. Little tickle is all he needs around the corner, but Raisy makes him pay with rockets, just hanging on by a thread here. Dramas says, you know what, I just need this heavy. I still have time. 5 minutes. He doesn't need to rush anything necessarily, but he does need to keep the gas on here as he is just on the cusp of getting his 5th frag, but Raisy slowly stacking back up.
Yeah, they're at the heavy a little early, and, you know, could use that mega, but probably not even in a position to fight. 1 rail, and he is 6 feet under, gonna go down. I don't think has really a leg to stand on as far as fighting here for the heavy. So Raisy's gonna need at least a light. He's gonna find one, maybe. Thinks he knows where his opponent is, but actually behind him gets that light, but it is negated by the rail. Peeker coming out, a lot of damage, does a little bit more on the cleanup, fires another rail, hits 2 points of health. Both of these guys bleeding out of so many different cuts. Raisy, oh
Wow.
my God, a beautiful snipe by Dramas as Raisy's going for that mega, and he's still in this. It's still a 2 frag game.
Gonna catch him up the jump pad. A little bit of LG Dramas. Almost tries to get the float there. Misses with the vertical rail. Ooh, but the read's nice. Up the jump pad goes Raisy. Now he's stuck out in the upper courtyard. Peeker. A little bit of a miss there. Not a huge deal as Dramas just wants to position properly for this mega, and he's gonna drop straight down to heavy afterwards. As the snail trail available. Gonna have a nice stack to work with after these pickups. Needs to go straight back to hunting as we're getting closer to the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, this is a big moment, right? I mean, he's got a really nice stack. Does see his opponent, goes ahead and flips on that trail, and just unable to kind of capitalize on those moments, 40. And I feel like that's been a consistent theme throughout both of these games.
No!
And oh, it's going to be a trade in a way, I guess, a kill, but a suicide. And Dramas is going to spawn on that mega 40, which I guess is like the most you could ask for there, but that was a big momentum loss for Dramas.
For sure. Nice little rocket damage there, but he does eat a rail, eats another one. Needs to be careful. He can't get around the corner. Raisy makes him pay, and Dramas is playing a little bit too loose, a little bit too fast, in my opinion. It flips him the bird, but the rockets won't land, and Raisy says, here's another bird for you. Cooks him. 35 HP off the spawn, taking a rail. Raisy trying to machine gun his way out of this one. 3 HP, and finally, Dramas goes down 10-5, and this has exploded.
It has. It's kind of, this is a big breakaway here for Raisy. He's going to pick up another one, and I mean, he might be closing this book already. Just might be done. 2 minutes left to go, but Raisy has really stepped it up a little bit. I mean, key moments in this match 40, that 3 frag pickup by Raisy, you know, unfortunate spawns for Dramas for sure. Also, Raisy was incredibly low. I think a lot of players would have made the same decision, thinking they probably could have cleaned it up and stopped that rally, but it happened anyway. 6 frags deficit here for Dramas, and you know, what can he do? Raisy playing smart in the position that he's in. Going to keep on trying to hold on to the control he's got. But he's kept himself out of danger, and he has attacked when opportunities have arisen. And this is looking like another good match here for Raisy.
Yeah, just playing it really, really well. Great catch there by Dramas, using the speed and the rockets, but with a minute left, down 5. I mean, Raisy will just delay the spawn. He has about equal speed to run away. And most of all, he doesn't have to move if he doesn't want to, Wheat. So unfortunate for Dramas. I feel like midway through the game, it was just a little bit too hectic, a little too fast. And oh no, he hit him with the counter-strike.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I mean, it was such a good start for Dramas. He's going to pick up another one, but 40 seconds left. 4 frags, going to be pretty tough. I thought it was a really good start from Dramas, right? He hit some remarkable rails. Consistently, I think players must just get frustrated. Raisy can be difficult to hit. He definitely knows how to run. He knows how to chase. And in this situation, you know, Dramas just missed a couple opportunities where maybe frags could have gone in his favor. Great jumping rail there to try to get it. And once again, though, he runs away, and here's the cleanup, right? Look at how, even in that little moment, right, you kind of look at the situation and go, it should have been cleaned up a little bit faster. Raisy manages to be sneaky and elusive all of the time, and you got to see it all throughout that matchup.
Yeah, really well done. And now the question transitions from who's going to take the series to, is this going to be a 3-0 for Raisy, or is Dramas going to be able to fight back on this last map? It does take the wind out of your sails when you know the set is already gone, but you still have to do your best to dig deep and fight and try and get that money in your pocket, put a little something on the board. We're going to go to Molten Falls here shortly. Dramas will have the Galena. Raisy will have the Visor. But as you said, Raisy's just looking so strong. Can't wait to have a chat with him a little bit later after this third map, after we see how it goes. But just a really, really good display from Raisy.
Yeah, and again, I will echo what I said in after game number 1, is that was still a pretty close game, right? Like, Dramas is playing well. If you took this Dramas and plopped him into other matchups that we'll inevitably see throughout the season, there's going to be some victories in there for sure. So hopefully not discouraging, and can walk away and go, you know what, 5-9 versus Raisy on Veil, that's not too shabby. An 8-11 versus Raisy on Ruins, that's pretty good. Again, like some slight changes here and there, and they could have been different games. So the suicide frag was unfortunate, because I think there was that moment where he really was stacked and Raisy was hurting. That could have been a big turning point. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. And you know, Raisy is he's someone who is clearly, whether he is ahead or whether he's behind, he is still playing with the same capacities. He doesn't seem to tilt. It's just, it all works out.
I think, as you mentioned, the fact that he doesn't really have a lot of expressions, good, bad, or whatever, is terrifying. Right. Going up against anyone that just seems like a cyborg. I mean, everyone said that about Tox, right? Like, this guy just has no emotions. I think Raisy's the second coming of that, where it's just like, oh, yeah, no, this guy is amazing, and he won't let you know exactly how he's feeling at all. Like, you just see nothing but just the face of death, usually, as we take a look at the scores, 9, 5, 8, 11, 8, excuse me. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I was going to say is that it is true. Both Raisy and Toxic, they live in that sort of we say, oh, they're emotionless, oh, they're cyborgs, but in reality, no, it's just all coming out in game, right? So they are able to funnel whatever they are feeling and take it right into that game and just funnel it right there digitally. So that's where you see it come out, and it's been apparent even in the game saw earlier today with Tox and what we consistently see from Raisy. So, yep, you mentioned it, Molten Falls, Galena versus Visor. What do you think, right? The healing versus the vision. Does he need, is the vision needed? I do think this is a map where, okay, maybe Dramus has a bit of a champ advantage here and could use that to try to tip it in his favor.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what kind of totem positioning he might have, like something up his sleeve. I know Raisy for sure does, so he's going to check whatever's available. But it's a matter of, does Dramus use it? Does he implement it? Does he know about it? I think the vision for Raisy is going to be fantastic. And I think Raisy's feeling good to the point where it might not even really matter. He'll use the piercing sight for sure, but I don't think that's going to be the backbreaker that changes everything in this set.
Right. Well, we're about to find out. GLHFs across the board, and here we go. Gonna watch through Dramus's eyes, and he's gonna pick up that mega spawn. Actually might work out for him off the start, but unfortunately Raisy did get that rail heavy spawn. One rail already hit. Dramus not looking great after picking up that mega and that first light, but we'll see what happens here. As early on, both players just split back and wait for the next battle.
Yeah, 2 quick rails, taking care of the totem easily, and knowing the Dramus wants the rail, he just hits one easily and kind of leaves it.
Yeah. I mean, both players definitely respecting the hell out of one another. Dramus finally gets himself a rail now. Or maybe he had one. I just hadn't used it yet. I don't know. But Dramus now on the mega side. Heavy's up, but a few seconds delay there, 40. See how that one's going to play out. Still no first blood.
First blood indeed. The vision is used, though. Opportunity for rail here, just missing out on the angle. Mega's going to be the first item up, and it looks like Raisy using those vials. He wants that vision back up as soon as he can, as he casually makes his way back to the mega. Plenty of time for the heavy. Up the jump pad goes Dramus. A lot of LG. The rocket's not doing the big damage Dramus needs. Is it going to be enough? The rail, 1 HP. Raisy did it again.
I hate to keep on saying the same thing. I keep saying it's just what I am seeing. But there we go. Nice comeback for Dramus as he does tie it back up. I mean, I'd be kind of upset knowing that maybe my opponent walked away with 1 HP too, right? He was not in a great advantageous position for that fight, right? He was firing rockets from down below. Raisy kind of had that cover of the high ground advantage, and you know, a different situation, like an LG there could have changed things up, but Raisy now still going to contest this heavy. Both players so very low. Vision is going to be up soon. That can give him big advantage, and there it is, and pops the totem. Somehow manages to stay alive and gives himself his second frag, but Dramus off the spawn going in quick, but Raisy pushes him back.
And I just love Raisy's ability to stay calm and just play sneaky and just say, I'm going to get literally the drop on you. And that's how he got that second frag. And it was just composure.
Yeah, it's very nicely done. Raisy's always kind of been sneaky, likes to set up those traps, and totems haven't been doing as much as I thought they might be able to do in this matchup. Still, again, very, very early. Raisy low, and there's the rail. We're gonna tie it back up here, but Dramus super low and almost down. Is he gonna get it? Yep, but it'll be a trade. And that means that we're tied 3 apiece.
Raisy's able to get the mega spawn. Dramus will get the heavy. Is he playing a little bit slower here? Doesn't want to take a lot of damage trying to secure rockets as he has no weaponry. Finally picking up rockets there. It's going to help him out just a little bit. The jump pad. Nice dodge from Raisy there.
Yeah, does he know when heavy is? A little early here, but he fires some rockets to bring it back. He is going to grab that. Raisy got the mega. Vision is up in just a moment. And more totems going down here. I don't know what Raisy has in mind, but a couple rockets come out. Missed that rail, unfortunately. That would have been a big one from the bottom. gets nailed with that rocket as well. And Dramus just hasn't had a whole lot of these engagements in that heavy room that have gone in his favor.
Been unfortunate for sure as we're hitting the 4-minute mark. Securing the heavy again. Items traded between both players. Oh no, that could have been a bad jump pad to take. Put on the emergency brake there, and Dramus U-turn and got the hell out of there.
The sixth sense was the ESP was firing off like something's not right here.
Yep, nope, something feels wrong. Don't want it.
Yeah, even followed up with a very nice rail. So Dramus, though, still looking for a bit of a stack, and that might be where Raisy's biggest advantage is, just being able to chip away at that and making these major items a little less effective for him. There's a mega pickup. Now, Heavy's there, but again, a delay from Raisy sitting on the top, thinking, I might have trap potential right here. But Dramus isn't going to fall for that bait, and Raisy is going to eventually grab it.
Still tied at 3, almost halfway through officially. Whether it's the size of the map or the champ picks or whatever, I do like how Dramus is playing a little bit more measured. He's not going as crazy. Again, playing till the end of the set. You want to win whatever maps you can, even though the series is gone. It matters. Ooh. Good rail there as Raisy now just so much stack to work with. Dramus trying to make him pay. Don't come anywhere near me. Goes through, eats the totem, needs to be careful. He's gonna drop down on LG. Dramus almost pushes him off the map, but Raisy puts the beat on him and is able to get that frag.
I do think that was pretty nice, but Raisy, I think his confidence level is it's soaring right now, 40. I mean, just that fight in the heavy before the frag, we saw Raisy making what I would say some kind of risky jumps over the top, but looking for his opponent, landing those shots, feeling confident like I've got to make them and I will make them. And that confidence is showing here as this 2-frag lead now in the last minute or so has started to come out here from Raisy. And Dramus is really trying to hold on here, but Raisy also with that confidence comes a little bit of an increase in pressure overall. There the vision is popped. He knows exactly where his opponent is, means he's going to be able to grab that mega, maybe even bait a little bit for some tri-bolt damage. It's not going to matter. This 3-frag lead has to be feeling real good for Raisy.
Yeah. Not bad at all here. They might have a huge fight over the heavy. Both players with rail up close, and now the shotgun from Dramus. As he says, you know what, this one might fare a little better. And even after all that, still 4 HP. He's got to stack back up off the rail items. Down by 2, trying to contest for this next mega.
There's a catch by Raisy. He's very patient, just waits to get some machine gun cess on his opponent. Still 2 frags, decent, but not anything that can let you throw away your strategy and throw caution into the wind. Pulls out that LG as he drops down, and Raisy is going to be forced back. So Dramus, when he's had the stack and he's been in a good position, he's had more luck here. Raisy, I think he's now tempered back the fire a little bit, 40. You know, he's like, okay, I need to slow it down just a little bit. Now that he got that 3rd frag back, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't know. Dramus doesn't have a lot of time, but that push was not in his favor. Just getting absolutely melted down by that LG. Clean heavy pickup here, but Raisy's playing nice and slow, as we've seen. Not afraid to slow everything down, walk around the map, take his time, and just get an exact beat on where you're at before he, figures out whether he wants to attack, ambush you, go for an item. I mean, this is firmly in Raisy's grasp. 240 left on the, 220 left on the clock. 3-frag lead.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Dramus goes out to the middle area. He's like, I've got a full stack. Let's go, boys. And then gets, hit with the rail right on the dome. As he goes back up, Raisy, that immediately means he's going to go aggressive. And look at how low both these players are yet again. But Raisy seems to be completely comfortable still fighting in that situation. Dramus knowing the time's ticking away. This is becoming more and more of a burden for him. And as he drops down a second time, he's caught, unfortunately, with that LG 40. That hurts.
It does.
Stings.
Raisy's so good at just, okay, there it is, we got the gauntlet. He's like, how dare you walk on top of my head? But I was going to say, Raisy's so good at just hugging close walls and just blasting you with LG at the last second to carry you into the heavens. Like, that is a signature Raisy play.
Yeah, and that is going to be a signature Raisy win, 3-0 on that one. And we mentioned earlier that he's 1-1 in season standings, but that one loss has been versus arguably one of his toughest opponents all season long, and that is Kilson. Still a good match. I think that was week 1 if you want to go back and check that one out. There's another frag. In the last few minutes, Raisy's just going to blow this one wide open 40. If you had to look back at both of these players,
Dramas is like, you won, but I can still gauntlet.
Oh man, wow. I don't know what to say about that.
I love it.
It's like even playing field now.
Yeah. Restart the map after that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was going to ask you, what do you think really was the decider in terms of if you were going to put Raisy and Dramas? Like, what were the things you saw from Raisy that you think gave him this decisive 3-0 victory?
I mean, I don't want to just chalk it up to something as simple as like, well, Dramas just didn't hit his shots, but the way he plays and positions around the rail, that literally is sometimes what it comes down to. If he's landing the damage, it'll look great, and if he doesn't, it kind of shows up like today. So in my opinion, it was a little bit of that, where we've seen Dramas on hot streaks where he's hitting insane rails popping off, and you're like, wow, this is crazy. Why is he doing this? And it's like, because it works. But the minute it doesn't, this is kind of what you get, where it's still a close game. He's still doing damage, but as you said, closing out, cleaning up those kills doesn't come through, and then you're down by 2-3, and then time hits.
Yeah. I mean, still a good showing from Dramas. I definitely, saw some great play out of him. He had some amazing shots. I think there's just a few areas that he improves in, and against any other opponent in not any other opponent in the QPL, but against many other opponents, I think Dramas, again, takes that victory. But today here, any given Quake Saturday, Raisy was the winner.
Indeed, Raisy prevails. Let's bring back Lethal, see how he feels about this set between these two. Lethal, hope you had a great break. How was a kettle of fish?
Yeah, it was right, mate. It was fabulous as always.
Delicious.
Yeah, it was always delicious. But yeah, Dramas played pretty well considering those first 2 maps. I think it's great that he still kept the scores respectable. Of course, we know it's a 3-0 margin. Molten Falls kind of fell short of that in terms of the last few moments, but I think last time round Dramas was taking down a Raisy last season where I wouldn't say Raisy wasn't fully prepared, but of course during the first few weeks, I mentioned it earlier about the fact that in the Pro League they're still just trying to ease themselves into it, and Dramas played extremely well. But even after his scoreline and after that last map as well, Dramas is still one of those players which can be a thorn on the side to some of these top 5 players, where it can really anything happen on any given day. One minor error can really caused some huge issues, and we saw that in the first couple of maps. But yeah, I do agree with what you're both have been saying, though, just due to the fact that with Dramas, just a few minor bits and pieces here and there he needs to try and correct in order to be another juggernaut again earlier on in the season.
There's the final score of that game 3. I mean, the first game was 5-9, second game 8-11. Last game, 6-11, all clear, you could say decisive, but still pretty close matches across the board. So Dramas could not repeat his performance from the regular season of last season, but we'll see what he does for the remainder of QPL season 4.
Yeah, so he does drop to...
Icon.
I'm not ever doing math on stream.
Forgot. I'm I don't know, man.
After I saw what happened to Lethal getting roasted in chat, I'm never doing math on stream. So Dramas will drop to 1-1 for week 4 and overall in the season for season 4. Raisy boosts up to 2-1, and as you mentioned, his only losses against Kilson, who is the reigning champion and arguably back and forth between Rapha as one of the greatest players of all time. And we will see. I mean, I think they're going to battle at least one more time. I'm not really sure, but it's gonna be a long season. So we have a lot of games to play. Again, everyone playing for seeding. Seeding matters more than ever now because Lethal, break it down again. What is it? Bottom 8 have to play the first day. If you're in the top 8, you just get a bye to second day. Like, that's huge in terms of the way the format works this season. So yeah, I mean, hats off to Raisy, a fantastic set. Dramas was right there. I still feel like just a couple mistakes, maybe pushing too much, maybe some missed rails, but it was a close set. I don't think he should get too bad. But at this level, I mean, pros, they hate to lose, and they should, because you're playing for money, you're playing for seeding, everything's on the line, and it builds week after week. So you want to win everything you can.
Yeah, you certainly do indeed. I think it's obviously in the previous seasons it's more about seeding, but of course it can affect your placement as well, depending on the circumstances of getting in that top 8 spot. So it's all to play for this time around. And I think, it's still early days, as we rightly mentioned before. So, we have to basically get some clear indication on what could happen towards the end of the season when the players start separating themselves in terms of points, etc. But yeah, it's a good early indicator to see. And you can tell from Raisy, he's playing, running his backside off from the very beginning to make sure that it does secure a top seeding going into QuakeCon.
Yep. I mean, as they say, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And so you just can't get hung up on a 1 week's loss, right? Because every single match will compound to what that ultimately is. We're only seeing the early versions of what the season might look like, but inevitably we'll see some upsets. We'll see some unexpected victories in there, and we'll see a lot of what we do expect. But, in terms of Raisy is at a point where we expect him to perform well. Dramas is at a point where we think he can perform well. I would say, good job. Give you a B+ on that one. Love to see what your A+ produces.
We are working on getting Raisy in the booth so we can ask him a couple questions, and I think just like that, we're ready. So why don't we bring Raisy on in and badger him with some of our questions. Raisy, congrats and welcome.
Hello, thank you very much.
How's it going? How you feeling?
I feel a little bit rusty. I was seriously struggling to be successful in whatever I was doing. I was mostly out of control, so playing like that, it was just a struggle, and I have no idea how I managed to win 3-0, but I'm very happy about it nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, we think it was a strong performance, very, very close games, but you were able to pull it out. I'll take the last question because it's not related to anything really at all, because that's what I do. So whoever wants to go first, maybe Lethal, you fire away.
Yeah, go on, and I'll go first. Why not? So, Raisy, just a quick question from me. It's just a favourite. We were talking about, some people can be a bit rusty, cleaning the cobweb, so to speak, as they're easing into the Pro League. How much practice did you put in before the first week actually began?
None.
I was expecting
None
this
at all.
answer, so I'm going to be just straight and narrow. So there you go. That's me done. Wheat, your turn.
Yeah, so I mean, I have to assume that a little bit it's like riding a bike, Raisy, right? I mean, it comes back to you a little bit. But what I really want to ask you about is, okay, great, you're rusty, you got to put the practice in, get your aim down, like right, kind of get acclimated to the current meta. But you said throughout this match that you felt mostly out of control, right? So you were surprised you could win. This week we saw posted to your social media a game where you made like a 12 frag comeback in like three minutes, right? Also looked to me like mostly out of control at that point until you came back. So tell us, when you are mostly out of control, right? Like, how are you approaching that? Because I think as a player, I'm down by 11. I'm like, this game's over. I'm done. Like my opponent's eating me. But there has to be something about staying calm, just, believing that you can do it. I don't know. I just want to understand the Raisy mindset when you're either, way out of control or you're down by 11 and you need to come back.
All right. Well, when I try to take it very seriously, so it's not just like a practice match or like random duel, ranked duel or things like that, but like actually like a tournament match or a QPL match or stuff like that, I try to be as calm as possible, because usually I get tilted, sometimes I get frustrated and stuff like that, and obviously that will affect the way I play. And so if I can avoid getting frustrated and tilted, I can remain calm and then just focus on the game, focus on what I'm doing, and look at the current situation I'm in the game during the match, and just figure out a way to turn it back around. Because very often it happens that when you're down a couple of frags, you just want to brute force your way through back into lead. And then that's when like 20 frags are just given to the opponent for no reason. So instead of that, which actually would work some of the times depending on situations, but it's mostly like a high risk, high reward game. like strategy. So instead of that, I tried to play it slow and calculated. I respected that he was in control, and I just tried to survive on small armors and bubbles, and just looked for opportunities to deal damage, preferably unreturned. And just, I was listening out to sound cues when where he's going, when he's picking up stuff. I was trying to get an idea of timings and the way he's gonna approach the next item, like which path he's gonna take. And I just tried to intercept him. I just stood between the item and him and did my best to hold him off and just get myself the item somehow. And very often I had to rely, throughout this matchup, I had to rely on setting up traps against him, and I was fortunate enough that they have mostly worked. But if I had no way to surprise him like he was expecting it, or the trap wasn't as efficient as I planned for it, then I would have been like seriously struggling to get the control back. But because some of the traps I set up actually worked, actually most of them, I managed to take back the control, and then from then on I tried to play it slower and safer, not really going for frags, instead just try to maintain control. But I felt like, I'm not sure because I'd have to watch it back, but I felt like I was mostly out of control throughout these 3 maps, and I just had to be on the run. And sometimes even when I was on the run, I couldn't really escape, because either he was with a faster champion or he was just hitting those crucial rails around corners that completely ruined my movement and momentum and stack. And so, overall, I just try to approach it in a calm fashion and try to calculate the right opportunities to take to turn back the control and get some frags. And then as soon as I had a couple of frags lead, I just tried to survive, just escape, just run away.
That was a very in-depth and fantastic answer. Thank you.
Yeah, somebody clip
40.
that and study from that. So congratulations, 3-0 is big. Whether or not you feel like it was your strongest performance, that's still fantastic. My question has nothing to do with Quake Pro League. We can ask you questions about that all the time. I want to know, how does it feel to be the world record holder for the Quake 3 Arena speedrun on Nightmare? Does it feel good? For the people that don't know, just a quick, why don't you just let them know? Let the people know what you did.
All right, so a couple of months ago, I decided to play through the Quake 3 Arena campaign. And there's a medal in that for each map. If you manage to complete the map without dying once, you get a perfect medal. And so I figured I'm going to put myself up for a challenge and try to complete all of the maps in one go. So all 26 from first to last in one go without dying once. That's how it started. And then, once I actually managed to complete this challenge, I figured, why don't I try to do it faster? And so I started timing these attempts, these runs, and eventually I just tried to speedrun it, go as fast as possible. And I tried myself in different categories. I do the deathless challenges and the ones with deaths, where I don't have to be as careful, as cautious. It's fine if I die as long as I'm fast. And also there's the category for individual levels, which I have been trying to take over. Like every single map, I try to take over the world record. And out of 26 of them, at the moment, I'm holding 23. And they are actually really difficult to beat, because the guy I'm competing against is actually very good at the game. His name is Fierce. And so, yeah, we've been doing a little bit of back and forth. I try to take over his records, and then he takes them back. But it's a lot of fun, and I have been doing it for the past couple of months, just, something that I really enjoy doing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Congrats. I just wanted to talk about, there's off season, there's not a lot of reason to practice. I noticed that you were doing that, and that's just congratulations. That's awesome. That's awesome. And I just wanted chat to know, to put some respect on your name.
Thank you.
Yeah. Congrats, Raisy.
Congrats again. And I have a feeling we'll see you later on in the season, but congrats. Enjoy this victory, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
See ya.
Take care. Man, 40, if people were wondering why ChatGPT was slow the last couple weeks, it's because AI has been just funneling all of its power into the Quake 3 Arena bots to try to stop Raisy. And
seriously. The funniest thing to me is there's some people in chat who are like, what's Quake 3? And it's disgusting. Anyways, we are done with our first featured match of the day. We have one more on the way, so do not go anywhere. Grab a snack, grab a drink, grab whatever you want. We'll be back in 5-6 minutes, and we'll finish out the day with our last featured match of Venger versus Maxter. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League. This is week 3 of season 4. I'm 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Lethal and the legend DJ Wheat, and we are going to have our second featured matchup of the day, and it is going to be Venger and Maxter. Wheat, I will start with you. Tell me a little something about how you feel about this one.
Great. Venger right now 2-0. He's currently in the number 2 spot, but as we've talked about early on, that a lot of weeks still to play out. We got a chance to interview Venger one of the weeks. He was also in a featured matchup, and kind of similar to Raisy, starting to get putting those reps in, understanding what he really needs to focus and work on in this season. But Venger's one of those that for the last 3 or 2 seasons we've looked at and was like, the potential is all there, right? Will this be his season? It's still yet to be seen, but I think he's up against probably a very, very worthy opponent. Also ranked number 13, but with a 1-0 win. That's Maxter. Now, Maxter's close last season was remarkable, right? We were all like, Maxter, you improved so much, like a lot happening. I think he was really happy with his performance. So he's another one, right? The stack of amazing players who have that potential to have their breakthrough season, and Maxter is one of those people in line to do just that.
No, I totally agree, because when I think of Quake Gymnast, these two are like up there, like they're in my top 2 in terms of that department. And Maxter it's incredible how well he's performed compared to the very beginning of when he first started into the Quake Pro League coming up to now. And can you imagine this guy with a pro level dueling experience? When I say pro level, I mean like 10 years of experience. Like, my God, he's a tough nut to crack already, but the fact that he's playing this well only like 2 or 3 years in is just remarkable in itself. And even Venger, like, he's a prodigy and always has been. That's why he won the QuakeCon previous to the last one. And these two, it's very exciting to see how their future holds going forward. But these two going at each other this early on, very exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, needless to say, I think it's not controversial to say that Maxter has the best posture I've ever seen in my life, let alone the Quake Pro League.
+5 to all accuracies.
I'm just saying, absolutely insane. But let's take a look at the map breakdown here in the champ pool that we will see between these two players. It's going to start off with a deep embrace, Wheat. A little bit of Molten Falls, and then we're going to end it on Blood Covenant. Lethal, I'll let you take the champions one last time.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate. The fact that, oh my God, the Athena
but last time, as in this is it, Lethal. Never again. Like, you're never gonna just let
I'm
you know.
done. I'm not doing any more weeks. I've had enough.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm through. And we're going to see a different matchup this time of Molten Falls. We talked about Deep Embrace. I think that's going to be an explosive start with both of them abusing any kind of verticality and the speed and agility. Very interesting to see how that will pan out from the get-go. Molten Falls, we have the Nyx versus the Galena matchup. We've seen a lot of interesting Molten Falls picks previously. We've seen a few Eisens in the past. We've had Scale banned quite a lot from Molten Falls, but Scale has been made available, but just not been selected. So that's going to be interesting in itself. And for Blood Covenant, of course, with Athena not showing up, Slash bans on the first map, and even the Visor being banned, those are the 3 go-to kind of picks you normally see on Blood Covenant. But, we've got the middle of the pack here, so a pretty standard Ranger versus Doom. Not really too much to tell in terms of the mobility, which of course the Doom has, going back and forward to try and catch their opponents and throw off some of those audio cues, and the Ranger with the orb and the damage as well to get himself out of a sticky situation. So yeah, very interesting in itself, and you can see, and it's also quite surprising, it's not often you witness 3 of the best champions or the most used champions going into Blood Covenant, taken out towards the final map being on Blood Covenant.
Yeah, Blood Covenant is like the Groundhog Day match, right? So with the Ranger or with Doom, it's like whichever player wins, that's what game Bethesda's going to release next. Is it going to be a new Quake title? Is it going to be a new Doom title?
Don't get people excited, Wait, they'll quote you and it'll be a whole mess.
By the way, that is not endorsed by Bethesda. This is just my speculation, right?
All right, so if I had to ask both of you for your predictions without trying to look at chat and let that sway you, what do you think?
Well, do you know what? I think after what Wheat just said, we're going to see like 99% Venger, like on the third map. We know that. Absolutely certainty. But I have no idea. I'd probably say Venger this time around. It's like we mentioned before, when it's this early on in the Pro League and they're not up that tippity top kind of shape yet with their practice and their grind, it's very hard to really dictate what can happen. But I'm going to side with Venger, but the smallest of edges possible. I'm going to say a 2-1 Venger.
Yeah, I'll agree. I'll agree with that. I mean, I think that I'm excited with either one of these players kind of winning. I think for Maxter, it means, okay, the breakthrough is beginning. For Venger, it's like, okay, this is kind of what we expect here. But I think this has to be a close matchup based off of what I feel like both these players are bringing to the table. So I still say 2-0, or excuse me, 2-1 for Venger, but could see it swing. Would not be surprised.
Well, let's take a look at what chat thinks about at least map number 1. 53%, now climbing to 54% in favor of Venger for Deep Embrace, at least to start.
Pretty split.
Pretty split, pretty even. That's kind of what I think. That's why I think it could be 2-1, but I won't say who. I feel like it can go either way, and I'd be absolutely flabbergasted if it went 3-0 to either player. But I'm going to go and let the adults handle this one. This is a big boy game. I'm going to go sit down. You guys enjoy and have a good one. I'll see you in a bit.
Excellent.
See you in a bit.
Timeout. We call that timeout, 40 Lions. So enjoy your timeout. Lethal, what's up, man? First cast of the season. Good to see you again. Been having fun?
Yeah, have been, mate. You know, can't complain so far. Of course, first week back, and it's nice to see everyone again, see how they've been performing so far. And the fact that we've got this matchup is just ridiculous in itself. You know, I was talking about, you know, them being Quake gymnasts, but I kind of feel like with these two, on a slightly serious note as well, they are probably two of the, or some of the most creative players that we've seen in the Quake Pro League as well. We know that players like Raisy, Rapha, we kind of can comprehend exactly what they're going to do in terms of their mindset, in terms of their strategic value. But these two are so creative and they're so fast at exactly what they want to do and what they want to predict and what we have to try and comprehend. It could be a very explosive start. We could be seeing this first map just kind of teetering around the edge a bit to see what exactly they're going to be coming up with. It's really difficult to call, but I think I can understand why you agreed. Well, we both made the exact same prediction because it's very difficult to see exactly how things are going to go, especially in this first map on Deep Embrace. We've seen the verticality with what Venger can bring to the table with the Athena and the pass against Raisy. He is just absolutely ridiculous. The peak is going to be a massive issue as well, but with the Athena, you can get away with that. Only 2 grapples this time instead of 3. So, yeah, a lot to take in there. We're going to have to see exactly what Venger can bring against Maxter. Yeah, definitely not someone who's going to be easy pickings.
I do think this map is definitely a wild card, right? Just smallest map we've got in the pool. Well, let's just let the game speak for itself as we are finally kicking things off here as Venger is going to get a spawn over by the heavy and the rail. Going to be very happy with that. Puts him up in a nice position to control that middle's going to not land 2 very nice rails there after a grapple too to gain some more momentum. Maxter already in a position of needing to be very, very careful within rail range. There looks a little bit better now. The shotgun does come out. Peeker as well. Immediately dispatched, and I like what I'm seeing so far.
Oh, and that rail through the murder hole. That's one way to start things off and to boost that momentum ever so slightly. But yeah, he's just barely missing any rails. And of course, Venger just denying Max that rail now, of course. But if there's any player in this league you want to keep that rail away from, it is definitely Maxter. Some of the stuff he can do with those drive-bys just makes it look easy. Too easy, so to speak. But the LG coming out from Maxter there, some good damage, but of course, Venger trying to lay back some damage himself, and the last couple of shots have been missed. He's backing away again, but Rapha can go back into position. A good 91 hits the rail straight afterwards, looking to try and rotate back around. May prioritise this Mega, but we'll see so far. And looks like, of course, with the heavy taken earlier, Venger's in prime position to grab it, but the problem is he's only taken so much damage here. Weak, will he about to take him? Yes, he does, and he abused that pillar, the map geometry to no end.
I mean, a tough decision there for Maxter. He did hit that beautiful shot before Venger was going into the Mega Room. It makes sense why he did what he did, but Venger played that one nice, stopping short by that pillar and then just getting the damage that he needed to get done. So nice little lead there early on. You know, like kind of how Maxter's approaching this was another great rocket, but Venger, he seems to be very comfortable, regardless of having 2 grapples versus 3, using a lot for momentum to close that gap and also to gain better positioning here in the middle of the map, and that seems to be working out quite nicely for him so far.
So he has done indeed. Sprinkle of damage. Oh, that 68 is going to be massive for him, and Venger not available anymore, but has picked up the heavy in that bubble previously. Oh, straight through his legs. Hate to see it, but Looks like Venger's getting straight the hell out of there. But the problem is Maxter still on his toes, as if he managed to hit that through the murder hole once again. Venger's still able to stay alive. Bubbles is going to save his bacon for now. Wait and see what read or what info we can find before continuing any kind of engagement. Still looking for some of those lights if we can. Looks like it's going to be prioritising that heavy, which is perfectly understandable. 3 minutes in. Venger's still with that 2-0 lead, but I kind of feel like Maxter is slowly starting to stabilise. Not anymore, I don't think, considering that little push coming up from Maxter. That last rocket almost took him down, but Venger's have to back away once again.
Yeah, I mean, some great rails coming out here by Venger, and I think that's really his saving grace and why he's got the lead here in this matchup. What a nice grapple, kind of staying outside of the vision of Maxter there and safely getting back up to the top. He's really not had much problem in terms of control. Gonna let a few extra seconds tick there on that heavy before he lands yet another rail, and he is pretty consistently sitting with a better stack. Obviously not every single time, but in most cases, I'd say that he's solidly got control.
Look at the hit percentages, 50% for Venger, 37 for Maxter. Maxter's only fired 8 shots, but this is due to Venger's game plan. He knows to keep the bloke away from the rail. We know that it's one of his biggest parts of his game plan. We know that he's very volatile with his aim skill and what he can really bring in terms of some of the ridiculous shots he can hit. But it's not even really just that. It's just the rail, the way he has to play. He has to really have to use his combat skills from short to medium range with the weapons he has in his arsenal. But Venger just continuing to do so much work. Currently 3-0, 4 minutes in, and great first round to keep him at bay.
Yeah, and there's been a couple of shots, Lethal, that you can see. Like, we just got a chance to look through Maxter's POV there for a little bit. And there were a few rails that, man, if those would have hit, we would have seen that first frag rally come out for Maxter. But he's just a few pixels off in some of that accuracy, and that's where Venger is picking up that slack and why he's got those 3 frags. So, you know, Maxter kind of whatever calibrations or recalibrations are needed to kind of get that pinpoint accuracy would be super helpful here. He's still continuing to try to put the pressure on to Venger here, and he's doing a good job. This is very, very low. He's got to be careful, but Venger, once again, feeling pretty comfortable, is able to re-get his stack pretty easily there. There's the pickup, and now looking for those rails again. They've been nasty from the side. Comes up the stairs and said LG in hand. Does he have enough to clean this one up? Peeker's gonna come out. Wow, no damage from that one. And the rails not coming out for either of them, so Maxter will manage to get away.
I've noticed with Venger as well, he doesn't really stay around the heavy platform too often when he's contesting it. It seems to be just constantly just above and below, just constantly changing his positioning, not being too predictable. As you know, most players will stand in the position he's currently in or on the heavy itself to a few rockets or tri-bots and then try and clean up the rail. But it's good to see that Venger just make himself as difficult to predict and to kill as possible. But the LG comes up for both players. Their Venger's at a slight disadvantage. He hits the rail, but Maxter comes up with the heavy machine gun. 17 HP. Heavy's up in the next 5 seconds, but let's see who goes for what and where. Could be a influence agreement for either item. Venger is going to be up, and Venger able to pick that with ease. No problem there. Venger still was on that recovery process, but fully stacked, fully capable of continuing this engagement. Hits the first rail. And that with his peeker, we'll find him and we'll know his exact position. That was beautiful.
I mean, this 2 frags here, there's a crucial moment, right? Because we saw Venger hit that jump pad. Maxter had LG out, got the damage that he needed. If he wouldn't have gotten that frag, it would have been real bad news. But he got it, allowed him to get a conversion frag, now only down by 1. Will steal away that heavy, but needs to be very, very careful. He's going to go in for it anyway. 3 points of health. You're a madman, Maxter. And he still manages to get it to tie the game back up. There's some health. Going to maybe even pick up another conversion frag. Venger ready for it. Will take a bunch of peeker damage, and now that Mega is up, and Maxter all of a sudden turning up the heat.
So if he hit a 4 with the shot at him and the only need was an 8, just absolutely typical there, as Venger does get away. Still in prime position to pick up that heavy. Maxter trying to get away as fast as humanly possible, but no light to greet him here, so he's have to once again. And look, his Venger's already And of course, to try and get this full frag, just trying to keep him away from both those lights. But then again, Maxter did a huge amount of damage before Venger cleaned him up. So, great start here. He's so crucial in that first rail.
I mean, even though he got him that low, right? Venger did the right thing. Put himself in the middle, give himself an opportunity to hit a rail, and it didn't matter. He was going to be safe after that as he hits an air rocket into the rail there for frag number 5, and suddenly we're about to hit that 2-minute warning. It's, still big hill here for Maxter to climb. It's about a frag a minute, and Venger's doing a great job with his overall control. I still think his accuracy is definitely showcasing a little bit better here than Maxter.
Certainly is, and just continuing to deny that rail as well earlier on gave him a huge boost into this matchup, and even contesting that heavy earlier on with the 98 from underneath and then the direct from underneath is very unfortunate there for Maxter. But Maxter knows exactly where he is. He's got the info. He's going to back away anyway because he knows the Mega's going to be up in the next couple of seconds. He doesn't know that Venger's just going to be sticking around. Heavy will be coming up in the next 5 seconds. Use that peek to see what he can find, what he can get. Not too much, but he's going to rocket jump up straight away. But he does get the heavy, or trying to. But look at the amount of damage he had to consume before even being able to grab that, as Venger's not available as of yet. But that rail would have been so important towards that 6th frag. They could try and get a bit more done there. The LG comes out here for Maxter. Maxter trying to dive on forward, but the 82 isn't going to help him at all in the slightest. But the problem is he needs to start being overly aggressive. He needs to take some risks. I said before that these two are going to be some of the creative players in the league, and we're going to see a lot more of that during these dying moments on Deep Embrace.
Yeah, the final minute is upon us, and still a 2-frag lead here for Venger. I think his use of the grapple here is definitely worth noting. A lot of grapples just for quick momentum to grab some positioning, to try to get a drop on his opponent. Quick dispatch of Peeker there. Venger still low, but comfortable where he's at. Actually gets nailed with a shot. There we see the grapple come out yet again for some more positioning on the chase, but needs to be careful if he can get to that 950. Should be in a good shape. There's Maxter with the shotgun. He's going to let the spawn timer run out. He spawns right on the weapons. So much for being quiet, but he's gonna go up to the top, and that rail misses, and he still manages to win it by 1, 5-4. Probably that spawn is not the one that Venger would have wanted to try to ensure the victory. Maxter did his best for it, but still a very close game. 5-4 going to Venger.
Yeah, 578 more damage in favor of Venger. 16 items for Venger compared to the 19 of Maxter, so to speak. Hit percentages weren't the best, but then again, the way those two were playing and some of the angles they were just really giving each other any angles of opportunity, were they? It was just unbelievable. Some of the shots they were hitting, like this first one into the murder hole, was just unbelievable. It's a rarity in itself, but it's a real treat to watch when you get to see it. And Venger, you saw at the end, not after he died, but the spawn previous before that when he was in the shotgun, he had to stay at that angle, not just to waste time, but he didn't have any grapples left, so he couldn't exactly get himself out of a bad situation.
God, that frag with Peeker on the corner into the shotgun was pretty sick. And it is amazing. I mean, you think about some of these low health engagements that they had, like that one right there. Critical, right? You are needing to make a lot of decisions in a very short amount of time, and each one could result in your death. But both of them doing a good job in the grand scheme of things. Still Venger just clinching that one extra frag to take it, and a little bit more damage in the grand scheme of things. Peeker, Peeker actually contributed, right? Did some things. Not saying that Peeker doesn't normally, but definitely Athena's grapple still remaining pretty powerful there on Deep Embrace from a positioning perspective. From a momentum perspective, there was one in particular grapple that was up there on that middle area as he grappled over to that light, and then also gave himself open shots against Maxter. That kind of play, I really, really dig Lethal. I think it just goes to show the power of that champion, despite the fact that, a little bit like a wet Kleenex in terms of damage that can be taken, but, it worked out for him.
Yeah, it certainly did. And I think Venger had the most damage with the Rockets, 1,373. It probably wasn't, but I kind of feel like the majority of it was just from the defensive purposes, just getting such great reads with those rockets, just reading him and just trying to keep his distance away. It's the amount of damage he did with those rockets, especially through the heavy from down below, ridiculous stuff, and just trying to keep his distance away from Max is just unreal. But I feel like this time around it's going to be a little bit slower than what we're normally used to. The Nyx versus the Galena matchup. We know that, of course, for Venger is going to have to be very proactive, clean up the totems. But I'd love to know what you think, because both of these players are going to be absolutely on it for those hourglasses, and I think it may change their paths and the routes they're going to take some of these items, just trying to be as consumption as possible.
I think the frustrating thing for Maxter here is going to be the get out of jail free card for Venger, right? Like, I mean, I'm not going to assume that Venger's only going to ghost walk in a defensive position, because he's absolutely a player that will use it to sneak in and try to gain position. This is going to happen a lot around heavy, a lot around the mega. But I generally tend to think that if you can protect your totems, like have some good placement, maybe set up a trap or two, yeah, I feel like you should have the advantage. But I like the Nyx pick here for Venger. Really curious to see, is this just going to be my, save me card, or is he going to be trying to do something a little cheeky, which I'm okay with too. But I agree, it probably a little bit slower game. But we'll see, right? The players set the pace. This is just what we're speculating.
Yeah, speculating indeed. The first map, was a close affair in itself. And yeah, he's got like a get out jail free card. He may use it aggressively to go for some of his items, or take Maxter down. We'll have to see. As I don't think I've seen Venger play Nyx quite a lot. Normally I'm used to him using those champions with a fair amount of mobility, or to give him an edge one way or another, depending on the map itself. But let's see what he's going to do here. As I do expect a much slower start, apart from when they try and get their weapons in their arsenal. But we're going to start off on Venger's POV. As Maxter lost his first map of the season. Neither player before the series even begun has actually lost a map in its entirety, even though Venger's actually only played 2 matches and Max has played 1 match. So I don't know. It's not really saying too much, but yeah, we'll have to see. 40 seconds in, and Venger just chilling, waiting for the heavy.
And he grabs it up to the middle. Both players respecting right now one another, not really moving in. But this is exactly, I think, the type of pacing of a game that could cause Venger to say, "All right, I'm gonna try to set up an aggressive position here using Ghost Walk." So far, hasn't happened. As they're gonna battle here at the middle. Venger knows exactly where his opponent is, seeing that rocket coming from the side. And 1 minute down, things have stayed pretty quiet. Nice rail coming from the back. Venger's like, all right, I see what you got. Grab that heavy. And I think I think you expect this pacing until one of them lands a nice rail and the chase begins.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel at the moment. I did know it was going to be very slow, even with these two players who are really agile in a lot of ways. You can see Venger really struggling here to try and contest this heavy. As with that shotgun position, it's extremely difficult for Venger to try and get an angle one way or another, even with rockets or rail. He just has to hope that Maxter drops down without not really getting too much damage onto Venger. Let's see if Venger's going to... Going to try and Max is going to be raining down a few rockets. Lets him have it, but you got to remember, even if Maxter doesn't get it, he doesn't mind. He can just go straight for the mega, which he has done now. And there's only 5 seconds between them both. But finally, the first engagement is going to happen. Ghostwalk comes out, runs straight into the totem, which is going to give Maxter the indicator, but he's still lurking around shotgun. It's not normally something you see quite often.
Yeah, that was actually a nice throwdown there by Maxter, right? Kind of giving himself some more information about Venger. And Venger looked a little surprised even popping out of that Ghost Walk, right? Got some LG damage, and Maxter's still very low, but seemed like that could have been played out a little bit better for Venger, and possibly could have even gotten first blood. Another totem is dispatched, and Venger now still against Maxter here with a 0-0 lead, and a completely different game than what we saw in game 1. Lethal.
Yeah, the fact we've got no frags in the last 3 minutes, well, at the start of this matchup. But with the Nyx versus Galena matchup, I'm not too surprised, but finally we might get our first frag here. Depending on Venger pops that Ghost Walker's trying to get away, but careful. He's looking to go for his health bubbles. And yeah, he's going to Ghost Walk straight out of there. I'm surprised that one of them wasn't going to get frag, but I kind of felt like if Venger starts losing that LG battle or it's just too close, he'll just pop it and just get straight out of there, which is exactly what he done.
I'll tell you what, it's like I don't have a grapple, so I'll just like quick shoot myself over here with that rocket jump. Risky for sure, but managed to pull it off. Still surprised we haven't seen. There's a great rail from Venger. Will that open up an opportunity? And it looks like no, right? Even though they're playing a more mid-long range game, the single rail is not necessarily opening up the perfect opportunity for these two. And I think, again, that comes down to the respect that they have for one another and how they know that first frag is going to be monumental here in this matchup. So Venger now, though, sitting with a very, very nice thick stack and is definitely in the best position the entire game now to potentially go in there. He turns around the fall away rail for the hit, and then he grabs that mega. Is going to make his way over to the heavy and be in a great position here to contest it, and Maxter's not even going to try.
Max has actually got the overstack now, but he's trying to hold the rail area and above LG now and again as well, just to try and keep him off the trail for where these totems are. As soon as he gets a few more up, he'll be fine. He won't be worrying too much about that. When he hits the first rail, and Max decides to whip out the tribot, switching over to the rail once again. But this is the... Oh, actually, another rail comes... Oh, just barely missed that one. He wouldn't have been taken down, but he would have been on the... correct path to try and clean up Maxter and get his first flag. Still 0-0 at the moment. Venger does get heavy. And with that overstack, of course, Maxter will be looking to go for these heavies. But as I say that, the totems have been cleaned up. And Maxter still has 2 left on the map.
Yeah, I was hoping that after that heavy pickup, Venger would go over to the other side of the map near the rail and pick up those totems. And he did exactly that. Maxter was ready for that. He knew exactly where Venger was. So drops him down in other locations. But Venger hadn't visited that little alley recently. So that was causing a little bit of an issue. But we're still 5 minutes in, 0-0. I could realistically seeing this be a 1-0 game, right? The way these two are playing, the way that they're kind of approaching it. Hold on, Venger's going to go down for it, sees an opportunity. He's got his opponent back there where there is some health to be able to pull out of that, and the mega is up, but rails exchanged by both, and Venger comes out the more hurt of the two. Will pick up that heavy, and now there is a rail there as some bubbles as well. And again, 0-0, but Maxter getting a nice opening there.
And I like that from Venger as well. He decided not to pop the Ghost Walk as he went for the TP, knowing that whilst Max is going for the Mega, he'll have about 5 seconds just to try and get away and be able to save that Ghost Walk for another opportune moment. If we missed this rail, and funny enough, we were talking about the KRON versus Tox matchup at Quake in last August, and that went to 20 minutes and 40 seconds on Blood Covenant, and it was 0-0. So I'm not saying this has potential, but depending on how Maxter plays this out, if Venger has the advantage, of course, he's going to go straight in. If not, then Venger can just keep popping his Ghost Walks and just be frustrating as hell.
And that's where I think... right, Maxter doesn't want this to go into an overtime situation like that, because I would say that Ghost Walk is probably the better advantage to have in that overtime. But to be argued, right? It also could just come down to who makes the first mistake, because believe it or not, I think both of these players, I'm not going to say have played perfectly, but haven't made a mistake that's allowed their opponent to capitalize. Some rails and nice shots from Venger have been hit, but that could be the deciding factor here of this game. We've got 2.5 minutes left. The Mega is up. A few seconds behind that, we're going to have the Heavy. And they're going to be so close to one another. There was about a 7-second separation earlier on, but now they are right on cue with one another. And who's going to get that first frag?
Oh, it could be happening now. Oh, no, never mind. See, we're just teasing you at the moment as Maxter still... And that totem, he's back as his overstack once again. And Max is just doing a good job just trying to throw away the sense of some of these totems, but obviously it's not an easy job considering you have to give up some of these angles at times to go and get positional advantage for these items. But yeah, Venger's See if he can try and push it up, but no, exactly where each other are. A minute 40 left remaining, still nothing to go by, but and Venger looking for that chip damage at some stage, considering the stack he has to deal with. And he knows that Maxter, with the overstack that he currently has, he's going to be prioritizing the heavy more than ever.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Venger that he kind of gave Maxter that opportunity. Oh, there's a great rocket rail combo, opening things up, allow him maybe to get that mega, but instead he's going to go over to heavy. I like this decision. He's going to rocket jump back up, see if maybe he can cut off his opponent. And oh, it just misses. That would have been a beautiful rocket. The LG's come out, and oh my God,
no.
in the rail. But the rail returned by Venger so much there. I think if that rocket would have hit up against the wall on the exit for Venger, that would have been a Maxter frag. We talked about mistakes. That might have been it. Venger up 1-0, 40 seconds left to go.
You know what? We've been waiting for that first frag with the entirety of it, and the fact that it exploded like that, I'm glad.
Yeah.
One-sided. Venger does have to ghost walk. Radiant fits. That does mean Max only has about 10 or 15 seconds to try and take him out now. Before he pops it. It's trying to be as aggressive as possible. He's trying to catch up to him, but Venger just not giving him any kind of hope or chance here. He can just literally pop it in those last 5 seconds and just guarantee victory. But Maxter made the wrong call in terms of the perfect one to take, and that is going to be
wow.
GG, as if Venger took it in that fashion. Goodness wave.
I mean, a 1-0 game that comes down to the frag in the last 90 seconds. And I'm like replaying that, and we will inevitably see it in the very short match highlight that we'll probably get. But, you know, it was a great read from Maxter. He saw his opponent, was able to pick up that heavy, rocket jump up to the top, a drop down to get position on Venger. That was perfect. That was very, very nice positioning from Maxter. What he didn't hit was that exit of Venger from that room into that teleporter. And I think even Venger was kind of surprised as then suddenly the LG came out, right? And he just decided to turn on cyborg mode, and that was it. So we'll take a look one more time. This is from Venger's point of view. That rocket would have been devastating, but wow, now you see it. That rail hit. He had 4 points of health and still landed the rail. Like, how amazing that one exchange essentially determined the winner of that matchup.
As if he ended it like that as well. The problem was, just going through the stats quickly, there wasn't really too much damage to discuss because they were trying to just catch each other off, setting each other traps, a lot of mind games, which is probably why you don't see quite a lot. The only thing we can say is the 45% and 43% LG and Rails respectively coming up from Venger. The problem Maxter had in that Galena Nyx matchup was the fact that if they were short or medium range, Maxter can only do so much. He would have to win every single battle, knowing that he wasn't going to get the frag. And it happened every single time because the map's so big. And of course, Venger picking up the hourglasses every second of the day when he had the chance. Always had that ghost walk in his back pocket. The only thing Maxter could do is, if he had a totem ready to use, he can drop it to get an additional 50 and continue the fight. But he wasn't ever going to win those fights.
Yeah, I mean, there was also, if that rocket would have hit, I'm sure Ghostwalk would have come out, and then it would have been kind of a 50-50 on whether Maxter would have made the right decision on where his opponent might spawn back in. So it's still a great match. I mean, it's definitely one of those. I was like looking at chat. There's still a few people that are like, this match is so boring. I don't know what to do with myself. And it's like, no, that's not how you look at these matches. You know, you look at, right, just how playing defensive with your shots, with your movement, with your positioning, it might not be as exciting as like being in your face and shooting rockets at each other and all the time. I love that too, but you really have to appreciate just how meticulous each of those players has to be and how tense it is when it is 0-0 and there's a minute left and only one frag is going to separate it. Like that's wild. I think we need those types of matches every once in a while.
Yeah, in Quake, we've got that nice mixture, haven't we? You know, we get those points where you get those super high octane matches where everyone loves, but maybe not everyone likes those kind of matches. the fact that it's only one frag that whole game, it builds the tension leading to that one frag.
Yeah.
And it was spectacular. You couldn't ask for a better way to end it.
You know, it's funny because like people will say the same thing about, say, UFC battles, right? Like, yeah, sure, people love to watch people get knocked out all the time, right? But every once in a while, you're going to have a match where for the 8 rounds, they're just going to grapple on the ground for a little bit, and there is appreciate to that skills as well. So it's a new map though. Here's Maxter's chance to bring it back. Blood Covenant, Ranger versus Doom. What game's getting made next? Take it away.
Venger, his perspective, we're going to be kicking things off here. As we did for the majority of it anyway, because there wasn't any other frags to switch from. But heavily delayed, or sorry, mega heavily delayed rather. Let's see how both players are going to try and contest this. Nice fake out from Venger, but does Max fall for it? No, he does not. Just walking directly underneath. He's probably making the assumption, but has gone for that mega, but good amount of damage coming out from Maxter with the LG, and that was a spectacular amount of damage considering the angle and the approach he had to try and grab from there. Is reliable. Hopefully he'll get to the gets to the heavy in time, but then again, Venger could still get finished up here with the machine gun. Just a couple of shots will do it, and Maxter gets that first frag. He's been waiting over 10 minutes for that week.
He has. You're absolutely right. That's a little wild to think about. And Machine Gun going to be the MVP here of this matchup so far, but Maxter's got to be careful. He finally picks up a little bit more health. Probably happy to be on the board, just like you said. And 1 minute in here on good old DM6. And, I'm just kind of laughing here as still the debate continues in chat, but I'm just like, listen, if you sat through the era of Quake 3 ZTN, like, just don't even talk about what boring is. I don't want to hear it at all. Anyway, Maxter now, no stack at all, but up by 1. It is the Ranger Doom matchup, which is like not normally what we would see in terms of champs on this, but when it's played last and other picks go out, this is kind of what you what we're getting here. So nice rail coming out from Venger, but Maxter's still in a good spot.
You just reminded me how much I don't miss ZTN at all in the slightest. It's okay, but I think nowadays I would only be able to deal with it in small doses. Maxter though, left on 97 HP, still continuing to run on a bit of pressure. Heavy machine gun. I'm in about the mobility with that Doom. Just running corners back and forth from the light towards the rockets. Heavy is up, so is the mega. And Venger, very important, 2 rails back to back. Oh, that third.
Wow.
Could have been the change of air week, could have tied things up entirely.
I actually thought that wasn't a double jump, that was actually the rails hitting. You know how like sometimes you get sort of stuck in air for a moment there?
Yeah.
And I'm sure Max was very happy that also wasn't a rail and was his double jump, but nicely done there as he manages to avoid that with 2 great rails coming out from Venger. And that's clearly one of his strategies that he's got here. I think it's the right one versus Doom, is to hit those long range shots. Maxter's been over in that pocket of the mega for a while, so I could see Venger's like, hey, if I hit these rails on entrance or exit, it's going to set me up for that first frag, and that's kind of what he's going for. Picks up that heavy. Maxter looking to see if he's got an opportunity to do some damage here. A rocket jump up to the top, and now they're playing chess again.
Certainly have to. Of course, without Slash, Athena, Visor, none of those champions in the mix to kind of secure or finish off some of these frags, this is what you're going to get, and you've got champions very standard in terms of ability. Okay. A bit of flair as we go for the mega. I think Venger must be getting bored a little bit there. He was trying to get this first frag to his name, but it seems like another hit's going to happen, but Max is going to get the heavy just in time. 4 minutes in their week, currently 1-0 for Maxter.
Yeah, that was, for those that may not have seen that, there's a rocket jump over the entire columns of DM6 to take that mega, and Maxter didn't know until he heard the pickup, and not a whole lot he could do there, but there he's got the mega pickup again. And there's a nice rail. Okay, all right, now he's opening it up very, very good. immediately going to berserk and get in there. Another nice rail. All right, these are the rails that I think everyone was expecting Maxter to be hitting there in those early games. It seems like wherever he was, those rails are warmed up now. This is a good place to be, and for those that are adhering to that 2-1 prediction, are probably sitting in a good spot right now.
Certainly is indeed. Oh, Mr. Crucial Rail there to...
He did have 100% rail, yes, Chad, by the way. He did. 6 shots, 6 hits. Yep.
Now pushing across, gets a little bit of tri-bot damage there, knows exactly what Venger's going to be up to, but does deny him that crucial heavy, and now he's going to be on the warpath once again. Venger looking to try and get away. Maybe try and contest this Mega without any rail damage. He hasn't hit any rails as of yet, so this is looking extremely good now. Switching to the heavy machine gun, we know what that strafe pattern's like weak when some of these players use that heavy machine gun. Could be a little bit different. Good first rocket coming up from Maxter, but is it going to be enough? No, it will not. Venger coming in hot with that LG.
Yeah, that
rail
was
as well.
I think that makes sense, right? I mean, he's like, well, these double rails aren't really doing much. Went in very heavy with the LG, and then used the orb not as a kill mechanism, but just for positioning. It worked out well, and Venger's on the board now, and only 1 frag separating these two. We got still half of a game left here, just under half a game. And things are definitely, the tables have turned here. Now Venger hitting a few more of those rails, a 43% rail right now, but he's looking like he's got a much better stack overall, waiting for that heavy to pop up. And it's going to hit any moment. There it is.
Have a look at the stats so far. Just 152 damage between the two. Venger with that slight advantage. Pickups 10 for Venger, 12 for Maxter. Hit percentages 58% from Maxter so far. Unbelievable. Continue on forward. Venger, the orb, all the weapons in his arsenal, just biding his time. Let's see what Max is going to be up to. Going for the TP. He's going to let him have that Mega, because Venger's going to be able to get the heavy and have time to try and pursue this Mega if he can. But Max has got a bit of a feeling that Venger's going to rotate around and go for it. He was actually expecting to go from the rocket side, or of course the usual jump up.
Oh no!
On the heavy, hits the rail, it's the second, but he's just picked up the Mega, misses the third. Oh, great shot there from Venger as well. Now going to be looking to try and tie things up. Rocket jumps through straight into the portal.
What a recovery, though.
Gets away. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, after getting hit by 2 rails, grabbing the life preserver, aka Mega Health at that point, and then answering back with 2 rails, that had frag potential right there. Great job by Maxter, kind of keeping it out of the hands of Venger, but oh my gosh, the failed orb to the side, the rocket jump, and Maxter capitalizes. We talked about mistakes during that second game of Molten, and so far that's been 2 frags where it's been a Venger mistake that Maxter has capitalized on. So nicely done by Maxter.
Yeah, he was trying to pixel peek around that corner to try and get the orb up without getting railed by Maxter. In the end, you know, these things can happen. It's by the tiniest of margins as well. Max just rotated all the way back around. Got a great angle here. Try and add a 4th to the tally, but he's already picked up the Mega, but he's still got a bigger stack. So let's see. Oh, he even had the read as well at one stage, but just a little bit impatient there. He's waiting for Venger. But it doesn't matter though. Heavy's up in the next couple of seconds. All Maxter needs to do now, just keep these arsenals in check, keep his distance, and he should be able to take this 3rd map with ease.
Yep, he really should. This is his moment. This 2-1 is just coming to life right now. As what can Venger do? He's looking to potentially stack up before going in. He really does need to win that frag and then be able to convert off this. And we're gonna have an LG battle as a jump back over to the rail, and Venger doesn't waver at all. Just a great exchange. He now is in a position where he's trying to chase down that last frag. He's very low, but he knows he's got nothing to lose. He's got to just go for it. Makes the jump over the side. The rail hits the top, and then
Nice.
1-2 rockets. And Venger does manage to get it, tying us back up with 1 minute left to go.
Oh, he's going to be able to find him again. Hits the LG and the rail back to back. Leaving Maxter so vulnerable at this point. Waiting for the heavy.
Stopwatch.
Worrying thing for Maxter is the fact that Venger, not only has he picked up the heavy and with his huge stack, this orb is going to be coming up any second now. So either distract him, do the damage, you know it, or just to try and catch up to him.
Stopwatch.
And this is looking very worrying now. Maxter is trying to back away. He knows that he needs to do a bit of chip before making any kind of engagement, at least a couple rails. As all that happens, could be seeing quite a long sudden death. Could be a very short one. We'll even get to a sudden death. No, we will not. That was so good. Coming up from
my
Venger.
God.
What a way to end that. Down 3-1 on a map like Blood Covenant. And manages to turn up by one frag. Unfortunate there for Maxter, but it looks like Venger going to end this 3-0 against Maxter. That's a feat in itself.
I mean, we should bring 40 back. I'd love to hear his thoughts. I'm surprised Venger won that after the capitalization that Maxter had on a few of the strikes. 40, your thoughts?
I'm starting to think that I just should never say anything about, I would be flabbergasted if, and because it always happens now. I didn't expect a 3-0. That's a hell of a comeback on map number 3 by Venger. Chess match through and through for maps 2 and 3. Really close. I don't know. I mean, that's a testament to this guy's a previous champion. He knows how to stay composed, but it's also kind of heartbreaking if you're a Maxter fan because it's just like you were so close. But what a display by Venger.
Yeah, it certainly was indeed. I think we had everything we wanted in that matchup. It was, the first game, high octane, a lot of mind games, some great plays, some incredible shots. Of course, the second one being that, okay, it was a massive game like chess, but building that tension for that one final frag, we were not left disappointed at all. And with this map, we had a bit of a mixture, didn't we? Both of them trying to find their footing at the very beginning. Maxter, of course, showing off his style with the rail, and even though Venger made those couple of mistakes earlier on with the one with the trying to achieve that mega with the orb, and there was another instance as well, Venger still managed to come back, and fair play to him. It's not easy to come back against someone like Maxter who's able to try and get away with this, and this was so crucial, this one flag to change everything and then continue controlling the items, and of course finish up that last map. Incredible stuff there from Venger, as you can see.
I saw Effortless in chat said, a new Quake confirmed. So there we go. This is only my words. DJ Wheat is only my words. This is not an official statement on any level. That was just a groundhog match. Congratulations to Venger. You did it. You did it.
The tweets are flooding in, aren't they?
They are. I
They will be
guarantee
shortly.
you, John Hill is going to be like, man, Wheat, what are you doing?
You're done.
But look at the discrepancies of the scores. We take a look at the recap from the set. Absolutely nail biting all the way through.
Yeah.
It was
One frag
incredible.
games. Yep, across the board.
We get the full package, literally. Can't complain about it.
Not at all. We are, I think, going to work on getting Venger in here eventually, but yeah, hell of a set, man. Hell of a set. Again, if you're a Maxter fan, that breaks your heart. 2-1 was looking like what it was going to be, but Venger had a little something else to say about it. Again, showing the display of being a previous champion, looking very, very strong this season, tacking on another victory. So he's 3-0 for this season thus far. That's sitting pretty, looking good. And just, I'm blown away by the ability to, within a whole day of Quake Pro League, have your blowouts, your chess matches, all of it, as you guys covered already. We get a little bit of everything, and that's what makes Quake so great, because you never know how the map is going to break down until you're in it.
What a concept, 40.
I know, it's weird. It's
Crazy.
crazy.
Are you saying that like you might watch one game and it could be slow and calculated and end up 1-0, and then you could watch another game where there would be a lot of action, like maybe based off of the size of the map and the different weapon loadouts that are available? Are you telling me? Is this what you're saying? Because that's insane.
I haven't fully understood it, but I think the person with the higher score wins. That's the pattern that I'm sensing with these games, Wheat. And I'll do some research, and I'll get back on the desk here in 7 or 8 months after I go to therapy for what you just did to me. But yeah, and then I'll confirm that I think the higher score does win. I do think we have Venger, though, so let's bring him in so you don't shellac me anymore verbally, because it hurts.
That was
Venger.
not shellacking for you. That was more a slow, fast Quake match slacking, but whatever.
Sure, it still hurts. Venger, congratulations. Welcome. How are you?
Thank you. Stressed, but I'm doing good. Thank you.
Stressed? But blessed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Relieved. You sure relieved not the right word for you, mate?
I don't know. Do you want to start? I don't have a question, really. I'm still putting ointment on from what Wheat did.
Go on, I'll throw one out. I'll throw one out there. So Venger, congrats, Frio. Like, unbelievable stuff. A lot of us thought you were just going to barely edge it, but, you know, you proved us wrong, as always. Going into that second map of Molten Falls, what was your game plan and what did you actually expect before the match started? Because I kind of felt like with that Nyx versus Galena matchup, if you're in any kind of short or medium range fight, you can just get the hell out of it and you just won't have an issue, even if you have a bad fight or take a bad fight by any means, shape or form. But of course with Maxter, he had to win every single one of those. Even if he doesn't get the frag, he may have the 50 HP in his back pocket, sure, with the totem, fine. But did you feel like you had quite a bit of an edge considering that at some point in this matchup, if it takes 5, 10, 11 minutes to get that first frag, that opportunity will eventually come because of that kind of instance?
Well, first of all, it completely play out differently compared to practice. Like I had a very high scores in practice, but you know, when there is something on the line, you kind of try to play a bit more safe. With Maxter, you know, you really can't give him really edges, like angles to pick from, because it's just gonna hit 100% with the rail. So my game plan was to try split the control a little bit and try to get the heavy as much as possible. So even if he has totems, I can still fight very well. But yeah, that fight was could have gone either way. I mean, all the maps, to be honest. I think with Max it's always been like this. Like we have really close series. Sometimes he wins, sometimes I do. So yeah, overall, I think that the Nyx Ghostwalk get out of jail card played well for me. Could have taken more risk compared to him.
Yeah. Venger, I want to ask you about game 3, right? Since I'm being, I guess, savage today, I'm going to be a little savage, right? I think at your best, you tend to not make a lot of mistakes. And I think that you made some mistakes, especially over by Mega, right? Like, how do you feel about that game? What was your kind of assessment of how you did? And I mean, did you think that there was a moment that you were not going to win that game?
I think I need to play more defrag, probably. Other than that, I was a bit confused that I didn't actually throw the orb properly there, and I really got disappointed not to play. But I still know that like even if I don't get the kill there, if I lose the kill, like 2 frags is still doable with the Ranger, you know, like because you have way more mobility, you like the passive is way more powerful. So I just knew that I just needed to get like one good rail opening and then I could push and get the 3-2 frag. Other than that, like I got a bit lucky with also the response. He didn't have many weapons when I killed him. So it was a bit of a mess for him, I would say. Very unlucky.
Yeah.
Venger, congratulations once again. Hell of a comeback on map number 3. I'm going to ask a little bit something different. So we had the first challengers, which you covered with Zenaku. Garpy was able to punch his ticket in. Who else do you think from the challengers that we know and love in the community, who do you think is going to punch their ticket in the following challengers series to get their chance at the big stage?
That's almost impossible question to answer because everyone is so good at the challengers.
All right. Well, who do you think? Who do you think? It doesn't.
My guess will be one between Sparty and CNZ, but you know, you also have Baxter, you, RMV, FaZe, and so on. So it's like really, really tough to predict because it's also single elimination. So like, if you have a bad day,
yeah, and we still have 3 world qualifiers, and then we have regional qualifiers too. So that does play into it a little bit. But yeah, a lot of killers in there. Is there anyone that people may not know about that's kind of a silent killer floating around just waiting for their opportunity?
Well, I think Kels for sure. Like I didn't say Snine, but Kels has been playing very well probably, and like last few weeks, months. And you know, it's like all these young players that want to like prove themselves. I think they put like more creativity on the line. And sometimes they they surprise the other players that are maybe more experienced because of it. And you know, you never know in Quake, to be honest. Like it's a really tough game. Like if someone is feeling it during the day, they can just win.
Awesome. Thanks for your insight. Appreciate it very much. Congrats again,
man.
Thank you.
Three, mate. Have a good one.
You too, guys.
Yeah.
Take care.
It's kind of wild to hear Venger say that Quake is a hard game because when I read chat week to week, like they make it seem like it's really easy. I don't know. It's.
Yeah. You read chat and everyone in there's a pro and they know what to do. So yeah, it's amazing that we don't see them in the league. I don't get it.
Man, someone's got to bust chat's balls every once in a while, right?
Who better than the legend? Anyways, we're done for today. That's unfortunately all the Quake we have. We've had an action-packed day here for week 3, but that's going to be it for us. So, Wheat, it's always a pleasure. Lethal, it's a pleasure. PGL, thank you, production.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, I'm still therapy bills coming to you. PGL, everybody behind the scenes, chat, everybody, thanks for all the copy pasta and shit posting. We do appreciate it sometimes. And big shouts to the players, week in, week out, putting in the sweat, putting in the work. We are going to build towards the grand finals weeks away. And don't forget, challengers are coming up as well. Check the websites, check the socials. We're out of here. Have a great weekend. Be safe and be kind to one another.